Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2667. Yes, Senior Sister Lu is the mastermind. Everything is going according to her plan. Yang Jiuding also nodded. Although there were some deviations when we entered the sword tomb, the flaws do not obscure the beauty. The final outcome is still in her hands. Li Ying frowned slightly and said, "It's a pity that these Dao sect cultivators did not scatter and flee as LVGNU expected. I'm afraid that our yin-yang sword formation will not be able to withstand a full-force attack from those Dao sect golden core cultivators." He, Yang Jiuding chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that, Li Jianyu. Although the situation of the cultivators retreating is beyond Senior Sister Lu's expectations, she has already made arrangements for such a situation. The sword formation that Junior Sister Xiojia and I have laid down will fight them to the death in the end. All of the sword chi of the yin-yang sword formation will be gathered in one place when it is time to fight. The Dao sect cultivators that have been killed by the yin-yang sword formation will not be able to withstand a single blow from the yin-yang sword formation. I hope so." Li Ying did not seem to think that the situation was as optimistic as Yang Jiuding's. He only nodded slightly. Just as he nodded, his yellow eyes flashed slightly as he noticed the abnormality of the yin-yang sword formation. He hurriedly pointed his finger and said, "Not good. The Dao sect cultivators have discovered the secret of the yin-yang sword formation. More than 10 golden core cultivators are leading their disciples over." "Oh, it's true." The smile on Yang Jiuding's face froze. With the help of the sword formation, he could see clearly and cried out involuntarily. Meng Changshu said leisurely, "There are indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the Dao sect cultivators. They still managed to discover it in such a short time." "So what?" Yang Jiuding refused to admit defeat. "The yin-yang sword pillar is activated by the yin-yang sword. Even golden core cultivators will find it difficult to resist. Even if they discover it and come here, they can only temporarily affect the sword formation. When we kill them," Senior Brother Yang Xiojia reminded him, "let's make preparations. Every moment counts. The yin-yang sword formation has already killed tens of thousands of Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. We have already completed Senior Sister Lu's task." "Yes." When Yang Jiuding heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated the sword essence in his body as his body emitted a scarlet sword beam. A flying sword that resembled a blazing sun flew out from his body. However, as soon as the flying sword fell into the scarlet sword pillar, all of its sword intent disappeared, and it returned to being a flying sword that floated within the scarlet sword light. It was unknown whether it was Yang Jiuding's sword intent or the yin-yang sword light that forced Yang Jiuding's sword intent to revert back to a flying sword. Xiang Ming led the numerous golden core cultivators past the group of cultivators fighting against the sword formation and returned to the left side of the dragon-slaying slope. In the time it took for Xiang Ming and the rest to return, over 10,000 Dao sect disciples were killed by the green and red sword light. Seeing that there was no one around the left side of the dragon-slaying slope, Xiang Ming understood what Fairy Hongxia meant. The slight anger he had towards Mingyu and Fairy Hongxia had already dissipated. "Mingyue." Xiang Ming pondered for a moment before instructing, "You and Kai Hongxia will lead a few foundation establishment disciples to the sword pillar and find out what's going on." "Yes." Just as Mingyu agreed, 2 green and red sword lights emitted a rumbling sound. Buzz! Yang Jiuding and Xiujia's figures appeared near the sword pillar. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Xiujia's smile was like a flower as she said, "So it's fellow Daoist Xiang Ming from the Washing Flower sect. Welcome back." "Humph, since when did a sword cultivator become a fellow Daoist of my Dao sect?" Xiang Ming sneered, but Xiujia continued to smile. "Look at what fellow Daoist Xiang Ming is saying. I thought that fellow Daoist missed me and specially came back to visit me." "Bah! Xiang Ming spat out a mouthful of saliva and sneered, although I am not talented, how can I look down on an outsider? If you surrender to my Dao sect, this old man can still consider it. Xiao Jia was not someone who would compromise. She was only pretending to stall for time. How could she know that Xiang Ming's words were so unpleasant to hear? Naturally, she knew that she could not reply and could not say another word. Thus, she kept her mouth shut. He, fellow Taoist Xiao Jia. Xiang Ming's interest was piqued as he laughed, this old man does not mind your looks. If you have the heart, shut up. Xiao Jia sneered. The azure sword light around her flickered rapidly. She made a sword sign and the small sword floating in front of her suddenly jumped out of the azure sword light like a fish and stabbed towards Xiang Ming. At the same time, a red brilliance also separated from the scarlet sword pillar where Yang Jiuding was and flew out of the sword pillar at almost the same time as Xiao Ming's small sword. The two small swords were like two birds who were willing to fly together. The moment they flew out of the sword pillar, they immediately snuggled together like two young men and women who were intimately attached to each other and flew towards Xiang Ming together. Humph! Xiang Ming sneered. He stretched out his hand and a spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. He said anxiously, fellow Taoists, the situation is urgent. We must not give the sword cultivator any chance to breathe. The spiritual talisman in Xiang Ming's hand suddenly expanded. With the activation of Xiang Ming's spiritual power, a palm of several feet in size flashed in the air. It was Xiang Ming's protective spiritual talisman, the hand of the nascent soul. The hand of the nascent soul had already appeared and the surrounding area was shrouded by the power of the hand of the nascent soul. Although the azure and red flying swords were unusually agile, under this extremely heavy imprisonment, they still could not move an inch, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Seeing this situation, Xiang Ming was overjoyed and said with a smile, this old man does not mind your looks as a sword cultivator. If you have the heart, unfortunately, before Xiang Ming finished speaking, the azure sword light around Xiao Jia's body shone brightly. At the same time, a sword light separated from the sword pillar behind her and rushed towards the azure small sword. Almost at the same time as Xiao Jia, Yang Jiuding also pointed his finger. A sword light of several feet in size separated from the sword pillar and rushed towards the small scarlet sword. Hum! A loud sword cry rang out as the two swords suddenly expanded and shot towards the huge nascent soul hand to entangle it. Quick! Xiang Ming was slightly shocked, but he did not stop making hand seals. The huge hand slightly clenched and grabbed the two enlarged flying swords. Pa! There was a crisp sound like bamboo being broken. Yang Jiuding and Xiao Jia's faces turned pale. Humph! A cold snort came from above everyone's head. Meng Changshuo's body shone with azure and red brilliance. As the brilliance shone, an exquisite lantern appeared in the air. Hum! The exquisite lantern was right in between the crimson red and azure sword light. As the exquisite lantern emitted its brilliance, the sword light of the two sword pillars actually stopped, breaking off from the green and red sword light that was dozens of feet away, and converging on the exquisite lantern. Swoosh, like a peacock spreading its tail, the azure and red sword lights were like 7 rotating colors. They were extremely fast and powerful as they pierced towards the Dao sect cultivators. Not good. Not only was Xiang Ming shocked, but Ji Hong and the rest were also shocked. The sword lights piercing towards them were obviously very powerful. They were comparable to the full-strength attack of an illusory swordsman. If they did not use their full strength to counter it, they would definitely be hit by the azure and red sword lights. Rumble. There was a series of sounds. In the face of Ji Hong's defense, Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip and Fairy Hongxia's Xiantian primordial water, the azure and red sword lights did not weaken at all. Instead, they gained the upper hand. The azure and red sword lights even passed through Xiang Ming's nascent soul hand and merged with Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's sword lights. They almost broke Xiang Ming's nascent soul hand. However, the green-red sword light was only able to break through the defenses of the other cultivators. It was unable to harm them. Seeing that Xiang Ming's talisman was effective, De Sun raised his eyebrows. He turned to look at the others and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, success or failure depends on this." "Yes." Xiong Huasong, Jihong and the rest responded in unison. With a wave of their hands, numerous spirit talismans appeared in their hands. The dermic powers in their bodies were activated slightly. Immediately, brilliance of various colors emerged from the spirit talismans. Several powerful suction forces were also emitted at the same time. Waves of heaven and earth spiritual energy uncontrollably formed into hurricanes and frantically poured into the spirit talismans. One by one, large swaying hands slowly appeared in midair. Although the Yuanying hands had yet to be activated, the space within 100 feet of them had already solidified. An incomparably powerful aura suppressed Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Under this aura, the sword pillar that was like a heavenly jade pillar let out a loud roar. It sounded like a sorrowful cry, but also like a cry of struggle. At the same time, the red sword light and blue sword light inside the sword pillar trembled rapidly. Waves of sword energy shot out from the sword light and rushed around the nascent soul's hand as if it was trying to resist the restriction. Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie were as calm as water. It was as if they already knew that this would happen. However, their eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Yang Jioding raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Jie, who was in front of the azure sword lights. Xiao Jie met Yang Jioding's gaze and nodded slightly. As if they had a tacit understanding, the sword lights around the two of them became even more resplendent. The sword lights even covered the two of them. Then, a powerful suction force was released from their bodies. Woo-woo, two soft sounds were heard. The two small swords that were caught by Xiang Ming's nascent soul hand suddenly let out a sword cry. They struggled with all their might and fell into the suction force. Io! Xiang Ming was slightly stunned. The powerful suction force from the sword pillar had actually sucked the two flying swords away. That was not all. Just as the two flying swords rushed out of the nascent soul hand and approached the sword pillar, Yang Jioding and Xiao Jie's transformed flying swords also slowly rushed out of the sword pillar. The huge flying swords, one green and one red, had a sword light trailing behind them. This sword light was also connected to the sword pillar. In the blink of an eye, the two flying swords entered the giant sword pillar. The two flying swords let out a loud roar and a powerful suction force came from the giant swords, shattering the suction force from the nascent soul hand. At the same time, there was an absolute sharpness within the suction force. As the two flying swords vibrated and flew, an unstoppable force formed at the tips of the two flying swords. This sharp force accelerated as the flying swords shot towards Xiang Ming's nascent soul hand. Chapter 2668. Humph. You're courting death, Xiang Ming sneered. His whole body flashed with the same brilliance. The Dharma power in the Jindan rushed into the hand of the Yuanying. The hand of the Yuanying shook again and even flashed with layers of shadows. The big hand grabbed the two second-grade illusory swords. Rumble, a series of deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The light was dazzling, and the sound was ear-piercing. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia aside, even De Sun, Xiong Huasong, and the others felt a sharp pain in their divine senses. It was as if they had been injured by the green and red sword radiance. Not good. Xiang Ming suddenly exclaimed. With a loud boom, a foot-long gap was blasted open on the thumb of the nascent soul's hand by Yang Jioding and Xiaojie's flying swords. As soon as the gap appeared, it immediately expanded uncontrollably. The entire nascent soul's hand showed signs of collapsing. How could Xiangming dare to be negligent? He tried his best to activate his true yuan. The nascent soul's hand flashed with brilliance, trying to repair the gap. The two flying swords swayed slightly, as if they were preparing to attack. Then, they rushed towards Xiangming again. How dare you! At this time, De Sun's nascent soul's hand had already formed. He snorted coldly and also grabbed at the two flying swords. Unexpectedly, just as De Sun's nascent soul's hand reached out, the two flying swords suddenly turned around and rushed towards Ji Hong, who was the furthest away from Xiangming. Oh no! Ji Hong's nascent soul's hand had already been severely injured in the fight with LV Ruochang. At this time, it had just been summoned. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not as fast as De Sun and Xiangming's, so it had not formed at all. Seeing the two flying swords turn towards her, she immediately had a bad feeling. While Ji Hong tried to activate her nascent soul's hand to block the flying swords, she also hurriedly patted her forehead, preparing to summon her magical weapon. Boom! At this time, the two flying swords suddenly sped up, far faster than before. Before Ji Hong could summon her magical weapon, the two flying swords had already pierced her nascent soul's hand. The two green and red sword radiances twisted together, and the nascent soul's hand was like a broken lantern, splashing brilliance in all directions. It was cut in half by the two sword radiances. That was not all. The sword light did not stop as the nascent soul's hand rumbled and swept towards Ji Hong's body. Ji Hong was almost scared out of her wits. She was only at the early stage of Jindan realm and could barely activate the hand of Yuanying. Previously, when she was fighting with LV Ruochang, her Jindan had already been damaged. Now, she was facing the yin and yang sword light of two second-grade illusory swordsmen. Within the sword light, the yin and yang shackled the spiritual power in her body, and the sharper sword qi cut her vitality into pieces. Instantly, Ji Hong's mind went blank. Even the magic treasure that she had yet to use remained in her body. Fellow Taoist Ji Zhou Qingping from the Thousand-Leaf Ridge shouted anxiously from not far away. Perhaps, this is what Taoist Qian Mo is thinking. Ji Hong knew why she had to follow Xiangming to the center of the yin-yang sword formation. It was because her desire to kill LV Ruochang was too strong that she encouraged Heng Zhao to mobilize hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples to chase after the sword cultivator. If not for this old woman's stubbornness, right now, our Dao sect would definitely be celebrating. Ji Hong's return this time was originally because she had some thoughts. If she could not break this yin-yang sword formation, how could she face the elders of the Clear Leaf sect? However, she never expected that before she could even use one or two of her methods, the sword cultivator's yin-yang sword light would choose her first. And she did not even have the slightest strength to fight back. Forget it. Ji Hong's thoughts changed. She gritted her teeth and wanted to self-destruct to injure Yang Jioding and Xiujia. Unfortunately, she was still too optimistic. Just as she had this thought, the green and red sword light crossed in front of her and pierced through her body. Not even a drop of blood appeared. When the sword light flew away, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept past. With a pang sound, blood splattered everywhere. Ji Hong was actually split into two by the yin-yang sword light. Bitch! Where do you think you're going? Thousand-Leaf Ridge's Zhou Qingping had a good relationship with Ji Hong. Just now, he reminded Ji Hong. At this time, he shouted and urged his nascent soul hand to chase after the two flying swords. I will help you too. Chenfan Valley's Su Zhiqi shouted and also chased after the two flying swords with a faint blue shadow hand. Seeing Ji Hong die, Xiangming was naturally shocked. At the same time, he also urged his nascent soul hand to block the two flying swords. It was as if the two flying swords had no way to escape under the imprisonment of these nascent soul hands. However, it was at this moment that the two flying swords suddenly shattered, transforming into two streaks of light that were even faster than lightning. Furthermore, the place where they were fleeing was not high up in the sky where the nascent soul cultivators had surrounded them. Instead, they rushed into the ground of dragon-slaying slope. What kind of sword cultivation secret technique is this? Xiong Huasong and the others were slightly surprised. Xiong Huasong and De Sun's nascent soul hands had already formed. These two big hands did not block the two flying swords. Instead, they grabbed at the green and red sword pillars from the left and right. The sword chi on the sword pillars tried its best to resist, but the power of the nascent soul hands was too strong. The sword pillars began to shake gradually in the hands of the nascent soul. When Xiang Ming and the others saw Yang Jiuding and Xiujia escape into the ground, they immediately split into two groups. Xiang Ming's big hands grabbed at the green sword pillars, while Zhou Qingping and Su Zhiqi's big hands slapped the ground. However, before the two of them slapped the dragon-slaying slope with their nascent soul hands, they heard a loud moo-moo sound coming from the ground of dragon-slaying slope. It was as if tens of thousands of bulls were crying out in unison. Boom! Just as this loud sound was produced, the two sword pillars began to tremble rapidly again. However, this time, they did not expand, but gradually contracted. In the blink of an eye, two huge swords condensed into the shape of swords and rushed out from the green and red sword pillars. Come! Xiang Ming shouted. His big hands suddenly grabbed the sword pillars that had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Wang! A loud sword cry came out from the sword pillars. Just as Xiang Ming and Xiong Huasong grabbed the red sword pillars, Yang Jiuding's sword light rushed out from the hands of the two nascent souls. Naturally, Xiujia's sword light also rushed out from the hands of De Sun's nascent soul. This doesn't seem to be just the strength of a second-grade illusory swordsman. The three of them were a little shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they noticed the abnormality in the sky. They saw that the exquisite lamp that Meng Changshu had transformed into had expanded several times under the green and red brilliance. The flying swords that Yang Jiuding and Xiujia had transformed into actually rushed out from the sword pillars and flew towards the exquisite lamp. Moreover, the two sword pillars also followed the two sword lights towards the exquisite lamp. Boom! With a loud sound, as if an oil lamp had been lit, the two sword pillars rushed into the exquisite lamp. The entire exquisite lamp emitted a dazzling green and red brilliance. It illuminated the area within a radius of several li. Not good. Seeing such a change, De Sun and the others were surprised and happy. They were happy because the two sword pillars that rushed into the exquisite lamp had lost contact with the green and red sword light in the sky. They had cut off the connection between the yin-yang sword formation's eye and the surroundings. Heng Xiao and the others could easily use their nascent soul hands to break through the formation's edge. But they were shocked because Yang Jiuding, Xiujia and Meng Changshu had done this. They definitely had a powerful backup plan. They would definitely have to use all their strength to deal with it. Perhaps, just as the thought appeared in their minds, the exquisite lamp that Meng Changshu had transformed into began to spin again. Dozens of green and red brilliance flew out from the exquisite lamp at the same time, piercing towards De Sun and the others. Tisk tisk, the sword lights swept past, and the sound of them breaking through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Caw! A phoenix cry rang out. Fairy Hongxia did not dare to hesitate any longer. Her ice phoenix spell body flew out of her body, and the Xiantian primordial water poured out layer after layer, surrounding the space around her. There were dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water, if not hundreds of layers. Fairy Hongxia had discovered that the Xiantian primordial water's defense against the yin-yang sword light was limited, which was why she had racked her brains to come up with a countermeasure. Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the other Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators who were close to Fairy Hongxia did not hesitate as they quickly dodged under the Xiantian primordial water. Boom! The three sword lights hit the Xiantian primordial water. The sword lights shook rapidly within the primordial water, and the dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water were about to break through. Caw! The Ice Phoenix spell body let out a mournful cry. Another sword light hit the left wing of the spell body, and a corner of the left wing was sliced off. Fairy Hongxia also let out a loud cry as her body trembled rapidly. She could no longer control her spell body, and it shrank back into her body. Mingyu and Li Zongbao did not dare to delay as they quickly flew to the left side of Fairy Hongxia, and took out their magic treasures to protect her. At the same time, the Xiantian primordial water that had blocked the three sword lights was naturally kept back into the Ice Phoenix spell body. However, after being protected by so many layers of Xiantian primordial water, the sword lights were much slower, and their power was also much weaker. There was no need for Fairy Hongxia to defend herself. Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the rest who were protecting her worked together to destroy the three sword lights. However, the sword lights were much more powerful than before. The cracks on Mingyu's magic treasure were even larger, and Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip was almost sent flying by the sword lights. With Fairy Hongxia's Xiantian primordial water, Mingyu, Li Zongbao and the rest were lucky. They knew that the Yinyang sword lights that had penetrated dozens of layers of Xiantian primordial water were still so powerful. What about those cultivators who did not have Xiantian primordial water protecting them? At the same time that the sword lights hit Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix spell body, the other Yinyang sword lights attacked Dasun, Xiangming and the rest under the control of the exquisite lamp. Almost at the same time, the Yinyang sword lights hit the talisman in the Yuanying's hand. Like a paper doll being cut by a pair of scissors, an extremely obvious crack appeared on the talisman. Dasun and the rest were already prepared. The magic power in their bodies surged rapidly, and the light on their hands flashed violently. They clenched their fists tightly, trying their best to control the sharpness of the sword lights. Boom! After holding on for only a moment, Zhou Qingping and Su Zhiqi's hands collapsed, and the light was extinguished. After a loud boom, the green-red sword lights, like before, casually intersected with the two's bodies. As their protective golden light was extinguished, the two did not even have the chance to scream, they were dead. Chapter 2669. Two golden core cultivators with protective talismans could not escape from the Yin-Yang sword radiance, much less those without talismans who could not hide under the connate primordial water. Under the two sword radiances, the two golden core cultivators were sliced in half, their corpses falling from the sky. Fortunately, the exquisite lamp could not control much of the Yin-Yang sword radiance. The remaining golden core and foundation establishment cultivators who were not attacked by the Yin-Yang sword radiance fled in all directions. Just as everyone was escaping, the Yin-Yang sword radiance in Xiangming, Dasun and Xionghuasong's hands let out a wail and gradually collapsed. Let's do it together. Seeing this, Dasun didn't care about the three sword cultivators who were gradually revealing themselves as the light of the exquisite lamp faded. He shouted loudly and the three of them grabbed the two sword pillars with their talismans at the same time. It was as if three huge hands were really grabbing the two long flying swords. The green and red sword pillars, which were only as thick as a bowl, shook left and right in the hands of the three huge hands and actually showed signs of collapsing. The exquisite lamp's radiance was cold and lonely. Meng Changshuo's figure appeared. His face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. It was completely out of his control. On his left and right, Xiao Jia and Yang Jiuding's faces were emitting a dark red radiance and the other a dark green radiance. They did not look normal. The situation doesn't look good. Li Ying did not make a move. He flew to the left of Meng Changshuo to protect him and said softly, I'm afraid my yin-yang sword formation can't." Just as Li Ying finished speaking, a faint loud sound came from afar. The four of them looked up and saw that the green and red sword radiance had disappeared. Heng Zhao and company must have defeated the enemy at the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Forget it. Yang Jioding sighed and said, "The talismans of the Dao sect cultivators are too powerful. They are comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's attack. We already expected this before we set up the formation. The three of you have already contributed a lot to the sword domain." Li Ying nodded and said, "This formation has killed tens of thousands of cultivators. We should be proud. Let's go." Meng Changshu looked at the sword pillar that had been shaken by De Sun and the others and said, "The yin-yang sword has been controlled by a nascent soul. It won't be long before the eye of the yin-yang sword array is broken." "How can it be that easy?" Xiao Jie sneered. He opened his mouth and his intrinsic sword rushed out. "Sword friend Xiao Jie." Yang Jioding was shocked. "If you lose this sword, I'm afraid your cultivation will fall to the first grade of the illusory sword realm." "So what if I'm a first-grade illusory sword?" Xiao Jie said coldly, "Even if I fall into the drawing sword realm, I'm still willing." "All right." Yang Jioding clapped his hands and opened his mouth. A small crimson sword flew out and followed Xiao Jie's azure sword into the green and red sword pillar. What was different from before was that Xiao Jie's small azure sword had fallen into the scarlet sword pillar, while Yang Jioding's small scarlet sword had fallen into the azure sword pillar. Rumble! The moment the two small swords entered the sword pillar, there was an explosion. Xiao Jie and Yang Jioding's bodies went limp and they almost collapsed in mid-air. Meng Changshu and Li Ying did not dare to delay. They reached out to support the two of them and ignored the crowd of cultivators as they rushed into the sky. The sword pillar exploded from where the two small swords entered and began to collapse. Even the nascent soul hands of De Sun and the others were unable to stop or restrain it. As the sword pillar fell, the green and red sword beams around the yin-yang sword array also began to collapse and fell along with the sword pillar. "Oh no, dodge!" Seeing this, Xiang Ming immediately shouted. He extended his nascent soul hands and covered an area of 100 feet. De Sun, Xiong Huasong and the rest also understood. Several nascent soul hands flew out and covered an area of 100 feet, protecting Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Even the fleeing Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators hurriedly flew back. In the blink of an eye, the sword pillar completely collapsed and fell into the dragon punishing slope. Following this, the entire dragon punishing slope shook violently, even more than when the sword beams appeared. Seeing tens of thousands of cyan and red sword lights flying out of the ground, those cyan and red flying swords flying out of the yin-yang sword formation also flew out and slapped towards the entire yin-yang sword formation within a radius of tens of miles like a tidal wave. Ah! Ah! Screams of agony rang out incessantly, almost like a purge. Cultivators below the middle stage of Foundation Establishment were unable to withstand the final wave of yin-yang sword chi alone. Another several thousand cultivators fell. After the miserable shriek sounded, the terrifying green-red sword light that was dozens of miles away had completely disappeared. I'm afraid the yin-yang sword array has been broken by our combined efforts. Xiang Ming, De Sun and the rest retracted their nascent soul hands. Under their protection, the dozens of cultivators following them did not suffer any losses. Even if it's broken. We've also suffered heavy losses. Xiong Huasong's face was gloomy. He knew in his heart that the low-level cultivators who could survive in the yin-yang sword array were few and far between. The sword cultivator had set up this yin-yang sword array with the intention of killing all the cultivators. Quickly, meet up with fellow Daoist Heng Ming and the rest. Xiang Ming instructed a few disciples to collect the corpses of Ji Hong and the rest. With a wave of his hand, he led the group towards the edge of the yin-yang sword array. Although it was only a short few miles, the tragic scene along the way was really unbearable to look at. Not only was the smell of blood in their mouths and noses, but the bloodstains on the ground and the dismembered limbs made one feel as if this was not the human world. In the many years of the Great Tao battle, none of the great arrays were as tragic as this one. Fairy Hongxia's Dharma body was injured by the yin-yang sword beams, and her own body was also injured. Her body flew slightly slower and was almost at the back. Seeing this scene, she could not help but sigh. Our Tao sect cultivators have suffered too many casualties, but that hateful sword cultivator did not even leave behind a corpse. Mingyu and Li Zongbao did not fly too far away and stood guard beside her. Mingyu did not understand Li Zongbao's eagerness. Previously, she had not seen Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia's relationship. However, when she thought of Li Zongbao's reputation in the three kingdoms of cultivation and Fairy Hongxia's beauty, she naturally understood. She smiled and replied, "The sword cultivators are all hiding behind the sword array. Even if they were killed by us, their corpses would not be exposed in the sword array. Furthermore, the sword array does not only depend on one's strength, it also depends on one's luck. Everything else aside, if not for Marshal Niece Hongxia's Xiantian primordial water, Marshal Niece Zongbao and I would have died too." Fairy Hongxia's expression darkened as she said softly, "I naturally understand what Marshal Aunt Mingyu is saying. Although I am a little disgusted by this battle, seeing the corpses everywhere, I can't help but hate the sword cultivators. I can't wait to kill them all. I can't wait to see the corpses of sword cultivators everywhere. Only then can I quench the hatred in my heart." Li Zongbao's expression was still indifferent as he looked straight ahead. He did not participate in the conversation between the two. Mingyu looked at Li Zongbao and said softly, "Marshal Niece Zongbao, you are famous in this battle and have killed countless sword cultivators. Do you have such thoughts?" "All right, Marshal Aunt understands." Li Zongbao replied indifferently, "Under the Great Tao, all are ants. In the great battle, all are vengeful spirits. If I don't kill the sword cultivators will kill me. There's no other way." "Thank you, Senior Li." Fairy Hongxia understood Li Zongbao's words and said softly. Mingyu felt that this was a good opportunity and wanted Li Zongbao to talk more with Fairy Hongxia. However, Fairy Hongxia did not say anything else after a "thank you." Li Zongbao's expression was even colder. Mingyu could not help but sigh. However, before she could think about it, Mingyu frowned and said, "The sword array is filled with the corpses of our Tao sect cultivators. Why don't the surviving disciples collect the corpses? Now that the sword array has been destroyed, even if there were hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, they would not dare to face hundreds of thousands of cultivators directly, right? Marshal Aunt Mingyu." Li Zongbao glanced at the expression on Mingyu's face and explained, "According to my master, this array has more than one layer. If we collect the corpses now, there will be enough space for the sword cultivators to set up the array. We might as well do it in one go." "What? There's still a sword array?" Mingyu did not think as far as Hang Hang and the rest. She could not help but cry out. Li Zongbao laughed bitterly in his heart, but there was no change in his expression as he replied, "Everything is just a guess. Now, it's time to uncover the mystery." Mingyu looked ahead doubtfully. They had returned from the dragon-slaying slope. Although their flying speed was not slow, it could not be compared to the disciples who had been advancing towards the west side of the sword array. After the yin-yang sword array was destroyed, they had rushed out of the yin-yang sword array like a tidal wave and had long disappeared. The yin-yang sword array is already so powerful. Sword cultivators, what other tricks do they have? Fairy Hongxia's face showed a trace of fear. If it was anyone else, even if it was Mingyu, Li Zongbao might not answer this question. But Fairy Hongxia was Kai Wuxia's sister and Xiao Hua's lover. Li Zongbao had to answer. Black Sky Sect's martial uncle Xiong Huasong was able to set up the 10-direction annihilation array. The magic within is far beyond my imagination. I believe that sword cultivator LV Ruochang might not lose to martial uncle Xiong. For a moment, everyone was silent. LV Ruochang had led tens of thousands of swordsmen to destroy the golden annihilation array. This had long changed everyone's impression of sword cultivators as barbaric. The yin-yang sword array just now would no longer be looked down upon. Just at this moment, the rumbling sound rose again. It was still coming from all directions, and it was pushing towards the direction of dragon-slaying slope. As expected, no one spoke, but this sentence rang in everyone's heart at the same time. Furthermore, everyone's face changed color. Let's go quickly. Mingyu placed her hand on Fairy Hongxia's shoulder and said, "Don't use your powers. I'll bring you along." "Thank you, martial uncle." Fairy Hongxia expressed her gratitude. The three of them increased their speed and flew towards the west side. "Run." The three of them flew for a moment and met a large group of cultivators who were fleeing in panic. Everyone was panicking and had long lost their formation when they were fleeing. There were even a few cultivators who were shouting loudly. Chapter 2670. Shut up. Li Zongbao raised the immortal piercing whip in his hand and shouted, "We are all Dao sect cultivators. Even if we fall into the sword array of a sword cultivator, we must remain calm. How can you make such a big fuss? Senior brother Li." Hearing Li Zongbao's shout, everyone turned around. Seeing that it was Li Zongbao who had killed Qin Jian, they were all overjoyed. "All of you, don't panic. Just focus on defending the formation. Even if there is a sword array, there will be a golden core stage elder to break it." Li Zongbao said calmly, "The yin-yang sword array was already so powerful and all of you managed to escape unscathed. Even if there is a sword array, what can it do to us? Now that all of you are in such a mess, even if the elders break the array, all of you will not be able to escape." "That's right, senior brother Li is right." Some of the foundation establishment stage elders heard and shouted, urging the scattered cultivators to get back into formation. In fact, everyone understood the logic behind Li Zongbao's words. These late foundation establishment old men could also say it, but unfortunately, not many people would listen. Now that Li Zongbao was standing there like a white jade pillar supporting the heavens, his words were even more effective than the words of 100 late foundation establishment old men. That steady aura slowly spread out, and the tremors in the distance were no longer as frightening as before. "All of you advance in an orderly manner. If you encounter a sword cultivator's attack, you can use the array to attack. Do not try to be a hero and face the sword chi alone." Li Zongbao reminded again, "I will follow the golden core stage elders to the edge of the array and see if we can find any loopholes." "Thank you senior brotherly for breaking the array." All the cultivators, regardless of which sect they were from, shouted. All of you protect yourselves well." Li Zongbao nodded slightly and gave Mingyu a look. The two of them increased their speed again. Mingyu saw that Li Zongbao was commanding the troops well and calmly, and was able to stabilize the morale of the troops better than a golden core cultivator like herself. She could not help but feel happy for Fairy Hongxia. However, in Mingyu's eyes, Fairy Hongxia's performance was not as she had imagined. As Mingyu and the others flew, they encountered more and more disciples. Most of these disciples stopped respectfully in mid-air. However, there were still some disciples who glanced at the three of them without any expression on their faces. It was as if in this critical moment, they could only rely on themselves. What golden core? What masters? They were all useless. Mingyu and the rest did not mind. In the face of danger, everyone's life were their own lives. Even if a nascent soul cultivator could not protect a low-level disciple, why should they be so respectful? Xiangming and the others were indeed flying very fast. At this moment, they had already reached the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. There were tens of thousands of cultivators directly facing the edge of the yin-yang sword formation. Their attacks covered an area of several hundred meters, and the intensity of their attacks was also extremely dense. Unfortunately, the yin-yang sword array was formed by hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators and yin-yang swords. LV Ruochang had already considered the methods that the Dao sect cultivators would use to break the array. The array formed by tens of thousands of cultivators was very simple. How could it break the sword array? Before Heng Teng arrived and Xiangming and the others destroyed the array core, the attacks of the tens of thousands of cultivators were like scratching an itch. They were completely useless. There were even a few times when the green and red swords rampaged about without restraint. Many mid- and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were unable to dodge in time and were slain by the swords. Although some of the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators had been killed, the group of cultivators facing the sword light had no way of retreating. They could only brace themselves and step over the corpses of their fellow sect members to fight. As a result, the number of high-level Foundation establishment disciples who died here was actually much higher than the number inside the formation. Sigh. Xiangming sighed and glanced at De Sun and Xiong Huasong. Both of them looked terrible as well. De Sun waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Heng Ming and the others are already far away. Let's hurry over." If nothing happens, De Sun had only just spoken when another rumbling sound came from a few kilometers away. This sound was like the beating of a drum, but it was also like a tsunami. Shortly after, the ground shook once more, and an indescribable clamor arose in everyone's hearts. Xiong Huasong narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He said coldly, "LV Ruochang. She is indeed my enemy. Besides the yin-yang sword array, there are other sword arrays. Let's go. I'd like to see how many disciples this sword cultivator has to be able to set up such a huge array." De Sun raised his eyebrows and said in high spirits. His previous depression had long disappeared. Xiangming also came to a realization. He turned to look at the golden core cultivators around him and the tens of thousands of Foundation establishment disciples flying around him. He laughed and said, "That's right. 10 times the amount." LV Ruochang actually set up 2 layers of sword arrays. How many disciples can she have? This second array. I'm afraid it's a bit of a bluff. Sure enough, when everyone listened carefully, although the vibrations and sounds seemed to be coming from all directions, if one were to carefully observe, they would be able to tell that most of the sounds were coming from the west. The sounds from the east, north, and south were much smaller. In fact, the sounds were spreading in 3 directions. "Ha ha ha, little brat from the Dao sect, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." A thunderous voice came from the sky in the distance. At the same time, a figure like an iron tower loomed in the sky. It was unknown if this person's cultivation was high or if it was the effect of the sword array, but the impression that this person gave off was extremely tall and mighty. "Humph, ignorant sword cultivator." Not far from that person, a cold voice sounded. Then, a golden light flew out from the source of the voice. A slender rope about 10 feet long flew into the sky and rushed towards that person like a dragon. "This is fellow Daoist Lu Xinwu's spirit binding chains." Xiangming was very familiar with Lu Xinwu from the Shanghua sect. Once he saw the golden light from the magic treasure, he hurriedly said. While everyone was moving, they looked at the sky anxiously to see how that swordsman would deal with it. But they saw that the spirit-binding chains seemed to have a mind of their own. They flew against the wind and in the blink of an eye, flew in front of that tall swordsman. "Ayaya!" that swordsman cried out in surprise. His blurry figure was revealed. It was a burly man whose body was pitch black from head to toe like charcoal. Following the swordsman's cry of surprise, his body actually staggered, as if he had stepped on something slippery. He was unable to dodge in time and the spirit-binding chains immediately wrapped around his body. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, a few young disciples in the initial stage of foundation establishment could not help but laugh. One of them even said, "Such a clumsy swordsman." However, before this disciple could finish his sentence, he saw that the swordsman's body flashed with an intense black sword light. The sword light also destroyed the spirit-binding chains in an instant. At the same time, the black sword light flashed and spun rapidly around the swordsman's body. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Xinwu knew that he had fallen into the swordsman's trap. At the same time, he knew that things were not going well and hurriedly formed a spell to retract the spirit-binding chains. However, the swordsman's body seemed to have an indescribable suction force. No matter how Lu Xinwu channeled his magic power, the spirit-binding chains could not break free from the black sword light's binding. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The black sword light around the swordsman's body suddenly expanded, like the black quills of a hedgehog. Lu Xinwu immediately lost his connection with the spirit-binding chains. Pa pa pa! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Although the sound was not loud, it was very clear in the sky. A few rays of golden light flew out from the black sword light. The golden light flickered slightly and gradually disappeared. Looking at Lu Xinwu again, his face showed a trace of redness. His eyes were filled with regret as he looked at the spirit-binding chains that had been cut into several pieces. Ha ha ha! The Tao sect's methods are only so. LV Jianyu, you're overthinking. The pitch-black swordsman raised his head and laughed. If it were up to me, why would we need to set up a formation in this sword catacomb? We could just directly kill our way into the three kingdoms of cultivation. Second brother. At this moment, a voice rang out not far from the dark-skinned man. Then, a green sword light flashed, and an extremely thin swordsman, who was like a bamboo pole, appeared. He was dressed in a green sword robe. LV Jianyu's great wisdom is not something you can measure. You've only defeated a mid-golden core cultivator. How can you be so arrogant? Don't embarrass the three-sword sect. Yes, I know my mistake. Although the pitch-black man lowered his head in fear, it was obvious that he did not care. He even arrogantly winked at the group of golden core cultivators. Hang Zhao and the rest were frightened by the green and red sword light. When they saw the swordsman's green sword robe, they could not help but gasp. I am Qing Jian of the three-sword sect. The tall and thin swordsman lowered his head slightly and looked at Hang Zhao and the rest. His face was expressionless, like a block of wood. I am Bai Tianming of the three-sword sect. The pitch-black man shouted loudly. His voice was much louder than Qing Jian's. I am Bai Shun of the three-sword sect. Another voice rang out. It sounded soft, like a female swordsman. But when everyone looked to the left of Qing Jian, where the yellow and red sword light flashed, what appeared was a white and fat male swordsman with a bulging belly. However, this white fatty had a bulging forehead, thin eyebrows, small eyes, and white skin. He really did look like a female cultivator. Congratulations to my fellow Taoists of the Tao sect for breaking out of the yin-yang sword formation. Welcome to the 5 elemental swords formation. Qing Jian said calmly. His tone was filled with mockery. I have been waiting for you all for a long time, but I did not expect you to only break the yin-yang sword formation now. The yin-yang sword formation was set up by the Kuan sword sect and the Taihe sword sect together. You all actually spent so much time. Yes, you even lost so many disciples. This is really beyond my expectations. Chapter 2671. It's just a bullshit yin-yang sword formation. It's as easy as blowing off dust for us. Hearing Qing Jian's ridicule, Hang Teng couldn't help but get angry. your 5-element sword formation is just a copy of my Dao sect's 5-element sword formation. What's there to be proud of? Is that so? Bai Tianming laughed and waved his hand. A pitch-black sword light flew out as he shouted, "Come, come, come. I'll fight you one-on-one. Second brother." Without waiting for Heng Teng to reply, Qing Jian berated, "The Dao sect's brats don't know any better. Why are you following suit? The one who set up the formation, fellow Sword Shao, hasn't even reported his name. How can you start fighting?" Hearing this, Heng Teng's nose almost became crooked from anger. "Huh, that's right. We haven't even met with the Dao sect's cultivators. How can this formation be activated?" About 300 meters away from Qing Jian and the others, there was another flash of white sword light. A sword cultivator wearing a white sword robe appeared, and beside him was a female swordsman wearing an aqua-blue sword robe. "I'm Xiao Jinding of the Sword Cauldron Sword Sect. Greetings to everyone from the Dao sect. There were some flaws in the sword formation just now, so I went to check it out. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." As he spoke, the swordsman named Xiao Jinding actually cupped his hands and bowed politely. "I'm Luo Shuilan of the Flowing Water Sword Manor." Although the female swordsman was smiling like a flower, with blue sword light flashing around her body, she didn't speak much. She only spoke one sentence before stopping. "Cut the crap." Lu Xinwu said coldly, "Let me see what kind of trash your 5-element sword formation is." This is Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Flower Sect. Xiao Jinding's face revealed a trace of astonishment. "Your Splendid Flower Sect is one of the top sects in the country of Xi. Why, are you so lacking in etiquette? Who said that the 5-element sword formation was set up by only 5 sword sects? We waited patiently here and didn't try to kill you. You call yourself the orthodox Daoist, but you don't have the patience to wait for the masters of the sword formation to appear? You." Lu Xinwu's nose was even more crooked than Heng Teng's. "Fellow Daoist Lu. Don't be anxious, don't be confused, calm your heart." Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect hurriedly shouted, "This is the swordsman's trick to confuse us. He wants us to fall into his trap. We'll just wait for them to put on a show." "That's right." Lu Xinwu's heart skipped a beat. He nodded at Yuan Zhongyu and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I am a little impatient. Tell the disciples." Heng Li sent a voice transmission in a low voice. "Set up an attack formation and charge to the west at any time. This old man is Qishan Meng Fan." In midair, there was an inexplicable fluctuation. Suddenly, a short and fat old man appeared. This old man looked very old. His hair and beard were snow-white, and the top of his head was shiny. There was only a circle of hair around his head, which looked similar to a circle of beard. Looking at the old man's face again, he was very plain, no different from an ordinary farmer in the secular world. However, it was very similar to his name, Ordinary. This old man is Liao Ke of the 7 Spiritual Mountains. A high-pitched chirp of a bird resounded in the sky. A 5-colored light flew over from afar and entered everyone's field of vision in the blink of an eye. However, the light stopped about 1,000 feet away from everyone. Each of them was tall and skinny. Their eyes were slender and long. Their eyebrows were slanted to their temples. Their thin lips were slightly trembling under their tall noses. Their voices shook the surroundings. This swordsman looks a little similar to Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao and the rest flew closer and could see clearly. Li Zongbao could not help but feel surprised. He could not help but look at Fairy Hongxia. Even Fairy Hongxia was slightly stunned. However, she immediately frowned. Although this person was not Xiao Hua, there were some similarities between his eyebrows, especially that pair of phoenix eyes. However, this Liao Ke's eyes were full of arrogance. They were far from Xiao Hua's calm and amiable eyes. It could only be said that they were similar, and could not be said to be similar. Good heavens, seeing the appearance of the 7 swordsmen, Heng Feng and the rest could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The previous yin-yang sword formation only had 4 second-grade illusory swordsmen. Now, there were actually 7 of them in the 5 elements sword formation. This meant that the 5 elements sword formation was even more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. The yin-yang sword formation had killed more than half of the Dao Sect's Foundation establishment middle stage cultivators and more than half of the Qi refinement stage cultivators. What about the 5 elements sword formation? Xiong Huasong, Liao Ke said coldly, I heard that you are an expert in Black Sky Sect's formations. The 10 Directions Annihilation formation that LV Jianyu was trapped in was your work. To tell you the truth, this 5 elements sword formation is really much more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. The heavens are virtuous, and I do not wish for too many cultivators to be buried here. If you know what's good for you, all of you should surrender. When my sword domain's sword transformation senior and your Dao Sect's nascent soul masters arrive, all of you will be able to return safely to the 3 cultivation countries. Although your reputation will be damaged, it is still 100 times better than dying here, right? Liao Ke's words were even more powerful than the yin-yang sword formation. In an instant, he had broken the bottom line of many low-level foundation establishment and Qi refinement stage cultivators. That's right, we will fight to the end. Although we will die, but who will remember us? Rather than that, why not surrender and return to our homeland after the war? Although our reputation is a little bad, we can still look forward to the great Tao. It is still better than cutting off our cultivation path. All right. Many cultivators were muttering like this. Ha ha ha, Heng Feng flew a few feet forward and laughed loudly. You sword cultivators do not cultivate and do not know the power of the heavenly Tao. You are just making a fool of yourselves here. Not to mention that Tao cultivators are natural enemies. Will the cultivators who surrender be able to wait until the end of the war? Even if the cultivators who surrender are able to return to their sects alive, their Tao heart will be damaged and they will have inner demons on their cultivation path. How can they improve when the Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall? How can they improve? Rather than having inner demons in their hearts and not being able to cultivate the great Tao, why not be magnanimous and walk the path of killing sword cultivators to the end? If they die, and their names go down in history. If they live, they can wash away their worries and their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Are there no records of this in the records of the various sects? After the war, who knows how many cultivators have their realms and cultivations improved greatly? How can we Tao sect cultivators be short-sighted people like you who do not wait for the heavenly Tao? When Heng Feng said this, many cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been enlightened, and many cultivators' foreheads were even covered in sweat. Liao Ke's words were not wrong, but he was a sword cultivator after all. How would he know about the Tao sect's cultivation? Heng Feng's words were even more correct. Unless the cultivator did not want to cultivate anymore and only wanted to escape with his life, then he should surrender. Otherwise, the inner demons would exist in his cultivation for the rest of his life. If he did not have a great opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of them. And such a great opportunity would probably be even more difficult than surviving the war of Tao cultivators. However, those who were enlightened naturally had the ability to comprehend. Those who did not could only sneer in their hearts and take Heng Feng's words as a form of encouragement. Huh, what heavenly Tao! What great Tao! Bai Shun laughed loudly. He actually formed an orchid shape with his fingers and pointed at Heng Feng. Now that there is no life, there is only the Tao of life and death. There was actually a kind of charm in the plump, fair man's eyes. It was even more beautiful than Luo Shuilan's. Let's go, Heng Feng could not be bothered to say anything else. He waved his hand and secretly transmitted his voice. Instantly, the group of late Foundation establishment stage disciples around Heng, as well as a dozen early Oris core stage cultivators, all moved and flew towards the west. Heng Feng and the rest had already broken through the boundary of the yin-yang sword formation. However, they did not see the disciples outside the formation. Naturally, they knew that they had already died at the hands of Dao cultivators. They had long been anxious to leave this place. Now that they had received Heng Feng's orders, they all activated their dermic powers and wanted to rush out of the five-element sword formation that had yet to be activated. Ha ha ha, I heard that Dao cultivators are all knowledgeable people. Previously, they did not wait for their masters to arrive before speaking. Now, they want to leave without even waiting for their masters to speak. Really? I don't know what to say. Xiao Jinding covered his mouth and laughed. He looked very refined and was not worried about the cultivators escaping far. They are in a hurry to die. Qing Jian said coldly. Big brother, we. Bai Tianming was about to say something when suddenly, Heng Feng, Yuan Zhongyu, and the rest moved at the same time. They clapped their hands together and the talismans that they had flaunted earlier appeared once again. Several brilliant rays of light flashed and countless powerful hurricanes were born. Combine! Qing Jian shouted when he saw this. Green sword light flashed around his body and a sprout-like sprout was born from his sword light. As the sword light flashed, the sprout-like sprout grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a towering tree. Moreover, the tree did not stop growing. It grew bigger and taller again. Wang! A sword hum could be heard coming from the tree. The entire tree had turned into an incomparably huge sword. When Qing Jian turned into a sword, the other four Dao cultivators did not stop. Bai Tianming let out a roar. A pitch-black sword light rushed out and surrounded his iron tower-like body. Gradually, his body transformed into an iron tower. Moreover, this iron tower was in a quadrangular shape. The scattered sword qi condensed into strands of dust that resembled smoke. Bai shun softly and bashfully, like a mortal girl undressing. She covered her face with her hands and the yellow-green sword light on her hands continued to shoot out, completely covering her. With a loud bang, the sword light turned into sparks. A pillar-like huge sword surrounded by flames appeared in the air. A look of disdain appeared in Xiao Jinding's eyes. It was as if he despised Heng Ming and the others for not declaring war. However, he did not hesitate. He crossed his hands and a silver-white brilliance appeared in his hands. As he rubbed it on his arm, the silver-white brilliance overflowed and enveloped his entire body. Chapter 2672. Bang! The sound of a golden drum rang out, and Xiao Jinding's body gradually disappeared. A long sword that resembled a spear appeared in the air. The only woman among the 7 swordsmen was Luo Shuilan. Her movements were the smallest. She waved her hand, and a blue sword light rose up like a ladle and sprinkled on top of her head. Hua! The sound of water gushing out was like a fountain. Countless sword lights rushed out from the source of the sound, and flew straight up to a height of several feet. Along with the flickering of these sword lights, Luo Shuilan's figure also disappeared. The sword lights were like sparkling water droplets, shining with an extremely beautiful blue light. It was several times more beautiful than Luo Shuilan's. The moment the 5 giant swords appeared, they also absorbed the 5 elements spiritual qi from 100 zhang radius like a whale swallowing water. The sharpness of the sword qi and the restrictive power of the sword lights were not much inferior to the yuanying hands of Heng Heng and the rest. Kill Liao Ke and ordinary first. Xiong Huasong immediately reminded everyone when he saw that the 5 of them had all transformed into swords. Ha ha ha. Liao Ke sneered as a 5-colored brilliance flashed around his body. In an instant, Liao Kei's body slowly elongated amidst the brilliance and 5-colored feathers appeared on his head. Furthermore, a pair of wings that were several feet in size slowly extended from Liao Kei's ribs as the brilliance flashed. A multicolored peacock slowly revealed its figure. Liao Kei flapped his wings slightly. As the 5-colored light and the feathers on his wings trembled, the 5-element spiritual qi within 100 zhang radius became chaotic. The yuanying hands that were absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stopped at the same time, and the light trembled. Not good. Heng and the rest seemed to have a bad premonition. They seemed to know what this splitting-edge 5-element sword formation was. Attack! Yuan Zhongyu and the rest activated their spirit talismans, sending the power from their golden dawn into them. At the same time, they tried their best to take out their magical treasures, wanting to kill Liao Kei before the 5 giant swords could take action. They wanted to prevent the formation from activating. Everyone rushed towards Liao Kei, leaving Ordinary to the side. However, Ordinary was extremely ordinary. There was no light around him, nor was there any fluctuation. Not even a trace of sword light could be seen. Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that was like a hurricane also disappeared when it hit Ordinary's body. All of a sudden, Ordinary disappeared. He had disappeared into the hurricane. His disappearance did not attract the attention of any cultivators. However, a few moments later, Ordinary reappeared 1,000 feet away from the group of cultivators. However, the current Ordinary was different from before. Ordinary's originally short stature became even shorter. His entire body slowly elongated. Under the rising sun, Ordinary actually transformed into a flat disc that was a few feet in size. This disc was a little strange. It looked like it was made of metal but not metal. It looked like wood but not wood. There was no light on it. It was early in the morning, and there were some pitter-patter of raindrops. However, when these raindrops fell on the disc, they did not stop. Instead, they penetrated it as if there was nothing there. Only when the warm sunlight shone on it did it emit some light. This light was not sword light, but more like fluorescent light. This fluorescent light spots looked like starlight. These starlight spots rotated mysteriously, and their color gradually deepened. The 5 giant swords seemed to let out a sword hum at the same time. They flew into the air and flew towards Liao Kei. Quick, stop them! Xiang Ming shouted without hesitation. The 5 flying swords flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Liao Kei's 5-colored peacock. However, to Xiang Ming and Xiong Huasong's surprise, the 5 flying swords swept past Liao Kei's 5-colored peacock without stopping at all. We've been tricked. When Heng Xiao and the rest looked in the direction of the flying swords, they saw the disc that was a few feet in size in the air, slowly rotating under the sunlight. The 5 flying swords rushed to the bottom of the disc, and 5 sword qi rushed out. The flying swords directly covered the disc. Wang! The disc let out a huge rumbling sound, and as if it had eaten a large amount of spirit grass, it rapidly expanded. Whoosh! When the disc became a few dozen feet in size, the 5 flying swords rushed up and pierced the 5 edges of the disc. Peng! Just as the 5 flying swords came into contact with the disc, countless tiny sword flashes shot out from the disc. It was as if countless meteors were flying in all directions, trapping all the cultivators within the meteors. 5 planets disc? Xiong Huasong was the first to realize that something was amiss. He shouted in shock, this. How did it end up in Han country? 5 planets disc? Is it the core of the legendary 5 planets reversal star array? When Heng Xiao and the rest heard this, they were also shocked. The so-called 5 planets reversal array was a legendary ancient killing array. It had long been lost on the Dawn Rain continent. The cultivators of the Tao sect had only grown up listening to stories of how this array had killed powerful cultivators. How could they not be shocked when they heard that the Dharma artifact that had fused with Ordinary's body was the core of this array? If I'm not wrong, it should be this. Xiong Huasong naturally knew more about array formations than Heng Zhao and the rest. He had some impression of something that had long been annihilated, but he didn't dare to be sure. This guy is the key to this 5-element splitting blade array. At this point, even if Xiang Ming didn't say it, who wouldn't know? The few golden core cultivators immediately abandoned Liao Ke and used their half-formed nascent soul hands to attack the 5 planets' disk. Wang 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 wang, the humming of the swords grew louder and louder. The entire 5 elements disk began to rotate violently, and the 5 huge flying swords also began to rotate. As the 5 elements planetary disk rotated, more and more meteors shot out from it, almost covering the entire 5 elements planetary disk. The meteor emitted an extremely dazzling sword light, and the whistling sword energy pierced through the air. It simply charged aimlessly towards the entire 5-element sword formation. Heng Zhao and the rest's nascent soul hands approached Ordinary with great difficulty. The closer they got, the more sword light shot out. Furthermore, the astrolabe and the 5 flying swords had almost merged into one, forming a colorless ball of light. The powerful sealing force of the several nascent soul stage cultivators did not seem to have any effect on the ball of light. In fact, the omnipresent sword chi was constantly neutralizing the nascent soul stage cultivators' hands and preventing them from getting closer. Heng Zhao and the rest's expressions changed slightly. This was the hand of a nascent soul. The reason why they dared to face a third-grade illusory swordsman was because they knew that the hand of a nascent soul could destroy an illusory sword and was their guarantee of survival. But now, there were only 6 second-grade illusory swordsmen, and they were actually able to resist the hands of several nascent soul cultivators. How were they going to fight back? At this moment, a shocking bird cry rang out. Liao Ke, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly flapped his wings again, and the 5-colored light shot into the sky. Wu, below everyone, the ground that had suddenly stopped trembled again, and cracks appeared like when the yin-yang sword array was activated. Oh no! Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were lucky survivors of the yin-yang sword array. How could they not know how powerful it was? They hurriedly stabilized their bodies and activated the simple array, preparing to receive the attack of the sword array. Unexpectedly, from the cracks on the ground, the 5-colored sword light shot out. These sword lights did not attack the cultivators, but instead, they shot straight into the sky. Even the sword lights below the cultivators did not directly attack them. This is. Before the crowd of cultivators could react, the tens of thousands of sword lights collided with the meteors shot out by the 5-colored ball of light high up in the sky. Crackle, the sound of frying beans filled the entire sword array, and it did not stop. An unbelievable scene appeared in front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. All the sword lights exploded with the sound, turning into countless fragments of light. The fragments of light floated in the air, sparkling and translucent. Moreover, each of the light spots had a different color. There were red, silver, black, blue, and even green. They complemented each other beautifully, making for an incomparably dazzling sight. Seeing how beautiful the 5-element sword array was, all the cultivators were puzzled. Oh no, it's the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was stunned for a moment, someone immediately sensed that something was wrong. Although the scene was so beautiful, the sparkling fragments of light were absorbing different types of heaven and earth spirit chi. Wherever the fragments of light covered, the heaven and earth spirit chi would be completely absorbed by the fragments of light, leaving not even a trace behind. Even near the nascent soul's hand, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was nowhere to be seen. Although the nascent soul's hand was powerful, it was few in number. How could it compare to the omnipresent fluorescent light? Not good. Xiong Huasong and the rest finally understood the power of the five-element sword array. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the array was absorbed by the sword lights. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Tao sect, where could they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? How could they fight against sword cultivators? After understanding the mystery behind this, Heng Ju and the others' backs were drenched in sweat. They were all shocked by LV Ruochang's calculations. Of course, the yin-yang sword array could kill Qi refinement stage cultivators, and the five-element sword array could kill foundation establishment stage cultivators. Then, what would happen after the five-element sword array? It would probably be a sword array that could kill golden core cultivators? Quick, kill this bastard! Heng Feng and De Sun shouted. The golden cores in their dantians were surging, and they did not dare to hold back their true essence. They did not care whether or not they could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the sword array. They poured their dermic powers into the nascent soul's hand. Woo! The nascent soul's hand indeed let out a roar and flashed with brilliance. Several waves of restrictive power increased once again and enveloped the five-element sword array. How can it be so simple? Liao Kei's voice rang out. It was very arrogant. As Liao Kei flew, the five-element sword array flashed with brilliance. As it flapped with all its might, an extremely large amount of fluorescent light surged into the nascent soul's hand. Pa! The first sound came from somewhere, but it was no longer important. Following that, the sound of explosions rang out everywhere. Chapter 2673. Right in front of Li Zongbao, several fluorescent lights suddenly exploded. From one of the fluorescent lights, a small sword about 3 inches long suddenly flew out, stabbing towards Li Zongbao's face at an even faster speed than the lightless shadow. The most frightening thing was that from the other fluorescent lights, small swords of various colors also flew out, stabbing towards Li Zongbao without any sign or direction. Not good. Although Li Zongbao had been on guard for a long time, when he saw such a strange situation, he was still somewhat unprepared. The immortal piercing whip in his hand was swung out without hesitation. Fortunately, Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip was usually in his hand and didn't need to be used. Unlike some of the nearby cultivators, who habitually took out their magic treasures and waited until the light of their magic treasures dimmed before suddenly realizing that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth inside the sword formation had long been absorbed by the fluorescent lights and was used to transform into flying swords. As the immortal piercing whip was swung, a string of whip shadows flew out, protecting Li Zongbao's body and knocking away several flying swords. At this time, miserable screams were heard one after another from the nearby cultivators, all of whom were pitiful cultivators who couldn't defend themselves in time after taking out their magic treasures and being stabbed by the flying swords. These miserable screams were obviously more frequent than the yin-yang sword formation. The surviving qi refining cultivators were no longer lucky. Their flying yellow talismans, defensive yellow talismans, and magic treasures all relied on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the outside world. The true qi in their bodies was simply insufficient to support them. The sparkling sword lights had taken away all the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, cutting off their escape route. Moreover, although these flying swords looked very small, the sword qi inside them was extremely sharp. Even if the qi refining cultivators could block the first sword light, it would be difficult for them to dodge the second sword light. When the third and fourth sword light arrived without any warning, no ordinary qi refining cultivator could stand in mid-air. Since the aura refining cultivators were forced into such desperate straits, the early stage and mid-stage foundation establishment disciples weren't any better off either. Amidst this chaotic sword formation, they were only able to resist for a short moment. Once they let down their guard, a flying sword would appear out of nowhere and slash into their bodies. Li Zongbao was like this. He had just knocked away several flying swords and was about to raise his hand to block a flying sword that was slanting towards his neck. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance rose from under his feet. Almost without thinking, he quickly dodged. With a whoosh, a water-blue sword light flew past his armpit. That powerful sword chi penetrated his body's defense, causing the brilliance around his body to flash continuously. Smack! Li Zongbao didn't even have time to take in a breath of cold air. He hastily swung his immortal piercing whip again, knocking away the flying sword that was still stabbing towards his back. However, right at this moment, another unexpected event occurred. The flying sword had just touched Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip when it exploded once more with a cracking sound. Over a dozen even smaller flying swords shot towards Li Zongbao from all directions. Not good. Li Zongbao hastily activated his true core strength. While his right hand waved the immortal piercing whip to block the flying swords, his left hand released a defensive magic art. Crack! Li Zongbao's defense had just taken shape when the round shield was destroyed by two flying swords. Even the immortal piercing whip was only able to knock down several flying swords. There were still several flying swords of different colors that rushed towards Li Zongbao's body. Li Zongbao was greatly alarmed. He was now a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment. If even he couldn't dodge these flying swords, how could others dodge them? Li Zongbao hastily swung his sleeve. Similar to Xiao Hua's Heaven and Earth sleeve, it was the Utmost Happiness faction's cuff restriction. In an instant, it covered the several flying swords. Naturally, Li Zongbao's cuff restriction was far inferior to Xiao Hua's Heaven and Earth sleeve. However, the Utmost Happiness faction's magic art was also unique. Puff! Puff! Li Zongbao's Taoist robe was pierced by several flying swords, but the flying swords had already dimmed a lot. Li Zongbao merely waved the immortal piercing whip and immediately knocked down the flying swords. Li Zongbao could clearly see that even though the sword light was shot down, the sword light had turned into even more sparks and scattered in the air like the starlight from before. It could turn back into a sword at any time to assassinate a cultivator. Splitting Edge 5 Elemental Sword Formation. It really lives up to its name. At this moment, Li Zongbao was really convinced. This sword formation was definitely not inferior to the Golden Destruction formation. While Li Zongbao was struggling to deal with it, high up in the sky, the nascent soul hands that Heng Zhao and the others had sent out were also in trouble. The nascent soul hands were extremely powerful, but they also required a lot of heaven and earth spiritual qi. The 5 elemental sword fragments absorbed all the heaven and earth spiritual qi nearby, making it difficult for the nascent soul hands to form. Furthermore, under Liao Kei's control, an extremely large number of sword light fragments exploded around the nascent soul's hands. The hundreds and thousands of flying swords stabbed towards them like maggots. Although the nascent soul's hands had the power to restrain, under the impact of the flying swords, they gradually loosened. Even the talismans in the nascent soul's hands were attacked by the flying swords. Heng Zhao and the other golden core cultivators had a protective golden light around their bodies. When the flying swords hit them, they only flashed with golden light and could not really hurt their bodies. However, such an endless attack also consumed their dermic powers. Therefore, the golden core cultivators who were supporting the nascent soul hands could not free themselves to cast any spells to attack the 5 elements planetary disk. Of course, other than Heng Zhao and the other golden core cultivators who had spiritual talismans, there were many other golden core cultivators. These cultivators also took out their own dermic treasures and wanted to attack the 5 elements planetary disk. However, the flying swords were shooting out from the 5 elements planetary disk. The golden core cultivators could not get close to the 5 elements planetary disk and were immediately attacked by hundreds of flying swords. While the cultivators were protecting themselves, how could they really get close to the 5 elements planetary disk? What should we do now? Heng Zhao was a little anxious. He clearly knew that as long as they formed their nascent soul hands and restrained the five elements planetary disk, the five element swords that were everywhere in the sword formation would disappear. However, the nascent soul hands could not do anything. It was not just spiritual talismans. Without the five elements spiritual qi, all the dermic spells and dermic treasures of the Tao sect were useless. It was not that Heng Zhao had not considered the possibility of the sword formation blocking the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, sword cultivators also needed spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If sword cultivators did not use spiritual qi of heaven and earth, their flying swords were just decorations. However, Heng Zhao had never imagined that sword cultivators would use such a method of encroachment, using countless tiny flying swords to snatch spiritual qi of heaven and earth from other cultivators. This method, even if Heng Zhao racked his brains, he would not be able to think of it. It's this thing. Just as Heng Zhao was at a loss of what to do, a ray of blue light in the distance attracted his attention. His eyes lit up and he had an idea. Heng Zhao was looking in the direction of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's cultivation was indeed impressive. Although he could not use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth outside his body, he could not completely defend against the flying swords with just the true essence in his body and the immortal piercing whip. Finally, he was hit by a few flying swords. Fortunately, Li Zongbao had a protective dermic treasure, so the flying swords were easily blocked. However, he knew that this protective dermic treasure was his last line of defense. Without true essence replenishment, his bottom line would be lowered every time the flying swords hit him. Therefore, he waved the immortal piercing whip with all his might to block the flying swords. And the flying swords were like locusts, inexhaustible. In fact, the flying swords that he shattered could still transform into flying swords. Such an endless cycle would cause even a nascent soul cultivator to eventually run out of true essence, right? Just as he was in a predicament, a ray of blue light flashed by. Just as he looked up, he immediately felt his heart tremble. Li Zongbao knew that this was Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water. When he retracted his gaze, the thin layer of primordial water wrapped around him. At this moment, other than Fairy Hongxia, Mingyu, Ji Mingxiu, and the rest were all within the primordial water. Many thanks. Li Zongbao said calmly. He had wanted to protect Fairy Hongxia on account of Xiao Hua and Kaixuoxia. Who would have thought that he would be protected by Fairy Hongxia again and again? Connate primordial water. Li Zongbao immediately thought of the method Xiao Hua used to kill Qin Jian. He thought to himself, this item must have been given to Fairy Hongxia by Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia's Xiantian primordial water was indeed effective. Although it was only a thin layer, all the tiny swords that dashed over could no longer maintain the shape of flying swords when they were not covered by the primordial water. Once again, they turned into tiny specks of light and disappeared into the primordial water. Connate item. Impressive indeed. Li Zongbao sighed. Suddenly, his heart lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister Hongxia, open up a small gap in the primordial water." Although Fairy Hongxia did not understand why, she still did it anyway. Master and disciple were truly of one heart. When Li Zongbao looked up at the invincible five-colored ball of light in the sky, Heng Heng's gaze also fell on it. Although Heng Heng did not say anything, his gaze met with Li Zongbao's. Li Zongbao understood his master's thoughts. He turned around and said, "Junior sister Hongxia, in this five-element splitting-edge sword formation, everything will be attacked by the five-element swords. Connate items are an exception. Connate primordial water, connate primordial fire, connate primordial wood, connate primordial gold and connate primordial earth can all counter this sword formation. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, there are many who have such encounters. However, looking around us, we have yet to see such a person. Only junior sister has this connate primordial water. Therefore, to break this formation and save the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples, it all depends on junior sister. This. Fairy Hongxia was slightly taken aback. She did not expect that the heavy responsibility of saving hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples would fall on her shoulders. Of course, Fairy Hongxia was also an outstanding person. She knew that this was a great opportunity. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "I will follow Senior Brother Li's instructions." "Good. Follow me." Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Chapter 2674. Senior Brother Li. Ji Mingxiu said anxiously, "The swordsmen who set up the array are all grade 2 illusory swords. Now that they have transformed into flying swords, how can Foundation establishment disciples like us withstand their attacks? Why don't Senior Sister Hongxia hand over the connate primordial water to the Golden Core Masters?" Li Zongbao nodded and looked at Fairy Hongxia. "That works too, as long as Junior Sister Hongxia is willing to part with it for the time being." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. If the connate primordial water was in the mist-tide pearl, it would be fine no matter what. However, she had already sent the mist-tide pearl into her ice phoenix body. Even if she wanted to take it out, she could not. "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I can't take it out. I can only control it myself." Fairy Hongxia shook her head. "All right, Hongxia, you can go now. I'll be responsible for the safety of Mingxiu and the rest for now." Mingyu took out her magic treasure Mingyu and said softly, "Thank you, Martial Aunt Mingyu." Fairy Hongxia looked into the distance and said, "There's a crimson-red glow over there and an azure-blue glow over there. It must be the Xiantian primordial fire and primordial water. If Martial Uncle has the time, you can head over and search for it." "Thank you, Martial Aunt Mingyu. I'll immediately report to Master and send more Golden Core Masters to look for disciples who have connate primordial water to refine magic treasures." Li Zongbao said hurriedly. "Let's go." Seeing Fairy Hongxia release a corner of the connate primordial water, Mingyu waved her hand and led the group away. After Mingyu and the rest flew away, Fairy Hongxia activated the connate primordial water to protect herself and Li Zongbao as she flew into the sky. How could the Golden Core Masters not know what Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water meant? They were all overjoyed. Xiang Ming even shouted, "Martial niece Hongxia, you are the main contributor to breaking this array. Not only will my Rinsing Flower sect record your merit, even the dozens of sects in the Three Kingdoms will have to be grateful to you." Only Xiong Huasong frowned and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please hold off these annoying flying swords. I'll discuss this with my martial niece." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong." Heng Zhao knew that he and the others were inferior to Xiong Huasong in terms of array formations, so he naturally activated his golden core again. His dermic powers surged out and supported the nascent soul hand once again. Even Liao Ke, who was flapping his wings to activate the 5-elemental firefly fragment, had a slight change in expression. Although the splitting-edge 5-elemental sword array had ordinary as the array core, with the azure sword and the other 5-elemental flying swords as support to activate the array, Liao Ke was also an extremely important figure. He was a mutated peacock bird cultivator and was adept at conjuring the 5-elemental spirit chi. Ordinary and company were the array core and had no time to fend for themselves, so Liao Ke was responsible for defending and protecting the array core. Although there were dozens of Golden Core cultivators among the Dao sect cultivators earlier, these Golden Core cultivators had been caught off guard and were unable to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hence, they had been suppressed and attacked by the 5-element broken fireflies. On the other hand, Liao Ke had relied on his unique peacock talent to control a large number of broken fireflies and was not at a disadvantage against dozens of Golden Core cultivators. This had caused his originally arrogant heart to become even more arrogant. At this moment, when Liao Ke saw Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water approaching, his heart skipped a beat. With a flap of his wings, thousands of broken fireflies rushed towards Fairy Hongxia. There were so many of these broken fireflies and they were so powerful that a beginner golden core cultivator who was standing between the two barely managed to hold on for a moment. Not daring to stay any longer, he hurriedly dodged and sent the wave-like broken fireflies towards the connate primordial water. Pa, 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 continuous sounds of explosions could be heard near the connate primordial water. Thousands of small swords were formed and charged towards the connate primordial water. I'd like to see. How many drops of your connate primordial water can you possibly have? Liao Ke saw the thousands of small swords falling into the connate primordial water and turning back into the five elemental spirit qi. He could sense that Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water was not completely suppressing the five element swords. The five elemental spirit qi that had turned back into connate primordial water was also disrupting it. In fact, it even clashed with the connate primordial water and turned it into nothingness. Liao Ke understood that as long as his five-element broken fireflies were sufficient, Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water would be depleted sooner or later. Therefore, Liao Ke flapped his wings and diverted most of his energy to Fairy Hongxia's side. Rinsing Flower Sex Kai Hongxia greets Martial Uncle Xiong. Fairy Hongxia controlled the connate primordial water to block Liao Ke's attack while looking at Xiong Huasong who had flown below the connate primordial water. Xiong Huasong did not stand on ceremony and asked directly, "How many drops of connate primordial water do you have? Your cultivation is still weak, you can lend me some of your connate primordial water. I'll let Martial Uncle Xiong know." Fairy Hongxia said anxiously, "I have a lot of connate primordial water, but as for how many drops, I'm not sure." Great. Xiong Huasong was worried that Fairy Hongxia did not have much connate primordial water, which was why he was so worried. When he heard that Fairy Hongxia did not know how many drops she had, he was overjoyed. "Quick, give it to me. I've refined the misty tide pearl that contains the connate primordial water together with the connate primordial blood dharma body. I'm unable to give it to Martial Uncle." Fairy Hongxia did not dare to hide anything and replied hurriedly. Refining a magic treasure together with the dharma body? How did you come up with such an unimaginable method? Xiong Huasong was in disbelief. This is the first time I've heard of this. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, was silent. Naturally, he could not speak. It was just a sudden idea. Fairy Hongxia said softly. Oh well, Xiong Huasong knew that this was not the time to ask too many questions. He said hurriedly, "When you release the connate primordial water, will it be able to completely block off the five-colored light?" Fairy Hongxia knew what Xiong Huasong was referring to. She raised her head and looked at it. Biting her lips, she thought for a while and said, "I'll try my best." Great. Xiong Huasong clapped his hands again and said, "Release the dharma body and control the misty tide pearl to release the connate primordial water, blocking off the five-colored light. You'll have done a great service." "It's that simple?" Fairy Hongxia could not believe it. "Of course it's that simple." Xiong Huasong smiled and said, "Once you block off the eye of the splitting-edge five-elemental sword formation, those darn flying swords will not be able to be produced. Then, our talismans will be able to be used. With the talismans, their five-elemental swords will be nothing. Do you understand?" "I understand." Fairy Hongxia nodded hurriedly. Martial Uncle Xiong. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, narrowed his eyes and reminded, "Junior sister Hongxia is only a foundation establishment middle-stage disciple. Even if she can control the connate primordial water, she can't possibly block off the five-elemental sword's disc all by herself, right?" Why don't we find a few more disciples who have connate items to refine magic treasures? It won't be too late to do that. How can a magic treasure refined by a connate item compare to a connate item? Xiong Huasong waved his hand and said, besides, a connate item won't be of much use. If Marshal Nice Hongxia has a few drops of connate primordial water, we won't have to place our hopes on her. But Li Zongbao still shook his head. Junior sister Hongxia released the Dharma body, she will definitely be attacked by the 5 elemental swords. With us guarding by her side, what else can she do? Xiong Huasong replied without hesitation. Li Zongbao originally wanted to say, you guys are already in a sorry state, how can you care about others? However, Xiong Huasong was after all a golden core master, and Li Zongbao did not dare to offend him. Then Li Zongbao said again, if junior sister Hongxia covers up the eye of the formation, there are 6 grade 2 illusory swordsmen at the eye of the formation, senior sister Hongxia, Marshal Nice Zongbao. Xiong Huasong said coldly, this is an urgent matter. In the time that you have asked these few questions, thousands of disciples have already fallen in my sect. Even if Marshal Nice Hongxia is in danger of dying, which one do you think is more suitable to exchange her death for the lives of hundreds of thousands of disciples? Li Zongbao was silent, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Junior will go. Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiong Huasong's words were cruel and heartless. If she wanted to protect herself, she would definitely not risk her life. However, since she was already trapped in the sword formation, and since she had already joined the battle, she would encounter many things that were beyond her control. Hence, she would not be able to make a choice. I will accompany you. Li Zongbao said helplessly. He also knew that this was probably the best choice. Senior brother Li, you don't have to come over. Since Fairy Hongxia had already made her decision, she said indifferently, junior sister is going to release the Dharma body. Under the primordial water, I cannot take care of others. Senior brother, it is better for you to leave this place. Li Zongbao nodded and reminded, be careful. Junior sister knows. Fairy Hongxia nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she said, if anything happens to junior sister, you must inform him. Let him take revenge for me. Don't worry. Definitely. Li Zongbao's words were concise, and he immediately escaped from the Xiantian primordial water. Xiong Huasong, who was standing by the side, was stunned. He saw Li Zongbao defending Fairy Hongxia, and thought that Li Zongbao had feelings for her. Who knew that Fairy Hongxia had left her last words for someone who was not Li Zongbao, and even wanted that person to take revenge for her? What was even stranger was that Li Zongbao actually agreed to it, as though he would definitely take revenge for Fairy Hongxia. At that moment, Xiong Huasong's heart skipped a beat. That he couldn't be some nascent soul stage master? Even if it is a nascent soul stage master, so what? Xiong Huasong steeled his heart, since things have come to this, even if a nascent soul stage master blames me, he can't do anything to me. Let's go. Xiong Huasong also flew out of the Xiantian primordial water. That half-nascent soul stage hand that was swaying in mid-air was still being attacked by many flying swords, and it was barely holding on. A phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens, and an ice phoenix celestial body flew out from Fairy Hongxia's body. Above that misty green ice phoenix celestial body, strands of water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi condensed. Those slanted eyes of the ice phoenix celestial body flashed with a cold brilliance, and a domineering aura surged out from the ice phoenix celestial body. Seeing that the ice phoenix celestial body was released, the mutated peacock that Liao Ke had transformed into also raised its neck and cried out. The same cry shook the surroundings, as though it wanted to compete with the ice phoenix. Not only that, as Liao Ke's wings flapped, an endless hurricane was created, and waves after waves of 5 elemental swords flew towards the Ice Phoenix celestial body. Chapter 2675. Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body had already been partially damaged by the yin-yang sword array. Now that the Ice Phoenix celestial body was released, an indescribable pain was transmitted into Fairy Hongxia's body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Fellow Taoists, quick, block this sword light. Xiong Huasong waved his hand, no longer holding back the dermic powers in his body. His nascent soul's hand waved, and many rays of light flashed, wanting to block in front of Fairy Hongxia. Xiang Ming and the rest scrambled to be the first, hurriedly waving their talismans to protect Fairy Hongxia, their only hope of breaking the array. Ga. The Ice Phoenix celestial body cried out again, not without pain. From the Ice Phoenix's mouth, the connate primordial water gushed out like an upside-down waterfall, instantly covering an area of more than 100 feet. Liao Ke was really shocked. It was not that ordinary, and the rest did not consider connate items when they set up the splitting-edge 5-element sword array, but how could rare connate items be so easy to obtain? Just as Li Zongbao said, there would definitely be someone among the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators who would have such treasures. But any treasure that had 1 or 2 drops, or even 1 or 2 wisps, would be considered extremely lucky. How could they have thought of that? Fairy Hongxia's connate primordial water could not be measured with drops. It could be measured with 10 feet, 10 feet. Of course, Fairy Hongxia was still fine. If Xiao Hua were here, not to mention connate primordial water, even a connate jellyfish would be able to scare Liao Ke to death. Not good. While Liao Ke was screaming in his heart, Xiong Huasong and the rest were overjoyed. A few of them flew up and surrounded Fairy Hongxia. They did not hope to kill Liao Ke, but as long as they could protect Fairy Hongxia, this array would definitely be broken. Indeed, Fairy Hongxia did not disappoint them. Although the Ice Phoenix celestial body flapped its wings with some difficulty, the 100 feet of Xiantian primordial water grew larger and larger. It was like a blue wave that mended the heavens, smoothly supporting the falling fireflies. Although this splitting-edge 5-elemental sword formation was very strange, as every part of the formation could condense sword light out of thin air and form flying swords, to a golden core cultivator, the most threatening thing was still the swarming fireflies in the eye of the formation. Fairy Hongxia's primordial water blocked these fireflies, causing the 5 elemental swords to be annihilated by the primordial water. Very quickly, the spirit talismans produced by the golden core cultivators began to shine brilliantly again. At this time, the golden core cultivators really couldn't care less about holding anything back. Although the hand of a nascent soul required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi, which was far from what the formation could provide, they still channeled their true essence from their golden cores and poured their magic power into the talisman. Liao Ke could no longer hold back. With a cry, its body expanded rapidly, and with a flap of its wings, it shot towards the Ice Phoenix celestial body like a shooting star. Rumble, with a loud sound, the peacock slammed into the spirit talisman protecting Fairy Hongxia. This strange peacock was really strong, to be able to knock the nascent soul's hand askew and rush out of the gap. The Ice Phoenix celestial body cried out in pain. It was the peacock that had stretched out its claws and grabbed onto the wings of the Ice Phoenix celestial body. How strong was the body of the peacock that could knock the nascent soul's hand away? In an instant, it tore off a piece of the Ice Phoenix celestial body's wing. Fairy Hongxia cried out in pain. Her body trembled violently, and the Ice Phoenix celestial body trembled as well. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body fell rapidly, as if it wanted to retract into Fairy Hongxia's body. How dare you! De Sun and Xiang Ming's nascent soul's hands grabbed at the peacock's wings at the same time. The peacock did not dare to delay and hurriedly flapped its wings and flew up. Junior disciple, hold on for a while longer. Xiong Huasong could only encourage Fairy Hongxia. All right. Fairy Hongxia replied. She tried her best to stabilize the Ice Phoenix celestial body, and urged the Xiantian true water to wrap around the five elements planetary disk. However, the closer it got to the five elements planetary disk, the more sword lights there were, and the more Xiantian true water was consumed. Fairy Hongxia did not care about the consumption of Xiantian true water, but the sword qi from the sword lights was something she could not bear. Fairy Hongxia did not temper her bones like Xiaohua, and her body did not have the strength of 10,000 caddies. The sword qi was as heavy as a mountain, and when it collided with the true water, she was unable to take another step forward. Xiong Huasong seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well, and hurriedly shouted, "Senior Sister Hongxia, if you have any more true water, surround it from all sides. Just hold on for a while longer." "All right." Fairy Hongxia gritted her teeth. The Ice Phoenix celestial body was already damaged, and several more streams of true water surged out, surrounding the five elements planetary disk. The peacock was sent flying by the Yuanying stage's hand. It soared in mid-air, and with a long cry, it swooped down again. However, a loud explosion sounded, and Fairy Hongxia's Xiantian true water was completely shattered by this explosion. The Ice Phoenix celestial body could not hold on any longer, and quickly retreated into Fairy Hongxia's body. The impact of this explosion also injured Fairy Hongxia, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she almost fainted in mid-air. Amidst the explosion, countless sword lights scattered. The five-colored light had already dispersed, and the five giant swords and the five elements planetary disk were scattered in mid-air. What made Xiong Huasong and the rest happy was that the five flying swords were much dimmer than before. They must have used up a lot of energy to activate this sword formation. Fellow Taoists, this is the best time to kill this fiend. Heng waved the spirit talisman in his hand, and the giant hand flashed in mid-air, grabbing at one of the flying swords. The powerful restrictive force immediately passed through space, and covered the giant hand. That's right. Kill. Xiang Ming shouted, and several golden core spirit talismans swayed as they flew over. Ha ha ha, a shrill voice sounded out, "We have been setting up this formation for 8 years, and we wanted to kill 100,000 cultivators. Who knew that the heavens were unfair, and the formation was broken by a foundation establishment cultivator? I am not resigned to this. I will not yield." As he spoke, the giant yellow-red sword light suddenly shone brightly. It was the transformation of the white and fat swordswoman. What is there to love in life? What is there to fear in death? End here, sword domain, transforming into a sword to support the snowy mountains. The giant green sword also let out a hearty laugh, and then light scattered in all directions. Fellow swordsmen. The five elements planetary disk gradually revealed its ordinary figure, and its plain face revealed a look of shock. Even Liao Ke, who was far away, was shocked. We swore to kill 100,000 cultivators, and now there are only a few tens of thousands left. How can we meet LV How can we meet the fallen swordsman of Sword Domain? Within the pitch-black sword light, Bai Tianming's voice was extremely solemn as he said, "We have made up our minds. Fellow swordsmen, there is no need to stop us. Ha ha ha, the Three Swords sect is already like this, how can we not follow?" Xiao Jinding's arrogant voice also came from the silver-white sword light. There was no movement within the giant blue sword, but the sword light suddenly shone brightly. This was Luo Shuilan's will. "Enough, enough, enough!" Ordinary shouted. "If you don't have my help, how are you going to kill 100,000 cultivators?" As he spoke, Ordinary's figure disappeared again, and the five elements planetary disk shone with bright starlight. "Oh no!" De Sun and the rest were shocked. Knowing that the swordsman was going to fight like a cornered beast, they quickly withdrew the spirit talismans in their hands. At this moment, the pitch-black sword light flashed rapidly, flying towards Fairy Hongxia. I will kill this woman first. Dodge! Xiangming shouted hurriedly, activating the spirit talisman in his hand. However, he was already retreating, and if he hurriedly activated it again, how could he block the giant sword in time? In an instant, the sword light had arrived beside Fairy Hongxia. How could Fairy Hongxia possibly dodge such an attack that was comparable to a sword? Xiaohua. Fairy Hongxia's body was already supporting herself in midair. At this moment, her face was calm as she closed her eyes and murmured. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was now trapped in the Brahma Golden Palace, fighting with Yutong. How could he appear here? How dare you hurt my Dao sect disciple? Just as Fairy Hongxia was about to die, a loud shout came from the side. It was Li Zongbao, who was guarding the left side. The immortal piercing whip was like a dragon as it struck towards the giant sword. Of course, Li Zongbao was only in the late foundation establishment stage, and the immortal piercing whip was only in the early golden core stage. It could not block a sword attack, but how could Li Zongbao not use the immortal piercing whip? Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal piercing whip was like a lonely golden dragon as it was struck by the sword. However, the sword was also struck by the huge force of the immortal piercing whip. It brushed past Fairy Hongxia's robe and flew out. Bai Tianming was also at the point where he was about to die. Lucky! Xiangming exclaimed in his heart. However, Li Zongbao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body withered in midair. Big Senior Li! Fairy Hongxia broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly flew down. She touched her storage bag and took out the elixirs given to her by Xiaohua. She hurriedly took one for herself and gave another to Li Zongbao. I have my own. Li Zongbao waved his hand and rejected her flatly. Xiaohua gave this to me. Fairy Hongxia said hurriedly. Li Zongbao looked at the ugly elixir in Fairy Hongxia's hand and frowned slightly. He whispered, "Oh." It was as if he had understood something, but also as if he was confused. However, Li Zongbao took it without hesitation and swallowed it. However, before he could circulate his energy to dissolve the elixir, he heard 5 consecutive loud explosions. 5 balls of sword light rushed wildly from 5 different directions towards the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, under the activation of the 5 elements planetary disk, countless 5-colored sword lights rushed out from the ground. These sword lights were attracted by the 5 balls of sword light and turned into 5 element swords that were a few feet long. They stabbed wildly towards the Dao sect cultivators. This last bloodbath of the 5 element swords formation was 10 times more powerful than the previous one. The individual sword lights were several times faster than the previous one. The power of the sword chi was also several times stronger. In just a moment, continuous screams could be heard everywhere and blood was everywhere. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the continuous 5-colored sword lights gradually disappeared. Chapter 2676. When they looked at the sky again, the strange peacock had already flown away. The 5 elements planet plate also did not transform into an ordinary body. With a flash in the sky, it disappeared just like how it had appeared before. No one knew where it went. Calm down, calm down. Seeing the sorrowful scene, the group of Dao sect practitioners did not know what to do. There were even many disciples with strong Dao hearts who were hysterical. They looked around with red eyes, as if they were about to attack at any time. Heng Zhao and the rest knew that the minds of these disciples had been invaded by the madness of the 6 sword practitioners. How would they dare to be negligent? They hurriedly flew into the sky and shouted, "The sword practitioners' formation has been broken by us." Take some pills and meditate for a while. More than 10 golden core cultivators stood in 4 different directions and cried out anxiously. The other golden core early stage and late stage foundation establishment disciples also came to their senses and flew to different directions, comforting the disciples of the various sects one by one. Cough cough, senior brothers, junior brothers. Li Zongbao slowly flew up, his body covered in blood. His voice was a little hoarse and low, but his tone was firm. We have broken this formation. 5 second-grade illusory swordsmen are nothing more than this. Compared to the 3rd-grade illusory sword Qin Jian, they are far inferior. Look. With that said, Li Zongbao pointed at Fairy Hongxia, who was not far away, and smiled. It's Fairy Hongxia from Huanhua sect. It's our junior sister, who is only at the middle foundation establishment stage, who broke this so-called 5-element splitting-edge sword formation by herself. Think about it. How powerful can sword practitioners be? Didn't they just rely on an encirclement? Didn't they just have hundreds of thousands of swordsmen hiding in the dark? How can those cowardly swordsmen, who do not dare to fight openly with us Daoist sect cultivators, be a match for us? Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly red, and she immediately understood Li Zongbao's meaning. She hurriedly flew to Li Zongbao's side and smiled. That smile was so shy that it made Zi Hua blush. Senior brothers, although we are in danger and have exhausted our powers, we can still break through this formation. But, with just my own dermic powers, I can break this array. There's no other reason. My Dao sect has countless dermic spells, and none of them are something that the barbarian sword cultivators of Huan country can touch. Isn't this 5-elemental sword array my Dao sect's 5-elemental array? Little sister had only used a few drops of innate primordial water to break their formation. Little sister really didn't know what to say anymore. These 5 illusory swordsmen were probably too ashamed to meet their master, so they had no choice but to self-detonate. Ha ha ha. Even though Fairy Hongxia repeated Li Zongbao's words a lot, and even some of her words did not convey her meaning, the last sentence made everyone laugh out loud. Although the comforting words of Heng Zhao and the others were somewhat effective, they were golden core cultivators after all. Their mental state was different from that of most foundation establishment cultivators. It was a form of intimidation that came from above. But Fairy Hongxia was different. She was only a female cultivator in the later stages of foundation establishment. She looked extremely beautiful, and even seemed a little weak. If a female cultivator like her was not afraid, the male cultivators' hearts would naturally be filled with a desire to win, and even a determination to protect her. Therefore, Fairy Hongxia's words were much more effective than Heng Zhao and the rest's comforting words. The group of cultivators gradually calmed down, and the faith in their hearts was restored. After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that Fairy Hongxia had controlled the innate primordial water to force the 5 elements planetary disk to respond. Just a drop of innate primordial water was enough to break the eye of the array. What about innate primordial fire? What about other innate items? They must be able to do it too. And these items were not rare in the hands of cultivators. If Fairy Hongxia could do it, they naturally believed that they could do it as well. It was just that they were too far away from the 5 elements planetary disk. Faith was the most magical thing. For example, Zhong Pei and the rest had consumed spiritual seeds. Although they could change their physiques according to the spiritual seeds in order to adapt to the changes in the heaven and earth spiritual qi, this adaptation was useful for ordinary people. To them, it had little effect. But why did their cultivation progress so rapidly? It was because they believed that they could succeed. They believed that they could rely on the spiritual seeds and Daoist Zhao's magical cultivation to succeed. Therefore, they succeeded. This could be explained by a firm Dao heart. Everyone in the sword formation was the same. Previously, their Dao hearts had been destroyed by the bloodbath. After Fairy Hongxia's words, they changed their minds. Their Dao hearts were strengthened, and the entire sword formation was stabilized. Even the morale of the cultivators was boosted. Great! Heng Xiao and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. Heng Xiao looked at Li Zongbao with gratification, and then looked deeply at Fairy Hongxia. His eyes shone with a trace of brilliance. Xiang Ming was even more delighted. The credit for breaking the formation belonged to the Huanhua sect. After Li Zongbao's words and Fairy Hongxia's encouragement, the morale of the entire battlefield changed, and the name of the Huanhua sect became even more resounding. The Huanhua sect, which had always been lukewarm in the battle of Dao cultivators, was now famous. Besides the Utmost Happiness faction, Imperial Thunder faction, Xuanyan school, Xian Tian sect, and other famous disciples, the Huanhua sect was not to be outdone. Of course, Xiang Ming looked at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao thoughtfully. But how would Fairy Hongxia know about this? She looked at Li Zongbao's bloodstains and thought for a while. She clapped her hands and took out a jade bottle. She whispered, "Senior brother Li, can you take another pill?" If Fairy Hongxia had not mentioned this, Li Zongbao might not have thought of it. But when he saw Fairy Hongxia's jade bottle, Li Zongbao activated his heart skill again, and his face was immediately filled with astonishment. "Junior sister Hongxia, this pill, how many more do you have?" Li Zongbao asked, puzzled. "Oh." Fairy Hongxia was naturally stunned. "Senior brother Li, senior sister Hongxia." At this moment, Xiao Mao's voice came from afar. This guy was also covered in blood and looked even worse than Li Zongbao. But his face was filled with joy and even excitement. You're not dead too." Li Zongbao nodded lightly. "Why did you only come to find me now?" Xiao Mao was used to Li Zongbao's indifference. He bowed slightly to the two of them and smiled. "I've been wanting to find Senior Brother Li for a long time so that you can protect me. But this sword array is really messy. I don't dare to walk around blindly. I can only follow my fellow brothers. Just now when Senior Brother Li and Senior Sister Hongxia broke the 5-element sword array, I saw the two of you. Plus, the dozens of senior brothers who joined forces with me were all killed. I had no choice but to find Senior Brother Li. There must be another sword array after this one. You can follow me." Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua had some connections. She nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior sister." Xiao Mao said hurriedly. "Give it to me." Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Mao, puzzled. "What?" Xiao Mao scratched his head. "Elixir. The elixir that Xiao Hua gave you." Li Zongbao seemed to be a man of few words. "Oh." Xiao Mao understood. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took the jade bottle and crushed it. He looked inside and sniffed it. He frowned slightly and raised his head. "Is there more?" Xiao Mao couldn't take it anymore. He whispered, "Big brother Xiao gave this to me in private. I heard that it was an elixir that he obtained with great difficulty. Senior brother Li only needs one." "Nonsense, is there more?" Li Zongbao couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and asked directly. Xiao Mao felt wronged and whispered, "There is more. But this is my life-saving item. Just now I almost died, Senior Brother Li. Why do you need so many elixirs?" Fairy Hongxia was also surprised. She couldn't understand why Li Zongbao was so strong. She didn't know that Li Zongbao's parting love treasure mirror had already been completed. "You and I are just foundation establishment disciples. In the future, we still have to rely on golden core masters to break the array." Li Zongbao only said this and didn't say anything else. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao weren't stupid. They understood immediately. The two of them thought for a while and each took out a few more jade bottles from their storage bags and handed them to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao took them and said calmly, "I will only give these to the Golden Core Masters and say that they are for the two of you. I won't say anything else. As for the senior uncles of Huanhua sect and Xiuanyan sect, you can give them to them yourselves." As he spoke, he turned and flew into the air. Xiaohua didn't give senior brother Li any elixirs. Once Li Zongbao left, Fairy Hongxia whispered to Xiao Mao. "This. I don't know." Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if Li Zongbao had any. However, it was obvious that Li Zongbao didn't have any. Even if he did, it wouldn't be such a good elixir. "Is senior brother Li angry?" Xiao Mao asked tentatively. "How would I know?" Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips. She was a little embarrassed and angry at Xiao Hua's stinginess. Seeing Fairy Hongxia turn and fly towards Xiangming, Xiao Mao also took out a few elixirs and flew towards Gao Wei. Li Zongbao's prediction was right. Many golden core cultivators had used the golden core in their dantian to forcefully activate their talismans. Their meridians and golden core were damaged. It was just that the situation just now was dangerous and no one dared to be careless. There were even a few who did the same thing as Bai Tianming and the rest when they were in a desperate situation. Who would care about that little bit of damage? But at this moment, when they were adjusting their breathing, they felt that there was something wrong with their meridians. If it was a normal situation, they could just meditate and recuperate for a few days. But now it was a matter of life and death. If they didn't rush out of the sword array, they could die at any time. No one dared to underestimate these injuries. Just as the group of golden core cultivators were thinking about which elixirs to consume, Li Zongbao presented the elixirs. Naturally, he gave them to Heng Heng first. Heng Ju said with a smile, "Master saw it all. Give this elixir to the other uncle masters. Master has another elixir here. Master, you take it." Li Zongbao didn't explain. "I just took it. It's better than the elixirs of our sect." "Oh?" Heng Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao who were flying towards their respective sections. However, he had always trusted this disciple of his. He didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. But just as he was about to consume it, he was stunned. The appearance of this elixir was really too ugly. Chapter 2677. I'll be releasing more chapters in the next 2 days. I hope that fellow Taoists with monthly votes can give me some monthly votes, recommendation votes, cash, and the like. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Chapter 2678. This ugly pill did not even have a hint of medicinal fragrance. What kind of pill was this? However, when Heng Zhao saw the faint runes on the surface of the pill, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Master, take it first. Everything can wait until after the battle." Li Zongbao did not hesitate to cut off Heng Zhao's line of questioning. "All right." Heng Zhao swallowed it immediately. Indeed, after a short while, Heng Zhao's eyebrows trembled uncontrollably. "Master, give it to the other uncle masters." Li Zongbao held up the jade bottle and said, "This is the pill obtained by junior sister Hongxia from Huanhua sect and junior brother Xiao Mao from Xiuanyan sect. Come with me." Heng Zhao sighed in his heart and did not take the pill. He turned around and flew towards Dasun. Li Zongbao knew that his master was doing this for his own good. Even though the pill was not his, if he gave it to the other uncle masters, he would owe him a huge favor. However, Li Zongbao's expression did not change as he flew behind Heng Zhao. Xiang Ming had already taken the pill. When he saw Fairy Hongxia flying over, he smiled and said, "Junior sister Hongxia, you can keep this pill for yourself." As he spoke, he looked at Li Zongbao who was following Heng Zhao to distribute the pills. He said, "This favor should have been yours. However, if you are willing to give it to Li Zongbao, I will not say anything. You have contributed so much in the battle and Li Zongbao has also contributed greatly. You don't have to say anything to your master. Even if the sect leader comes forward, I will agree." Fairy Hongxia was taken aback. Her face flushed red. She had not expected Xiang Ming to have such thoughts. However, just as Fairy Hongxia was about to explain, a sigh came from behind her. "Sigh, junior sister Hongxia. This old woman has failed you." Fairy Hongxia quickly turned around and saw that it was Mingyu. However, there were only a few disciples behind Mingyu. Ji Mingxiu and the rest were not among them. Fairy Hongxia immediately understood. Ji Mingxiu had most likely perished. As expected, Mingyu smiled bitterly. The five-element sword formation was really fierce just now. My powers are limited and I cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from outside. Hence, I could not take care of so many disciples. Uncle Master Mingyu. Fairy Hongxia's heart turned sour as she whispered, "To be able to protect you until now, junior apprentice sister Ji and the others have already." At this point, Fairy Hongxia could no longer speak. The smiling faces of Ji Mingxiu and the others kept appearing in her mind. "Martial uncle, this is a type of spirit pill that disciple obtained. Please take it." Fairy Hongxia obediently passed the elixir to Mingyu. "I hope that martial ant will be able to protect even more disciples after consuming it." Yes. Because Bright Moon had protected so many Foundation establishment disciples, she had sustained some internal injuries and had not had the time to consume any pills. Now that she saw Fairy Hongxia offering her a gift, she accepted it without hesitation. Naturally, when she saw this ugly pill, she had the same expression as Heng Ting. It seemed like judging a person by their appearance and judging a pill by their appearance were all the same. Luckily, Mingyu took into account Fairy Hongxia's eagerness and reluctantly swallowed it. After Mingyu consumed the pill, her face instantly blossomed with surprise. Female cultivators were never as profound as male cultivators. Mingyu immediately asked curiously, "What pill is this? Why is it so effective?" "I don't know." Fairy Hongxia said with a smile, "I obtained it by accident. This spirit pill is even more miraculous than the 9 transformation cloud spirit pill of my Huanhua sect." Mingyu asked in disbelief, "Where did you get it?" "At a market in Sky Patrol City." Fairy Hongxia was proud in her heart, but her face was expressionless. "Give me one." Xiang Ming had to take it seriously. "Yes." Fairy Hongxia took out another pill and smiled, "I only have a few left." "Yes, I understand." Xiang Ming nodded. After taking it, he looked at it and sniffed it, then said softly, "This looks similar to the spring return pill from Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I also thought that it was the spring return pill." Fairy Hongxia said immediately, "Therefore, I used all I had to snatch many spirit pills." Then, Fairy Hongxia said regretfully, "It's a pity that this is not the spring return pill. Even if it's not the spring return pill, it must have been refined by the mysterious alchemy master." Xiang Ming took the pill and turned to look for Heng Zhao. Just now, Fairy Hongxia had given it to him, but he had rejected it. Now, he had taken it, completely ignoring what Fairy Hongxia had said. "My fellow cultivator Heng Zhao, the spirit pill of my Huanhua sect is indeed extraordinary." Xiang Ming shouted from afar, "I think it's the work of the mysterious alchemy master." Heng Xiao rolled his eyes and almost said, I've already said that I'm a disciple of the Huanhua sect and the Xuanyan sect. You don't have to make such a big fuss. However, Heng Xiao still said calmly, yes, we've all taken it. This spirit pill is indeed extraordinary. My fellow cultivator Xiang, you've already known before taking it? Well, of course, I know the efficacy of the elixirs made by the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Xiang Ming kept mentioning the Huanhua sect proudly. De Sun looked at Fairy Hongxia, who was not far away, and smiled. Previously, Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect, Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan sect, and Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect killed Qin Jian. Now, Fairy Hongxia of the Huanhua sect has broken the array and made a contribution. She even gave us golden core cultivators a spirit pill. We owe her a debt of gratitude. This is a great contribution. He, Xiang Ming could not stop smiling. De Sun knew that Xiao Mao was also part of the Xuanyan sect spirit pill. Since Gao Wei was not around, he did not bring Xiao Mao along. After a while, many of the golden core cultivators had taken the spirit pills. Heng Xiao looked at the disciples resting in the sword array and said worriedly, everyone, this 5-element splitting-edge sword array, has been broken by us. But, we're still in the sword array. If the swordsmen suddenly attack, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. I'd like them to attack. Xiong Huasong laughed coldly. If the sword cultivators abandon the sword array and attack directly, it'll be our fortune. Heng Xiao thought for a moment and knew that Xiong Huasong's words made sense. He had not thought it through. He nodded and said, Brother Xiong, you're indeed an expert in array formations. I can't compare to you. Everyone has their own strengths. Xiong Huasong said politely. We'd like to see what kind of sword array LV Ruochang has set up after the 5-element splitting-edge sword array. Previously, the Yin-Yang sword array was targeted at disciples below the foundation establishment stage. This 5-element splitting-edge sword array seems to be targeted at disciples above the foundation establishment stage. I'm afraid that the next sword array will face us golden core cultivators directly. At this point, Xiong Huasong's tone changed and he said in a strange tone, but I'm curious. What kind of strange sword array can a sword cultivator have that can kill us golden core cultivators? Was there no such thing in the previous battle? Heng Xiao asked softly. Of course there was. Xiong Huasong said weakly. But there were no records of the Yin-Yang sword array and the 5-element splitting-edge sword array. Therefore, I don't have a good way to break it. Therefore, this Xiong will be very. Xiong Huasong wanted to say that he was looking forward to it, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He could only listen and change his tone. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, you'd better take a look at the damage of these 2 arrays first. We'll also be able to calm ourselves and prepare for the new sword array. Heng Xiao was a little troubled. How many layers does this sword array have? I really don't know. Maybe it's already gone. Maybe there will be more in the future. Xiong Huasong shrugged as if he didn't say anything. Then, Heng Xiao instructed Li Zongbao to find disciples to check on the casualties of the cultivators. In addition, he sent a golden core cultivator to lead a dozen late-stage foundation establishment disciples to scout ahead. Now that the array had been broken to this extent, Heng Xiao and the rest were really going all out. They no longer charged blindly outside like before. They could only conserve their energy and prepare to face the enemies who had been lying in ambush for 8 years. Heng Xiao's heart ached at the thought of 8 years. This kind of planning was definitely not something he could do. Not long after, Li Zongbao flew over with a gloomy expression. Heng Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw his disciple who practiced the parting treasured mirror in such a state. Master. Li Zongbao transmitted his voice to him. Now, our Dao sect disciples still have more than 160,000, How? how did we lose so many? Although Heng Zhao already had a premonition, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this shocking number. According to what I know, in the earliest Yin-Yang sword array, our Dao sect disciples lost close to 90,000 people. Most of them were Qi refinement and early-stage foundation establishment disciples. There were also a few golden core uncle masters. Li Zongbao said bitterly. And in the 5-element sword array just now, although there were no golden core uncle masters killed, we lost more than 100,000 people. Especially the last 5 cultivators of the second stage of the illusory sword realm. More than 40,000 people died. Heng Zhao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 10-direction annihilation array was already very powerful, but he had never heard Xiong Huasong arrogantly say that it could kill 40,000 swordsmen in one go. This sword array killed 40,000 cultivators in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The sword array is indeed a great weapon. It's really different from an array. Heng Zhao murmured. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. Master. Li Zongbao immediately understood Heng Zhao's thoughts. He said anxiously, "You don't have to blame yourself. Lu Ruochang has been lying in ambush here for more than 8 years. Even if you didn't command the disciples to pursue, she would definitely have released the bait." So. With that, Li Zongbao glanced at the other golden core cultivators and transmitted his voice again. According to the Uncle Master's thoughts, they would definitely pursue, chase and beat the dog in the water. But Heng Zhao still wanted to say something. But Li Zongbao didn't wait for him to finish. He said, "Defeat and success are due to this battle. Master, now we have no way out. If we break this sword array, we will have our lives and Master's reputation will be established. If this sword array is not broken, all of this is meaningless. Master, don't think too much." Chapter 2679. That's right. Heng Zhao exhaled deeply and turned to look into the distance. Master, you're overthinking. Sometimes you even think of Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder sect. Master, Uncle Qian is Uncle Qian, and you are you. Although Li Zongbao was shocked, he still pretended to be indifferent. Uncle Qian thinks too much and does too little. Even what he can do is too little. You're on duty in the conference hall and have been entrusted by the sect leader. You just have to do what you want. Who would be without fault? Our Utopia faction has the capital to support Master's mistakes. But the Imperial Thunder sect doesn't. Hearing this, Heng Zhao felt relieved. He was really too involved to see the situation clearly. Li Zongbao's last sentence reminded him. Yes, even if he killed hundreds of thousands of disciples, then, so what? He Ping Zhenren would never punish him. Heng Zhao's mind was set. He immediately whispered, "That's strange. We've been breaking the 5-element sword formation for so long, why haven't we heard the sound of the sword formation? Could it be that all the great arrays have been broken?" Li Zongbao thought for a moment and whispered, "That's possible. The Yin-Yang sword formation is more than 10 miles wide. Our Taoist sect lost nearly 100,000 people, and there are at least 300,000 swordsmen. The 5-element sword formation, our Taoist sect lost nearly 150,000 people, and there are even more swordsmen. How could there not be at least 400,000? That's 700,000 swordsmen. Where did the Huan kingdom get so many swordsmen? Even if they did, would they be willing to invest? A sword formation is different from a magic formation." Heng Ming smiled. "Moreover, we broke out from the same direction and didn't disperse our forces. The sword cultivators didn't really need to surround us with 300,000 swordsmen. I feel that 200,000 swordsmen would be enough. If they really had 700,000, they would have killed their way out long ago. Why would they need to set up a sword formation?" Huh, you're right, master. I've learned a lot. Li Zongbao saw Heng Zhao smile and felt relieved. Besides, until now, LV Ruochang and the other swordsmen of level 3 of the illusory sword realm are still missing. I'm afraid that they were seriously injured in the 10-party annihilation formation and can't hold the fort. If they come out now, we really don't know how to deal with them. Forget it, you, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiao Mao should make some preparations. There are some things that I know you can't do, but you have to do them. However, you must be clear in your heart that you should try your best not to do these things. After all, the Great Tao is the most important thing. Oh? What? Li Zongbao was stunned. Heng Zhao's, but, try your best, made him a little confused. Unfortunately, Heng Ming did not explain. He turned around and flew towards De Sun and the others. Do you still have any medicinal pills? Li Zongbao flew to the side of Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao. Some of the Foundation establishment stage disciples around the two of them tactfully dispersed. Li Zongbao said to the two of them without any trace of politeness. There are still some left. Fairy Hongxia had already told Li Zongbao. Now that he asked again, she hurriedly transmitted her voice, if Senior Brother Li wants some, I'll give them to you. Senior Brother, don't be angry with Xiao Hua. It's not that Xiao Hua doesn't want to give some to Senior Brother Li. I'm afraid he doesn't have much left himself. Give me one first. Li Zongbao said coldly, when I see that bastard, I'll settle the score with him. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia's face was a little ugly, Xiao Mao hurriedly took out a jade bottle and passed it to Li Zongbao. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Li has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Senior Sister Hongxia, don't mind me. I've benefited a lot from following Senior Brother Li. Li Zongbao did not stand on ceremony. He took the medicinal pills and said lightly, the special task force of the conference hall originally had 3 people. Now that Xiao Hua is not around, Junior Sister Hongxia is his replacement. There's only one person left and right. The 3 of us will break through the formation together. Yes. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. However, Fairy Hongxia's face was flushed red. When Li Zongbao said, there's only one person left and right, he only meant that whether it was Xiao Hua or Fairy Hongxia, they were all one person. However, in her ears, it was one person, 2 people, 1 person. How embarrassing. Li Zongbao did not think too much about it. He flicked his sleeves and flew away. Xiao Mao stood guard beside Fairy Hongxia respectfully. When the blush on Fairy Hongxia's face faded, he accompanied her and chased after Li Zongbao. Xiao Mao was clear that although Fairy Hongxia's cultivation was higher than his and she had the protection of the innate primordial water, he still had to help Fairy Hongxia guard against sudden attacks from sword cultivators. Even if he died, he could not let Fairy Hongxia be hurt in the slightest. The relationship between Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua was still unclear. However, Xiao Mao could still remember the scene of Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua meeting each other. He could not repay Xiao Hua much, but if he could protect Fairy Hongxia, it was also his own goodwill. In fact, sometimes, it was not important how much one could do. The key was the kind of goodwill that was extremely important. Heng Jiao flew to De Sun's side and looked at the group of golden core cultivators. The smile on his face disappeared and he said, "Fellow cultivators, have you rested well? We have already broken through 2 sword formations. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle ahead. LV Ruochang and the other 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen have not appeared yet. We should hurry. If these strong cultivators recover, we..." At this point, Heng Ji's expression suddenly changed slightly. That's right. Since the first 2 sword formations were targeted at Qi refinement and foundation establishment, then the sword formation at the back would naturally target golden core cultivators. Wouldn't LV Ruochang and the others be waiting in front? De Sun and the rest naturally understood. On the other hand, Xiong Huasong was very clear about his own formation. He smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Heng Ming, you worry too much. Even if LV Ruochang and the rest took the elixir that martial nephew Zhong Bao brought, they would need a few days to recover. I dare to guarantee that the one in front is definitely not LV Ruochang." At the same time, De Sun's expression changed and he asked, "Fellow cultivator Heng Ming, how are the casualties of our Dao sect cultivators? I haven't heard anything from you yet." This. Heng Jiao pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Our Dao sect cultivators have suffered heavy casualties. Right now, there are only 160,000 disciples left." Oh? De Sun and the rest's expressions changed and they looked at each other. "Why, are there so many?" Xiong Huasong was a little speechless. "If we don't break through the sword formations, these 160,000 disciples will be meat on the chopping block." Heng Jiao was unable to answer. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There was no longer any rain in the sword tomb and there was a slight mist. It was this mist that completely blocked everyone's vision and they could not see far. "Let's go." Xiong Huasong did not hesitate and said anxiously, "There are still no sword cries. I'm afraid that the sword formations are not ready yet. We have to act quickly." As soon as the Golden Core cultivators moved, the group of resting foundation building disciples also flew out. There were still quite a few surviving aura refining disciples who had long been impatient. However, their cultivation levels weren't high, so they didn't have any special power to fight back in the sword formation. Most of them relied on luck. They knew that they were flying fast and not skillfully, so they didn't dare to say anything. The remaining 160,000 Dao sect disciples remained in their original small groups. Each sect formed a simple formation and slowly flew up and advanced. Heng Jiao and the other Golden Core cultivators flew in front, while Li Zongbao and the other disciples followed behind. After flying for a few miles, just as everyone was starting to relax, the disciple who had gone out to scout returned. That Golden Core cultivator was Qi Ming from the Taiqing sect. Seeing the strange expression on Qi Ming's face, Heng Jiao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. "Greetings, senior brother Heng Jiao." Qi Ming bowed. Heng Jiao saw Qi Ming's reaction and felt at ease. He smiled and said, "How was the scouting ahead? Looking at you, could it be that there is no sword formation left?" "That's not it." Qi Ming shook his head and said, "About 2 miles ahead, there are sword cultivators. But from what I see, it can't be considered an ambush. After all, they are. If you have something to say, say it quickly." De Sun could not help but scold, "Why are you still like this at a time like this?" Qi Ming's face was slightly red. He did not dare to argue with De Sun and said, "I was ordered to get to the point. What kind of ambush do the sword cultivators have?" De Sun's face was red with anger. He almost scolded him again. "Little brother. I can't say that there is an ambush ahead, but there are more than 10 sword cultivators hovering in midair." Qi Ming stuttered. He did not know what to say to satisfy De Sun. Junior brother Qi, speak slowly. Why are those sword cultivators hovering in midair? Are there no other sword cultivators? There is also no sword Qi or sword light on the ground?" Heng Jiao smiled and said, "I see that you look very relaxed. I don't think this counts as an ambush, right?" Qi Ming heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Exactly. There are more than 10 sword cultivators hovering in midair in front of us. However, they are arranged in a strange formation. There is no sword light or sword Qi nearby. In fact, there is not even a trace of killing intent. If you say that it is a sword formation, it is definitely not. However, if it is not a sword formation, what is the use of them being in such a formation? What else? Heng Jiao's interest was piqued. He asked curiously, "They are just looking at you? There is no movement?" "Not only is there no movement. They are treating I as if I am nothing." Qi Ming was a little flustered. It seemed that he was really angry. However, there are a few second-grade illusory sword cultivators among them. I did not dare to act rashly. I only observed from afar and did not dare to approach them. What about the other disciples? Heng Jiao looked at the few disciples standing respectfully behind Qi Ming. It was obvious that there were fewer of them than the ones he had sent out. He asked, "Didn't you say that you did not make a move? Those disciples?" Qi Ming smiled and said, "When I saw that those swordsmen were ignoring us, I sent them to the left and right to go around and scout." Those swordsmen ignored you?" De Sun frowned. "No. It seems like they did not see us." Qi Ming smiled and said, "When I came back, I already thought about it. Why don't we split up and go around them?" Chapter 2680. You may leave." De Sun waved his hand impatiently. "We have our own plans on how to proceed." "Yes." Qi Ming shook his head and flew to the side. De Sun glanced at Qi Ming and turned to ask, "What do you think, fellow Taoist Heng Ming?" Heng Ming pondered for a moment and frowned. "What fellow Taoist Qi said makes sense. But the problem is, how can we avoid them? If these 160,000 people split up, there'll be 80,000 people. It'll be easier for the sword cultivators to defeat them." "Don't listen to his nonsense," De Sun said. "Although there are only a dozen sword cultivators in front, there must be many hidden sword cultivators. Even if these dozen sword cultivators go around these sword cultivators and scout the path behind them, they'll definitely die. If you don't believe me, let's go ahead and take a look. I bet that these disciples won't be able to return." Heng Ming could only laugh foolishly and say no more. Everyone flew forward again. Sure enough, when they were about 2 miles away, there were indeed more than 10 swordsmen in black swordsmanship hovering in the air. These dozen swordsmen stood in groups of 2s and 3s, but the distance between them was different. Every one of them was facing a different direction. Even the height at which they stood in mid-air was different. Only the one standing at the highest point was a slightly hunched, sharp-mouthed old man with a bitter expression. He was facing the 160,000 Dao sect swordsmen. Seeing the dense crowd of cultivators, the old man stretched his back and raised his arms as if he was loosening his bones. Then, he said loudly, "I'm Qing Feng from the Quilted Mountain sect. I've been waiting here for a long time." "Qing Feng?" After ordering the disciples to stop, Heng Ming flew forward and looked around. He said coldly, "There was a person called Qing Jian previously. Could he be your relative?" Qing Feng blinked and snorted. "That's a fellow swordsman from the Three-Sword sect. He has nothing to do with me. Whether or not you have anything to do with him, that Qing Jian has already fallen." Heng Ming pointed. "Do you want to follow in his footsteps?" "That's right." A bitter smile appeared on Qing Feng's face. This old man already had this idea when senior brother Tsang Yuan died in the 10-direction annihilation Great Array. "Yes, that's right. Tsang Yuan is also from the Quilted Mountain sect. He's your senior brother." Heng Ju nodded. "However, my Dao sect has always been merciful. If you and I have already suffered many casualties, why don't we stop here and wait for the nascent soul masters to arrive?" De Sun and the others were not far behind Heng Ju. When they heard Heng Ju's words, they couldn't help but be taken aback. They turned their heads slightly to look at Xiong Huasong. Xiong Huasong raised his head to look at De Sun. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was thinking of something. "Ha ha ha!" Qing Feng raised his head to the sky and laughed. "The Great Array is already here, and you still dare to say such words. Do you think this old man is a 3-year-old child? What a joke. Hengju's expression didn't change. He said calmly, previously, your Huan country's yin-yang sword array and 5-element sword array had already killed hundreds of thousands of my Dao sect cultivators. The 200,000 to 300,000 sword cultivators that your sword cultivators besieged my cultivators probably don't have any spare energy to fight anymore, right? Previously, my Dao sect's 10-direction annihilation great array also killed tens of thousands of sword cultivator disciples. It can be considered a draw. It's reasonable for you and I to return separately. Now, your sword array, no matter how powerful it is, can it be more powerful than the previous 2 sword arrays? Do you have any extra disciples that you can use? Ha ha ha. Hengju, do you think that sword cultivators only have disciples that they can use? Qing Feng laughed. Even if I don't have any disciples, this old man can still kill all of you. Qing Feng, what sword array is this? Hengju hesitated slightly before asking. This old man will naturally tell you the name of this sword array. Qing Feng gritted his teeth. But not now. Is this really a sword array? Hengju felt incredulous. He released his divine telekinesis and looked up and down, but he didn't see any signs of sword light. Unexpectedly, Qing Feng didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked up to the north and said with melancholy, time is long, and the past is long gone. This old man never thought that I would be able to talk so much nonsense with you. Moreover, this nonsense actually makes this old man feel very comfortable. In this life, only when you're about to lose it do you realize that normal is the best. What? Hengju was shocked and quickly retreated. Clearly, he understood the meaning behind Qing Feng's words. Qing Feng had already made his decision. Buzz, a roar came from the top of Qing Feng's head. Hundreds of feet above, a yellow-skinned swordsman appeared. The swordsman's body was extremely muscular, and there was a faint light surging around him. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi quickly gathered toward the swordsman. This old man is Fan Ming Yuan of the 7 Spirit Mountain. I've been waiting for you all here. Come, come, come. I'll let you all have a taste of the power of my devouring sword array. As Fan Ming Yuan spoke, his body rapidly expanded. In a flash of light, a pagoda about 2 to 3 feet tall gradually appeared. This pagoda had 7 floors, and each floor was filled with strange runes. The runes flashed with various colors, and a faint fluctuation slowly spread in all directions. In an instant, it had spread more than 100 feet and continued to spread in all directions. Devouring sword array? Hengju finally knew the name of the sword array that Qing Feng and the others couldn't resist. As he muttered, he looked at Xiong Huasong. Xiong Huasong was also puzzled. He didn't understand the origin of this array's name. Kill. Hengju thought for a while, then waved his hand. At the same time, he clapped his hand and held the talisman in his hand, waiting to use it at any time. It's finally time. Qing Feng said in a low voice. He pointed his finger, and a green ray of sword light flashed. It hit the swordsman at the bottom of the pagoda. Pa! There was an explosion. It wasn't clear whether the swordsman was killed by the sword qi or if he had received Qing Feng's order. His entire body suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of flesh and blood. Strangely, the flesh and blood didn't fall. Instead, as the sword light stirred, the flesh and blood gradually melted, turning into a ball of pure, dirty blood. The sword light seeped into the dirty blood and turned into sword threads. Then, Qing Feng's finger moved continuously, and the sword light kept falling. In an instant, except for Qing Feng, the dozens of swordsmen all disappeared, turning into a dozen balls of dirty blood. Kill! Although the cultivators felt their hair stand on end, they still shouted. Each of them activated their Dharma treasures and attacked Qing Feng and the others, hoping to kill them before this strange sword array was activated. Seeing the Dharma treasures flying towards him, a smile appeared on Qing Feng's bitter face. He actually began to chant, just like the Tao sect's incantations. As he chanted, the green sword light around Qing Feng's body became even brighter. Kang! The loud sound of a sword rang out again in the silent surroundings. The expressions of the group of Tao sect cultivators changed drastically like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Many cultivators hurriedly looked in the direction of the sword cry. Sure enough, there were some more sword lights that shot into the sky within a few kilometers of the sword cry. The spirit-devouring array had been formed. Quick! Just as everyone was distracted, Qing Feng stretched out his hand and a pitch-black sword pouch escaped from his robes. He threw his hand, and the sword pouch fell in midair. As Qing Feng chanted the incantation, a ray of sword light hit the sword pouch. Like a cultivator refining a Dharma treasure, the sword pouch emitted a green light. Wang! A faint sound came from the sword pouch. Explode! Qing Feng's eyes widened, and the sword light around his body became even brighter. Boom! From Qing Feng's feet, a ray of blood light appeared. This blood light quickly rolled, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Qing Feng, turning him into a violently rolling ball of blood. Above the ball of blood, the green sword light was like lines of runes that constantly flowed on it. Occasionally, the sword light would seep into the ball of blood, appearing and disappearing. Woo! The yellow pagoda that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone suddenly let out a strange sound. An indescribable wave of energy enveloped these balls of blood. Kang! The sword light above the dozens of balls of blood let out a long cry at the same time. The green sword light suddenly rushed out, linked together, and flew towards the green light above the sword pouch. Wang wang wang! Following the sword light, the dozens of balls of blood smashed onto the sword pouch. The sword pouch became even more noisy, and it kept rolling, as if something was anxious to come out. Boom! A loud sound came. It was Li Jijia's flying sword that hit the sword pouch. The blood light above the sword pouch had a deep hole. However, that hole did not expand with the flying sword. Instead, it rapidly shrunk, and the blood light even entangled Li Jijia's flying sword. Li Jijia frowned slightly. Just as he was about to put away the flying sword, another sound rang out. The entire sword pouch exploded, and hundreds or even thousands of fist-sized pitch-black flying objects flew out from within. These flying objects were in the shape of a flat gourd. The front half was a head, and the back half was a body. The head was the same size as the body, and there were two 2-inch-long wings on the body. When the flying objects rushed out of the sword pouch, the surrounding blood immediately rushed over and covered all of the flying objects. Wang! The blood landed on the flying objects and immediately seeped into them. The bodies of the hundreds of flying objects flashed with a pitch-black brilliance, as if they had eaten ferocious spiritual herbs. As the pitch-black brilliance flashed, the belly of the flying objects gradually became bigger, and the head gradually became smaller. In the end, the head was only the size of 2 fingertips. Li Jijia's flying sword had only been withdrawn for more than 5 feet. At this time, seeing the flying objects mutate, he formed a sword seal in his hand and stabbed towards the flying objects. The sword light was like lightning, and in an instant, it pierced the stomach of the flying objects. It looked like it was going to pierce through the flying objects. Unexpectedly, just as Li Jijia had absolute confidence, the flying object suddenly turned around. On its head, the eyes that had shrunk to the size of a mung bean flashed with a blood-red brilliance. It bit down on the flying sword. Ah! Li Jijia was dumbfounded. Crunch, crunch, the brilliance on the flying sword was actually swallowed by the flying objects. Chapter 2681. Buzz. While Li Jijia was still in shock, the remaining hundreds of flying creatures spread their wings and flew toward the dozens of golden core practitioners with bloodshot eyes. Spirit. Spirit-swallowing bug. Suddenly, Qi Ming, who was scolded by De Sun, screamed hysterically as if he had lost his parents. What? These are spirit-swallowing bugs? Heng Zhao and the others were shocked. Spirit-swallowing bugs were strange insects from antiquity times and ranked second in the insect scripture. They were the nemesis of Taoism practitioners. How could these golden core practitioners not have heard of them? However, they had only heard of them, and almost none of them had seen them before. Impossible. Xiong Huasong shouted, spirit-swallowing bugs are half the size of a fist, and their fangs are very long, and their wings are faintly golden. These are the larvae of spirit-swallowing bugs. I've seen them in a damaged insect scripture when I was young. It's definitely true. Qi Ming's face was pale and he could no longer maintain his composure. He said desperately, "Quick, let's run for our lives. Even if they are larvae, they are definitely not something we golden core practitioners can resist. To deal with spirit-swallowing bugs, we can only use heavenly thunder and other things that do not belong to the five elements. This is the sword tomb, where thunder does not exist. Even if there are masters from the thunder-controlling sect, it will be useless. Even all our spells will be swallowed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. And if we use spells without restraint, we will feed the spirit-swallowing bugs with spiritual qi and attract more spirit-swallowing bugs. Unless a nascent soul master is here and feeds the spirit-swallowing bugs with spiritual qi." Qi Ming had already escaped far away, but his words could still be heard. Ah! Li Jijia could not help but scream. His flying sword was the closest to the spirit-swallowing bugs, and there were already 3 of them on it. In just a few words, the spirit-swallowing bugs had already swallowed most of the sword light of the flying sword. The strangest thing was that the body of the flying sword did not change much, but there was no spiritual qi in it. It was no different from an ordinary piece of iron. This is LV Ruochang's killing move to kill us. Heng Zhao could not help but feel cold. He really did not expect LV Ruochang to be able to find hundreds of spirit-swallowing bugs. Even a golden core cultivator would not be able to escape from a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs. Let's go. Without hesitation, Heng Zhao hurriedly flew toward the gap between the spirit-swallowing bugs. Since Heng Heng had already fled, how could De Sun and the others still remain in the air? Seeing the empty space, they prepared to flee. However, something happened that made Heng Zhao and the others' souls fly out of their bodies. The clumsy-looking spirit-swallowing bug flew very fast, like a dark light, and rushed to their front. He was not inferior to golden core cultivators like them. The strangest thing was that these hundreds of spirit-swallowing bugs did not fly to other Foundation establishment stage disciples at all. Instead, they stared at all the gold core stage cultivators. Even if a dozen spirit-swallowing bugs flew to other places and prepared to attack the Foundation establishment disciples, they only flew a few feet away and then quickly flew back. High up in the sky, the pagoda that the cultivators had overlooked was emitting a faint fluctuation. Spirit-swallowing bugs feed on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. We are golden core cultivators, and our dantian contains the golden core, which is where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is most concentrated. Isn't that the most delicious food in the eyes of the spirit-swallowing bugs? Qi Ming could not help but show off his knowledge, but he did not dare to stop at all. The golden core cultivators fled in panic. Although the Foundation establishment stage disciples did not have to worry for the time being, how could they remain calm? Although most of them still maintained their formation, as a whole, they seemed to be in a state of complete defeat as they flew towards the west in a sorry state. But at this moment, 3 black lines suddenly streaked across the sky and landed right next to Qi Ming, blocking him in the middle. How is this possible? Qi Ming almost rubbed his eyes. These are just the larvae of the spirit-swallowing bugs. How do they know how to surround us? But how could the spirit-swallowing bugs answer his question? Before Qi Ming could fly again, the 3 spirit-swallowing bugs flew at the same time, and the black lines flashed and landed on Qi Ming's body. Oh no! Qi Ming was actually not slow, but he was actually surrounded by 3 spirit-swallowing bugs. He was really unlucky. Attack! Although Qi Ming did not dare to use powerful spells, at this moment, he did not hesitate to wave his hand and cast a Dharma incantation on the spirit-swallowing bugs. This Golden Core Cultivator's confinement spell was very powerful. The spiritual qi within a foot of the spirit-swallowing bugs was slightly stagnant. Crack! The spirit-swallowing bugs opened their mouths slightly, and the fangs at the corners of their mouths that were not very sharp bit on the confinement spell. Immediately, the confinement spell was broken. Although Qi Ming was already mentally prepared, when he saw that the confinement spell was broken so easily by a flying bug, his expression changed instantly. However, before he could think further, the 2 spirit-swallowing bugs on his left and right had already begun to devour his protective light. Attack! Qi Ming continuously cast Dharma incantations, wanting to block the spirit-swallowing bugs. Unfortunately, before he could cast a Dharma incantation, his Dharma incantation was quickly devoured by the spirit-swallowing bugs and could only delay them a little. It's good that you can delay them. Qi Ming was slightly relieved. He hurriedly checked, wanting to escape from the siege of the 3 spirit-swallowing bugs again. Just as Qi Ming was checking, another black line flew quickly and quietly from behind him. Before he could react, it landed on his protective light. Creak! Creak! The spirit-swallowing bugs unceremoniously began to devour Qi Ming's protective golden light, which immediately began to flicker. Damn it! Qi Ming turned pale with fright. He clapped his hands, and a palm-sized scarf flew out from his storage bag. The scarf emitted a pink light, and after absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it rapidly expanded and covered the spirit-swallowing bugs behind Qi Ming. Creak! A soft sound, which seemed to be made by the spirit-swallowing bugs, was immediately covered by the pink light. Thank goodness! Qi Ming had just heaved a sigh of relief when 4 more black lines flew quickly from elsewhere. Obviously, they were attracted by the pink light. Damn it! How could I forget? Qi Ming almost wanted to slap himself. The spirit-swallowing bugs like the light from the Dharma treasure. I clearly knew that, and I even reminded others. How could I be so foolish? Why did I release the Dharma treasure? One of the spirit-swallowing bugs landed on the Dharma treasure and devoured the light. The other 3 spirit-swallowing bugs rushed toward Qi Ming. Facing 6 spirit-swallowing bugs at once, Qi Ming was very flustered. He cast spells one after another. What made him feel cold was that the spirit-swallowing bug's speed of devouring spells was getting faster and faster. His confinement spell was almost instantly devoured by the spirit-swallowing bugs. I can't care anymore. Qi Ming saw that his scarf was about to be torn apart by 2 spirit-swallowing bugs. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands together. The Dharma power in his body surged, and a violent wave of Dharma power was generated from his hands. Kill! Qi Ming shouted and released his hands. With a roar, a bright light overflowed and covered the surrounding dozens of feet. A strong Dharma power rushed toward the 6 spirit-swallowing bugs. Chirp chirp, the 6 spirit-swallowing bugs cried out loudly as they were sent flying by Qi Ming's attack. They tumbled in the air. However, when the 6 spirit-swallowing bugs stopped in mid-air, they cried out and rushed toward Qi Ming again. It was as if the spell just now had no effect on them. Moreover, because of the light from Qi Ming's spell, another 3 spirit-swallowing bugs were attracted to him. This Qi Ming almost cried. Then, he realized something. It must be Green Peak. What secret skill did he use? Let's go. Qi Ming hurriedly moved his body, wanting to escape. He had only flown 2 feet when the 9 spirit-swallowing bugs surrounded him. Even the 2 spirit-swallowing bugs that had devoured the scarf stuck their heads out of the scarf that had lost its light. They flapped their wings and flew toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming was anxious. He knew better than anyone how powerful the spirit-swallowing bugs were. However, he was the first to encounter so many spirit-swallowing bugs. He took out all kinds of yellow talismans and magic weapons from his storage bag and threw them at the spirit-swallowing bugs one by one, hoping for a miracle. However, none of these magic weapons that could control the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gave Qi Ming any hope. Ah! Qi Ming screamed. Just as the light around him flashed again and sent the 9 spirit-swallowing bugs flying, 2 of them actually got close to his protective light. They bit through Qi Ming's protective light and crashed into his body. Qi Ming's screams attracted the attention of many Golden Core practitioners who were fighting the spirit-swallowing bugs. They also attracted the attention of many Foundation Establishment practitioners. The 9 spirit-swallowing bugs that had been sent flying by Qi Ming flapped their wings again and rushed toward Qi Ming. One of them was even attracted by the light from his spell and flew toward him. These 10 spirit-swallowing bugs all rushed toward Qi Ming's lower abdomen. His body was like a piece of paper and was easily penetrated by them. Ah! Qi Ming writhed madly in the air. He was in so much pain. Explode! Unable to bear the pain, Qi Ming made a spell and wanted to explode himself. However, when he made the spell, no Dharma power was produced in his meridians. The spirit-swallowing bugs had already rushed into his dantian and swallowed his golden core. Ah! At this moment, Qi Ming's Dharma power could no longer support the flying spell. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground of the sword catacomb, a bloody mess. Buzz, from his flesh, the spirit-swallowing bugs that were smaller than before flew out again. They were much faster and flew toward the other Golden Core practitioners. The Foundation Establishment and Golden Core practitioners who had witnessed this scene all turned pale. A practitioner in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, who was already famous on the Dawn Rain continent, was killed by a dozen little bugs. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, how could they have believed it? Wang, at this moment, the sword hums that seemed to have subsided earlier once again rang out loudly. Amidst the sword lights of the cultivators several kilometers away, many swordsmen wearing pitch-black sword robes appeared. These swordsmen's heads and faces were all covered. Chapter 2682. These swordsmen stood on the sword lights and flew high into the sky. Their eyes looked at the 160,000 cultivators who were fleeing in panic. They took out a flat object from their bosom and put it in their mouths. Then, they took out a pitch-black bag from their waist and opened it. A bunch of pitch-black flying objects also rushed out from the bag. The flying objects were the size of a fist and were in the shape of a gourd. They looked exactly like the spirit-swallowing bugs. These swordsmen puffed up their cheeks and seemed to be blowing sounds that couldn't be heard by human ears. Along with the sounds, the spirit-swallowing bugs flew in the air, covering the sky and the earth, and rushed toward the cultivators in a dense and overwhelming manner. Ah! So many spirit-swallowing bugs? Seeing so many spirit-swallowing bugs flying towards them, the cultivators of the True Path sect were scared out of their wits. They could not care less about their formation. They all covered their heads and ran away, afraid that the spirit-swallowing bugs would target them. Buzz buzz buzz, within a few miles, the sound of the spirit-swallowing bugs spreading their wings could be heard. The entire battlefield was covered. Hold on, hold on. Li Zongbao flew in the air and shouted with all his might. However, the cultivators were already frightened by the spirit-swallowing bugs. How could they hold on? "Senior brother Li, watch out!" Xiao Mao shouted. A spirit-swallowing bug flew to Li Zongbao's back and rushed towards him. Humph! Although Li Zongbao was shocked, he still waved the immortal piercing whip in his hand and hit the spirit-swallowing bug. "Senior brother, don't use your magic treasure." Fairy Hongxia was also shocked and shouted hurriedly. However, to their surprise, Li Zongbao's whip hit the spirit-swallowing bug and sent it flying back dozens of feet. It fell from the air and was dead. This doesn't seem to be a spirit-swallowing bug. Xiao Mao was also slightly shocked and hurriedly flew over. When he caught the spirit-swallowing bug with his hand, he saw that this spirit-swallowing bug was very similar to the previous one. However, there was a deep dent on its thumb-sized head. It must have been caused by Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. This spirit-swallowing bug. Fairy Hongxia quickly flew over and took a closer look. She could not tell. Fairy Hongxia had never seen an earth-devouring bug before. Naturally, she did not know that the earth-devouring bug was no different from the spirit-devouring bug. Humph, of course they are not spirit-swallowing bugs. Li Zongbao's voice came from behind them. If the sky is filled with spirit-swallowing bugs, why would the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom use so many sword formations? Just this spirit-devouring array alone killed hundreds of thousands of people from my Dao sect. Indeed, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao raised their heads and looked over. Although most of the spirit-devouring bugs flew towards the true Dao sect disciples, some of them left the group and pounced towards the ground. There was some vegetation on the ground, as well as some gravel. Creaking sounds could be heard as the gravel and vegetation gradually disappeared. Many spirit-swallowing bugs even pounced on some of the fallen celestial devices and magic treasures. However, these spirit-swallowing bugs were different from before. They swallowed the celestial devices bit by bit, and all the celestial devices and magic treasures were damaged. This is not a spirit-swallowing bug. But it is similar to the spirit-swallowing bug. Fairy Hongxia understood immediately. It must be that the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom tried to cultivate the spirit-swallowing bugs but failed. Instead, they mutated. Those that devour gravel are probably earth-swallowing bugs, those that devour vegetation are wood-swallowing bugs, and those that devour celestial devices must be gold-swallowing bugs. That's right. There are also water-swallowing bugs and fire-swallowing bugs. Now they are all here to join in the fun. Let's kill them all. Xiao Mao also shouted. He stretched out his hand and took out the magic treasures that he did not dare to use. However, at this moment, another scream came from afar. Another early golden elixir realm cultivator had his body broken through by the spirit-swallowing bugs and rushed into his body. This swordsman is really cunning. Fairy Hongxia said angrily. They used hundreds of real spirit-swallowing bugs to kill them, and tens of thousands of fake spirit-swallowing bugs as a smokescreen. Between the real and fake, who knows which is real and which is fake? Who cares if they are real or fake? Let's kill them first. Li Zongbao sneered. He waved his immortal piercing whip and chased after the spirit-swallowing bugs, killing them one by one. However, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia were too weak. They only killed less than 30 fake spirit-swallowing bugs in 10 minutes. The other cultivators were fleeing in panic. Who would notice their actions? Ah! Li Zongbao was very familiar with this scream. He hurriedly looked up and saw that Li Jijia of the Changbai sect was covered in blood. Finally, he could not resist the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs and they rushed into his body. His corpse fell from the sky. Alas, Li Zongbao was silent. He knew that Li Jijia's flying sword was targeted by the spirit-swallowing bugs first. It was already good that he could hold on for so long. Unfortunately, he was a middle golden elixir realm cultivator of the Changbai sect and could not escape from being killed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. Before he died, he did not even have time to use the talisman given by his sect. Li Jijia is dead. Are the other middle golden elixir realm masters far away? Li Zongbao looked around, looking for his master. In the distance, Heng Feng was also entangled by about 10 spirit-swallowing bugs. Heng Feng was afraid of attracting more spirit-swallowing bugs, so he did not dare to use magic. He only dared to move in the air. When he could not dodge, he dared to use his magic power. It seemed that they were of one mind. When Li Zongbao looked up, Heng Feng also turned his head. When he saw Li Zongbao's gaze, he immediately waved his hand and pointed to the west. The meaning was very clear. He wanted Li Zongbao to escape. But how could Li Zongbao leave? He moved his body and was about to fly over with the immortal piercing whip. Heng Feng was furious. He was careless and a spirit-swallowing bug almost rushed into his protective brilliance. Senior brother Li. Fairy Hongxia said anxiously, even if you go over, I'm afraid you are no match for him. You will attract the spirit-swallowing bugs for no reason. If Li Zongbao wanted to say, if Xiaohua is there, what will you do? However, just as he said those two words, he heard a loud sword hum coming from the eastern horizon. A huge sword like a phoenix appeared in the air. Lu Ruo Chang. Li Zongbao said word by word. She. What killing move does she have now? Fairy Hongxia's expression changed. At this moment, 3 spirit-swallowing bugs flew towards the 3 of them, in the distance, in the direction that the Dao sect disciples had scattered and wanted to charge towards, which was 2 miles away. The faint smoke and dust was extremely dense. It was as if the smoke and dust that had covered dozens of miles had originated from this place. When Lu Ruochang's huge sword appeared in the air, a blurry figure appeared from the smoke. It was the first person that Lu Ruochang encountered when she entered the 4-square sword formation, Night Rain, who was wearing a black sword formation. Night Rain was the same as before. His entire body was hidden in his sword armor. Only a pair of eyes could see outside. The rest of his body was not exposed. No one knew what he looked like. Lu Ruochang's phoenix sword essence was reflected in his eyes. It was a kind of eagerness. Night Rain stretched out his hand and took out a strange object. This object was like a statue. It was the size of a palm and was dark green. It looked very similar to the palace guarding bug. It had a triangular head, a small body, and a thumb-length tail. However, this object had 5 legs, which was different from the palace guarding bug's 4 legs. On its head, there was only 1 eye, which took up more than 60% of its head. Yi Yu took out the object and began to chant in a low voice. The strange syllables were emitted in an extremely rhythmic manner. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the object actually reacted. Its entire body emitted a faintly discernible green light. This green light had an extremely strong penetrative power. It even clearly illuminated the dense fog around Yi Yu. Seeing that the object was glowing, Night Rain stretched out her thumb and placed it in her mouth. She bit it lightly and blood oozed out from the pad of her thumb. Night Rain raised her thumb and looked at the blood that was slowly flowing out. Her chanting changed again. The sound seemed to have landed on the blood. The blood that oozed out did not coagulate. Instead, it slowly flowed on Night Rain's thumb. Gradually, a blood-red green seal script appeared on the pad of his thumb. This green seal character was so exquisite and so strange. The thick fog around him actually surged with the appearance of the green seal character like boiling water. A small character could actually have such power. If others were here, they would definitely be shocked. However, Night Rain seemed to be used to this. His eyes were abnormally calm, without any ripples. Poof! Seeing that the green seal character was formed and was about to fly out of his hand, Night Rain did not hesitate to open his mouth and spit a mouthful of essence blood on it. Night Rain's essence blood was originally a cluster, and the green seal character was extremely small. However, when the essence blood rushed out, the green seal character flashed a faint green light. All the essence blood landed on it. Even a faint shadow fell with the essence blood. As the green light flashed, it was pulled out of Night Rain's mouth. Moo, it sounded like the moo of a cow. Just as the shadow fell into the green seal text, the green seal text suddenly made a sound. Night Rain's hand trembled slightly. It was as if the character suddenly became much heavier. Go! Night Rain did not dare to delay. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He flipped his hand and pressed his thumb on the object in the shape of the palace guardian bug with great difficulty. The green seal character formed by the blood landed on the object's eye. Whoosh! As the green seal character landed on the object's eye, the palace guardian bug's eye suddenly opened. A cruel, bloody, and merciless green light swept out and rushed into the fog. Night Rain's face was extremely pale. His body was also trembling. As the palace guardian bug opened its eye, a green light appeared on its body. The palace guardian bug slowly floated in the air. Chapter 2683. Phew! Night Rain let out a long breath again. Then, she waved her hand, and several faint green lights shot out, hitting the air about 100 feet away. The thick fog was slowly lifted as the green lights hit it, as if a layer of gauze was being removed. Under the thin veil, there were 4 groups of sword cultivator disciples. These 4 groups of sword cultivator disciples were all dressed in different sword attire. They were scattered near Yi Yu, and each group had over 10,000 people. They surrounded Yi Yu. Fellow swordsman Knight. After the thick fog was lifted, a first-grade illusory swordsman standing in front of each group saw Night Rain. He hurriedly flew up and bowed, saying, "It's time for us to contribute to the sword realm, isn't it?" "That's right." Night Rain nodded slightly, but her voice was weak. She said lightly, "Fellow Taoists from the Sword School of Sword Mountain, the Pingli Sword School, the Flowing Wind Sword Village and the Flying Thunder Sword Sect, you've been lying in ambush here for nearly 5 years, so you're very familiar with the cooperation of this sword formation. Now LVGNU has sent a signal, and hundreds of thousands of practitioners from the Taoist sect have fallen into the spirit-devouring formation. Needless to say, the Gold Core practitioners in the formation have been attacked by the spirit-devouring bugs, so they have no time to take care of the Foundation establishment and Qi-refining disciples. Those disciples have been confused by LVGNU's deceptive tactic and have been utterly defeated. Now is the time for us to contribute to the sword realm." The leaders of the 4 sword school were 2 men and 2 women. Hearing Night Rain's words, they were excited. Ji Ping, a gray-haired swordsman, bowed and said, "The Sword School of Sword Mountain is a small sect in the sword realm. Under the leadership of fellow swordsman Night Rain, we're able to come out for the sword realm and make such a great contribution. On behalf of more than 10,000 disciples of the Sword School of Sword Mountain, I'd like to thank fellow swordsman Night Rain. If fellow swordsman Night Rain needs any help in the future, we'll do anything for you." "That's right." Li Moji of the Pingli Sword School, a middle-aged swordswoman, also smiled and said, "According to LVGNU, it's because of fellow swordsman Night Rain that we have the opportunity to contribute to the sword realm. We're all very grateful to fellow swordsman Night Rain." "Huh, it's fine. We are all disciples of the sword domain. If we can do something for the sword domain, so what if we die?" Yi Yu said with a faint smile. Flowing Wind Sword Manner's Fan Ping became even more charming. She smiled and said, "It's a pity that we've been training with sword friend Night Rain for 5 years, but we've never seen his true face. It's really a pity. There will be opportunities in the future. Our 4 sects only need to remember Night Rain Sword Friend's kindness. Flying Thunder Sword Sect's Huang Xing was a tall old man. His voice was also extremely loud. Hehe, my grace, you will naturally know in the future. Yi Yu's voice grew louder and louder. He waved his hand and said, "Now, my 4 friends, get ready. Tell your disciples to follow the previous formation and prepare to activate the sword origin." Okay. The 4 of them shouted in unison. They were all abnormally excited. Yes, they were able to participate in the ambush of the 4 directions sword formation with the help of the sword formation. They did not need to fight the Taoist cultivators head-on. This was simply a naked military merit. Needless to say, the Yinyang sword formation and the 5-element sword formation, the disciples of the Kun sword sect and the Taihe sword sect practiced the Yinyang flying sword. They were the best choice to set up the Yinyang sword formation. The 3 sword sect and the Cauldron sword sect could also gather the 5 elements flying sword. However, in the sword domain, how could these 2 sects be the only ones who could gather the 5 elements flying sword? The reason why the 2 sword sects were included in the 4 directions sword formation was that they had a good relationship with the Black Phoenix sword sect. As for the Duanshui Villa in the Spirit Devouring formation, they were LV Ruochang's own subordinates. Everyone knew that the last formation was to deal with the cultivators who had escaped from the Spirit Devouring formation. Many swordsmen did not believe that those gold core cultivators could escape from the siege of thousands of spirit-devouring bugs. The last formation would definitely kill the most enemies among the 4 sword formations, which meant that it would have the greatest military merit. The masters of the 4 sects had never thought that such a good job would fall on them. After all, they were already the second-rate sword sects in the sword domain, even though they had once been glorious. However, because of the arrangement of this mysterious Yi Yu, the 4 sword sects were selected. The masters of the 4 sects were overjoyed and immediately sent out tens of thousands of elites to cooperate with Yi Yu's arrangement. They trained for 5 years. For such a reason, how could Ji Ping and the others not be grateful to Yi Yu? These words were really from the bottom of their hearts. When they heard Night Rain's orders, the 4 of them shouted loudly and flew into the air above their respective sword faction disciples. With a wave of their hands, sword beams shot into the sky. The nearly 40,000 disciples emitted a faint sword beam as their figures gradually moved. It seemed to be an extremely mysterious trajectory. The 40,000 disciples guarded the surroundings of Night Rain, and each disciple moved within a certain range. 10 disciples formed a group, and formed a trajectory. 100 disciples, 1,000 disciples, and even 10,000 disciples from each sect formed a trajectory. The 40,000 disciples moved around Yi Yu at the same time. As the entire formation rotated, a strange suction force appeared above each disciple's head. Yi Yu's eyes flashed with intense passion. He pointed at the Palace Guardian insect that stopped in the air. The Palace Guardian insect's body shone brightly and it strangely moved in the air like a real Palace Guardian insect. Seeing the Palace Guardian insect crawl to the top of Yi Yu's head, Yi Yu suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. A faint green light shot into the air like a sharp sword and rushed into the Palace Guardian insect's body. The Palace Guardian insect cried out in alarm. Its one eye shot out tens of thousands of green light beams into the sky like a fountain. Then, it scattered back down. The place where the green light landed was where the suction force came from. It was the top of each disciple's head. Kill! Yi Yu roared. The sword light around the 40,000 disciples flashed. The sword origin in their bodies was ready to come out. However, just as the sword origin was about to leave him, the green light beams immediately penetrated the disciples' heads. Every disciple's body was immediately covered by a layer of green light. The sword origin was immediately imprisoned in the disciples' bodies. Pung, pung, pung. A series of light explosions rang out continuously, lasting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Every light explosion was a disciple's sword origin surging and his body exploding. After every light explosion, the green light entered his flesh and merged with his sword origin. Sword friend Yi, what is going on? Ji Ping and the others were shocked and hurriedly shouted. Ha ha ha! Yi Yu raised his head and laughed happily. He said, didn't you all want to contribute to Sword Realm? Weren't you all not afraid of being crushed? Now, is the time for you all to sacrifice your lives for Sword Realm. But. Ji Ping was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to ask. You, who are you? Why do you have to choose our 4 sword sects? Li Moji and Fan Ping, the 2 swordsmen, were the most meticulous. They almost shouted in unison. At this moment, Ji Ping and the others suddenly understood that the 4th sword formation of the 4-sword formation was definitely not an ordinary sword formation. It was definitely an extremely sinister sword formation. Looking at the stance of their disciples, it was most likely a sinister sword formation that would exchange their lives for theirs. It was Yi Yu, a mysterious person that they had never seen before, who sent the 40,000 disciples of the 4 sects into this pit of fire. However, why would this mysterious Yi Yu treat the disciples of the 4 sects like this? Could it be that the 4 sects also had a grudge against him? In the blink of an eye, Ji Ping and the others had racked their brains countless times. It was as if they had racked their brains but still couldn't find a swordsman who had such a deep grudge against their sword sect. Ha ha ha, didn't you all say that you wanted to see my true appearance? Yi Yu laughed loudly. He stretched out his hand and pulled down his sword armor. He said, I will now fulfill your last wish. Under the sword armor was an extremely handsome man. His eyebrows were sword-like and his nose was like a hanging gallbladder. He didn't seem to have any special features. Ji Ping and the others looked at him again and again. They couldn't remember anything at all. They couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other. What? Can't you see who I am? Yi Yu's eyes were filled with eagerness. His tone was much more cheerful than before. Ji Ping and the others smiled bitterly and then sneered, I don't care what grudges you have with our 4 sections. However, you used the excuse of setting up the sword formation to avenge your personal grudge. You are the one that we hate the most in the battle of Sword Domain. Today, we will fight to the death with you. We don't believe that the 4 illusory swordsmen can't escape from your hands. When we have a chance to live, we will find Lu Ruochang and Lu Jianyu and ask her to uphold justice for us. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the 4 illusory swordsmen were overflowing with sword light, the flying swords in their bodies were about to fly out. Yi Yu gently pointed his hand. 4 green rays of light fell from the top of the 4 people's heads. The green threads that were connected to their heads trembled rapidly. The 4 people's bodies were completely imprisoned by the green light, unable to move at all. Lu Jianyu? Are you still fantasizing about finding Lu Ruochang? How can this Yi let you all return alive? Yi Yu said cheerfully, besides, even if you survive, even if people suspect that more than 40,000 people from your 4 sects died, will Lu Ruochang blame me? What? Ji Ping and the others struggled with all their might. However, their sword origin was completely imprisoned by the green light. They couldn't move at all. They couldn't help but despair in their hearts. When they heard Yi Yu's words, they were immediately shocked. The feeling of being toyed with filled their hearts uncontrollably. You have colluded with Lu Ruochang? Fan Ping couldn't help but cry out. What do you mean by colluding? Yi Yu sneered, this is the promise that Lu Jianyu gave me. It is also the price for me to kill hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Using 40,000 disciples of your 4-sword sect to exchange for the lives of hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. Don't you think it's an extremely good deal? Chapter 2684. Shut up. Huang Xing said angrily, since you think it's worth it, why don't you let your sword's gate come here to die? Yi Yu's face twitched slightly, but there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He said faintly, yes, you all said that you could give up your lives for the sword domain, but now that it's come to this, you all go back on your words. We'd rather do that, but we don't want to die in your hands for no reason. Huang Xing shouted. However, Yi Yu ignored him and only muttered, as long as you're a human, regardless of whether you're a cultivator or a swordsman, you all have the desire to live. However, some people don't want this chance to live and choose death for the sake of others. But, what about the others? They're not grateful to these people, and after making use of them, they wantonly killed their descendants. The heavenly Tao is fair. You, what are you talking about? Li Moji saw Yi Yu's crazy look and was very scared. He said anxiously, 40,000 of our Sword's Gate disciples have already fallen, do you still want to live? Yi Yu looked up at the four of them and sneered, not just you, the foundations of your Sword's Gate in the sword domain, after the battle here, I'll kill you all. This is something that LV Ruochang has already agreed to. Only by completely wiping out all four of your clans will I be able to reveal my true face in broad daylight. You, who are you? Why do you have such a deep hatred for our Sword's Gate? Ji Ping's face twitched. Before death, the desire to know the answer was incomparably huge. Didn't you just say it? You want my Sword's Gate to come here to die. Yi Yu said faintly, my Sword's Gate has already done it 8,000 years ago. 8,000 years? Ji Ping was stunned, as if he couldn't remember anything. You're a remnant of the Flying Dragon Sword Gate? Huang Xing suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Not bad, there's actually someone who knows about my Flying Dragon Sword Gate. Yi Yu waved his hand, and an orange-yellow sword light soared into the sky. With a roar, a dragon-shaped sword intent flashed out from the sword light, and an enormous and indescribable aura spread out from the dragon-shaped sword, enveloping an area of several hundred feet. Flying Dragon Sword Sect, it really is the Flying Dragon Sword Sect. Ji Ping muttered in a daze. That's right. Since you know that I, Yi, am a disciple of the Flying Dragon Sword Sect, you should know why I, Yi, am here, right? Yi Yu said coldly, 8,000 years ago, your four sects took advantage of the fact that my Flying Dragon Sword Sect's vitality was greatly damaged to invade my dragon platform and exterminate my descendants. Tell me, should I not take revenge today? Sword friend Yi. Huang Xing said helplessly, that was 8,000 years ago. What does it have to do with us? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. You've killed tens of thousands of disciples from our four sects, so, you should have avenged your Flying Dragon Sword Sect, right? The four of us don't plan on going back alive. The other disciples of our four sects are even more innocent. Thousands of years ago, the disciples of my Flying Dragon Sword Sect who were stationed at the dragon platform were not innocent. When your four sects annihilated my Flying Dragon Sword Sect that day, did you ever consider that you were innocent? Yi Yu said coldly, now, you're just complaining. How can you be innocent? Furthermore, the Sword Region Dragon platform belongs to my Flying Dragon Sword Sect. You've occupied it for thousands of years. Shouldn't you leave? Shouldn't you pay the price? Yi Yu lifted his eyes to look towards the east as he spoke. The sounds of fighting were already faintly discernible. He snorted from his nose and said, this Yi is too lazy to say anything more to all of you. This Yi is only telling all of you this because all of you have been so respectful towards this Yi over the past 5 years. All of you should hurry over. The credit of killing hundreds of thousands of Dao sect disciples is waiting for this Yi to share with everyone. Following that, Yi Yu raised his hand and the four of them were surrounded by a green light. The four of them didn't even have time to make a sound before they turned into blood stains. These 4 blood stains were the same as the other 40,000 blood stains. Although they no longer had any vitality, they were still spinning like before. "Rise!" Yi Yu roared. He opened his mouth and a faint green light was shot at the palace guarding bug. The palace guarding bug moved slightly, and the tens of thousands of green threads trembled at the same time. Phantoms emerged from the blood stains. They were the vengeful spirits of the 40,000 swordsmen from the 4 sects. Once these vengeful spirits were drawn out, a vicious aura immediately rushed out. This vicious aura gathered together and even dispersed the thick fog. Ha ha ha! Yi Yu laughed. He pointed his hand and the tens of thousands of green threads flew out and landed on the tens of thousands of blood stains. The blood stains boiled and countless bubbles emerged from the blood stains. Streaks of bloody light followed the green threads and rushed into the palace guarding bug. The blood stains quickly shrank. Soon, all of the blood stains disappeared. The palace guarding bug became half the size of a person and its body emitted a red and dark green light. Squeak! The palace guarding bug raised its head and made a sound. The sound was not right, but the invisible wave spread far away. As the wave swept across, the vengeful spirits slowly rushed out from the ground of the sword tomb one after another. Go! Yi Yu flew up and landed on the palace guarding insect's body. The palace guarding insect carried Yi Yu and quickly crawled through the air. Tens of thousands of vengeful spirits surged toward the east like a tide, which was where the Tao sect cultivators were charging from. Within a radius of several miles around Yi Yu, even more vengeful spirits surged forth like a thin tide and gathered toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 spirit-swallowing bugs quietly turned into 3 black lines and rushed to the left of Li Zongbao and the others. Li Zongbao and the others had already noticed it. Humph! Li Zongbao sneered. He waved his hand and the immortal piercing whip hit the spirit-swallowing bugs again. But something unexpected happened. This time, the spirit-swallowing bugs were not knocked away like before. Instead, they opened their mouths and bit the light of the immortal piercing whip and started to chew it. Spirit-swallowing bugs. Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly activated his Dharma power and the light of the immortal piercing whip shone brightly. He wanted to knock the spirit-swallowing bugs away. But as soon as he moved, the 2 spirit-swallowing bugs that were flying toward Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were immediately attracted by the light of the immortal piercing whip and rushed toward Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao hurriedly activated his flying skill to escape, but he was not as fast as the spirit-swallowing bugs. In a moment, 2 spirit-swallowing bugs caught up with him and bit the light of the immortal piercing whip. What should I do now? Li Zongbao had always treated the immortal piercing whip as his treasure. When he saw the 3 spirit-swallowing bugs devouring the light of the whip, he knew that in a moment, his whip would be turned into ordinary iron like Li Jijia's flying sword. He was extremely anxious. At this time, Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao also flew over. Although they did not dare to get too close, they were not too far away. But they were helpless when they saw the 3 spirit-swallowing bugs. Should we use the congenital primordial water? Fairy Hongxia hesitated and gritted her teeth. However, the congenital primordial water was activated by the Ice Phoenix celestial body. Although the celestial body did not need to be released, the fluctuation of the celestial body, was it spiritual energy? Fairy Hongxia could not be sure. Moreover, the celestial body was more than 100 feet long. It was far more attractive to the spirit-swallowing bugs than ordinary cultivators. Fairy Hongxia was afraid that she would become the target of the spirit-swallowing bugs the moment she released the Ice Phoenix celestial body. The consequences would be worse than Li Zongbao losing the immortal piercing whip. Attack! Li Zongbao helplessly used his Dharma incantation, such as the fireball skill and the confinement skill, one after another. Unfortunately, none of them were effective. The light of the immortal piercing whip gradually disappeared in the mouths of the spirit-swallowing bugs. Forget it. Li Zongbao shook his hand and was about to throw away the immortal piercing whip. But at this time, the spirit-swallowing bugs flew up again and headed for Li Zongbao's arm. Obviously, they had followed the trajectory of Li Zongbao's Dharma power. Oh no! Li Zongbao also saw Qi Ming and Li Jijie being killed. How could he not know the power of the spirit-swallowing bugs? He hurriedly flew up. Just as before, Li Zongbao had only flown a few feet when the spirit-swallowing bugs were already behind him. Li Zongbao trembled with fear and could only activate the Dharma power in his body, regardless of whether it would attract more spirit-swallowing bugs. At this critical moment, there was a loud buzzing sound. In the sky, about 1,000 feet behind Heng Heng, a faint light flashed. Dozens of strong hurricanes appeared and a huge palm gradually formed. It was unknown which middle-stage gold core cultivator could not resist the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs and could not help but use the talisman given by his sect. The hand of the nascent soul had already been activated. The powerful confinement skill firmly held the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs surrounding the cultivator. However, many of the spirit-swallowing bugs around the cultivator were attracted by the spiritual power of the talisman. They abandoned their targets and flew toward the hand of the nascent soul. The 3 spirit-swallowing bugs on Li Zongbao's back were also attracted by the talisman. They turned their heads and flew toward the hand of the nascent soul, ignoring Li Zongbao. I was lucky. Li Zongbao's back was sweating. He could not help but whisper. He lowered his head and looked at the immortal piercing whip in his hand, which had lost its brilliance. He regretfully and reluctantly put it into his storage bag. Oh no, it's Uncle Liang Mingfu from the Nanming sect. Fairy Hongxia's eyes were sharp. She had already seen the gold core cultivator using the hand of the nascent soul. She could not help but cry out. Sure enough, Liang Mingfu made an incantation. The hand of the nascent soul clenched fiercely. When the hand opened, the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs that were caught fell from the sky. However, after falling for a few feet, 2 or 3 of them flapped their wings and flew up again. The other 10 spirit-swallowing bugs fell with the wind and did not fly up again. Seeing this, Liang Mingfu's face lit up. However, his joy only flashed for a moment before it froze on his face. Within 100 feet, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs were attracted by the spiritual qi of the nascent soul's talisman. They flew toward the hand. Chapter 2685. Damn it! Liang Mingfu shouted and was about to cast another spell. But at this time, the dozens of black lines had flown to the big hand, and dozens of black spots appeared on the big hand like spots. Seal! Liang Mingfu dared not hesitate. His Dharma power surged, and the big hand emitted a faint light again, driving all the spirit-swallowing bugs away from the big hand. When Liang Mingfu was about to control the big hand to catch the spirit-swallowing bugs, they opened their sharp teeth again and started to chew the light of the Yuan Ying's hand. You're courting death. Liang Mingfu snorted and slowly grabbed the spirit-swallowing bugs with his big hand again. Uncle Liang, watch out. Li Zongbao's voice was very loud. Oh. Liang Mingfu was in danger and hurriedly released his divine thought. Sure enough, just behind him, dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs scattered and flew towards him. At this time, they were less than 3 feet away from him. How can these spirit-swallowing bugs be so cunning? Liang Mingfu was shocked. He moved quickly and the Yuan Ying's hand smashed towards the spirit-swallowing bugs again. Buzz! The spirit-swallowing bugs were almost unable to move under the restriction of the Yuan Ying's hand. Suddenly, the big hand made a deafening sound. Damn it! Liang Mingfu heard it and his face changed greatly. Before he could do anything, boom! With another loud sound, the Yuan Ying's hand suddenly collapsed in the air and turned into a broken talisman again, falling slowly. The spirit-swallowing bugs that had swallowed the Yuan Ying's hand swarmed towards Liang Mingfu like a swarm of bees. Run! Liang Mingfu only had one thought in his mind, and his body suddenly swayed, pa. Just as Liang Mingfu flew several meters away, a spirit-swallowing bug strangely rushed towards him from the side. Liang Mingfu waved his hand, and two more spirit-swallowing bugs appeared on his left side. Liang Mingfu's heart sank. When he just raised his other hand, buzz, as if thousands of bees were dancing around his ears, Liang Mingfu was very anxious. He scanned with his divine thought and his face turned pale. He saw that the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs had already landed on his back and were devouring his protective golden light. Oh no! Without hesitation, Liang Mingfu made a prompt decision to cast an incantation before the protective golden light was extinguished. Boom! With a loud bang, the space within a radius of hundreds of feet shook violently. Countless airwaves rushed in all directions from here, and the dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs were also pushed more than 1,000 feet away. That was not all. Within 100 zhang of Liang Mingfu, there were several golden core cultivators and quite a few foundation establishment disciples. The golden core cultivators were still able to escape in a panic, but the foundation establishment disciples were miserable. Although they tried their best to escape, they were still unable to escape the impact of the golden core explosion. Most of them died. The pitiful thing was that instead of dying in the mouth of the spirit-swallowing bugs, they were dragged to the grave by their own teachers. For a moment, the area within 1,000 feet of where Liang Mingfu had exploded, was completely empty. How terrifying! Xiao Mao exclaimed in shock when he saw how powerful Liang Mingfu's self-destruction was. Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Xiao Mao were originally quite a distance away from Liang Mingfu. After Liang Mingfu flew in the opposite direction, they were at the edge of the 1,000 feet radius. When Liang Mingfu self-destructed, they hurriedly dodged and did not suffer much damage. That's amazing. Unlike Xiao Mao, Fairy Hongxia saw that after Liang Mingfu's self-destruction, only half of the spirit-swallowing bugs fell to the air. The other half flapped their wings again and rushed toward the nearby golden core cultivators. Master Li Zongbao was shocked again. Heng Zhao was very close to Liang Mingfu, so he was the first to bear the brunt of the self-destruction. When he hurriedly dodged, more spirit-swallowing bugs were pushed to his side by the airwaves. Unfortunately, this wasn't the most important thing. Right at this moment, countless sword cries resounded from beneath the cultivators, and tens of thousands of enormous flying swords charged straight out from the ground. Sword light flickered, and sword chi crisscrossed. It was precisely the swordsman that Lu Ruochang had hidden within the spirit-devouring grand formation that had attacked at the same time. Previously, only the spirit-swallowing bugs were wreaking havoc in the soul-devouring formation. Under the control of Fan Kuei-Yuan's pagoda, their main targets were the cultivators at the golden core stage. The foundation establishment and chi-refining disciples were only disturbed by the so-called gold-swallowing bugs and earth-swallowing bugs. Of course, many disciples were killed by the real spirit-swallowing bugs, and their corpses were everywhere. Now, the sword formation showed its sharp teeth again. Its target was the foundation establishment disciples who had lost their fighting spirit. Li Zongbao wanted to help his master, but the huge sword was condensed by many sword lights. Obviously, it was the joint attack of a group of sword cultivators. How could Li Zongbao be distracted? He hurriedly clapped his hands and habitually took out the immortal piercing whip. However, the immortal piercing whip had been destroyed by the spirit-swallowing bugs. How could it be useful? Li Zongbao sighed and hurriedly looked for other magic weapons. Fortunately, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were beside him. The two of them temporarily protected Li Zongbao. The huge sword of the soul-devouring formation was born. As the sword chi surged, hundreds of spirit-swallowing bugs were attracted to it. However, in the sky, the fluctuations of the pagoda suddenly intensified. The spirit-swallowing bugs only hesitated for a moment before they rushed towards the golden core stage cultivators again. Now, there were less than 160,000 Dao sect cultivators left. They had long been reduced to mere chickens and pottery dogs. There was no way they could form an army. During the first two battles, they could still form simple formations to fight against the giant sword. Now, they could only rely on their instincts to flee in all directions. Many disciples had even died at the hands of other cultivators. For a moment, screams rang out everywhere. In the flashing sword lights, it was like purgatory. Not only that. Under the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs, more and more golden core stage cultivators used their final killing moves. One by one, protective talismans were used. Although these nascent soul stage cultivators could kill some of the spirit-swallowing bugs, once they used their talismans, they attracted more spirit-swallowing bugs. It was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. In just a short time, more than 10 golden core stage cultivators died. Among them, there were several golden core stage elders in the conference hall. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect, Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley, Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect, and Qing Zi of the Mo Sang Mountain were all cultivators in the early stage of golden core stage. They had been injured outside the sword tomb. Although they had recuperated for a while, how could they protect themselves under the attack of the spirit-swallowing bugs? One by one, the spirit-swallowing bugs rushed into their bodies and swallowed their golden cores. Huoping from the blazing fire mountain was proficient in the art of controlling fire. Wisps of flame flew to the left and right from time to time, luring the spirit-swallowing bugs to fly to the left and right. At the same time, she also wandered on the edge of the cliff of death. Huang Feng from the exotic beast sect was also strange. He had a strange beast that looked like a green snake coiled around his finger. From time to time, he would make a sharp hissing sound from his mouth, which made the besieging spirit-swallowing bugs a little afraid of him. However, these cultivators in the early stage of golden core stage were just on the verge of death. They would die if they didn't do anything. Heng Ming and other cultivators in the middle stage of golden core stage were still trying their best to hold on. When they heard the sound of self-explosion from time to time, they felt bitter in their hearts. They knew that the Taoism sect cultivators were really defeated in this battle. However, they still had a little hope in their hearts. They wanted to find a chance to escape from this spirit-swallowing formation. Wu, like a gust of cold wind, a chill appeared on Heng Ming's face. Oh! Heng Ming was slightly stunned. He was a cultivator in the golden core stage. Usually, he was immune to cold and heat. How could he feel the cold wind at will? Not to mention that he was fighting hard against the spirit-swallowing bugs. Heng Ming couldn't help looking around. When he looked around, he felt a chill in his heart. As far as the eye could see, there was a flash of sword light. Outside the sword light, there was a thick fog. Within the fog, wisps of dark green were faintly discernible. At the same time, there were strange cries of ghosts and howls of wolves coming from within the fog. Obviously, the fog had been there for a long time, but Heng Ming didn't notice it. All the disciples in the foundation establishment stage and the qi refining stage who had escaped earlier were forced back by the fog. Although these disciples activated their flying talismans and flying skills, it was obvious that their dharma power had been exhausted. From time to time, some disciples were infected by the fog. However, those who were sprayed by the fog all fell from the sky without making a sound and no longer moved. Heng Ming really sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was cold and an unparalleled sense of despair rose in his heart. LV Ruochang had really put in a lot of effort in this square sword formation. He had used all his methods. The Yinyang sword formation killed cultivators in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage and below. The five-element sword formation killed cultivators in the golden core stage and above, and the spirit-swallowing bugs killed cultivators in the golden core stage and above. As for the remaining cultivators, they were killed by this mysterious fog. From the moment the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators fell into the square sword formation, their fates had already been decided by the swordsmen of the Han Kingdom. LV Ruochang would not let a single cultivator fly out of this sword formation, no matter if it was Qi refining, foundation establishment or golden core. There are dozens of sects in the Dao sect. Why, are there no senior brothers in the later stage of the golden core stage participating in this battle? At this moment, Heng Ming suddenly thought of LV Ruochang's question. Could it be that the Dao sect is bound to lose in this battle of Dao cultivators? Do the teachers of each sect already know? Or is there another reason? Heng Ming naturally did not have an answer to this question. Looking at the fog flashing with green light, Heng Ming had already lost the courage to fight. He also did not have the strength to resist the attacks of dozens of spirit-swallowing bugs. Even if a senior brother in the later stage of the golden core stage came, he would not have a second chance of survival. At this moment, in the thick fog, a green shadow gradually became clear. It was the palace guarding bug, which had already become 10 feet long. This palace guarding bug's body was strangely distorted and the green light was flickering rapidly. On the palace guarding bug's back, Night Rain, who was dressed in black, gradually appeared. Chapter 2686. Soul Armament. Heng Feng's body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the beetle. Ever since he took charge of the council hall, he had read up on many of the previous battles in the council hall. He had even read up on some of the information and records from Sky Patrol City. Thus, he had some understanding of the situation in the Huan Kingdom. Now that he saw the green glow of the beetle, which was as agile as a spirit beast, how could he not know that it was a soul armament? Lu Ruochang has gone mad. In order to win this war, he actually lured soul cultivators into the Huan Kingdom. Heng Ji turned pale with fright. But when he saw Yi Yu's true face, he was a bit surprised. This soul warrior seems to be different from what is recorded in the ancient records. Master. Li Zongbao's voice sounded distant. Heng Feng was startled again. When he looked again, a spirit-devouring bug had already climbed onto his protective golden light. Forget it, everything is about to end. Heng Ju raised his head and looked over. Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and the rest were trying their best to resist the sword light. Seeing his proud disciple like this, Heng Ju felt gratified. Perhaps this kind of life is what Zongbao should have. But I won't be able to see it. Seeing a spirit-devouring bug bite through Heng Feng's protective golden light without any resistance, Li Zongbao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this critical moment, when all the Dao sect cultivators were about to be wiped out, an indescribable pressure surged from the west of the sword formation like a rising tide. This pressure was very weak in the eyes of Heng Ming and the rest, but it was simple, tenacious, and peculiar. This pressure was like a rising tide, instantly enveloping the great spirit-devouring formation and even surging toward the east. Following which, a huge sealing force descended from the sky, completely enveloping the entire four directions sword array. This sealing force was so strong that all the cultivators, swordsmen, and even the spirit-devouring bugs stopped in their tracks. Someone is condensing their core. When Heng Jiu felt this pressure, he immediately knew that it was the pressure of a golden core cultivator. Just like Yutong, when the sealing force appeared, Heng Jiu also understood that it was the celestial phenomenon of a cultivator's breakthrough. What a pity! Heng Feng felt a trace of regret. This late-stage foundation establishment disciple is not condensing his core at the right time. If it was a few days earlier, he would have succeeded. Now that he's condensing his core here, there are spirit-devouring bugs, swordsmen, and even soul warriors. How could he succeed? However, the power of imprisonment was not what Heng Zhao had imagined. It grew stronger and stronger, and everyone was trapped in it. Especially those spirit-swallowing bugs, they were tightly confined and could not move at all. This. Like Yutong, Heng Feng's heart was in turmoil. He was a middle-stage Golden Core disciple of the Utopia faction, so he was very clear about the details of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator's pregnancy. He knew better than Yutong about the signs of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator's pregnancy. This sealing force could only be produced by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's pregnancy. It was absolutely impossible for a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to condense his core. Which senior brother is actually in the sword catacomb? Heng Feng was almost stunned. No cultivator, no matter if it was the state of Shi, the state of Meng, or the state of Lian, with any common sense, would conceive a baby in the sword catacomb. However, Heng Feng was only stunned for a moment. Then, a thought of escaping from death appeared in his mind. His previously dead vitality sprouted like a bud. Heng Feng knew that in the early years, the Taoism sect cultivators who were trapped in the sword formation relied on several late-stage Golden Core cultivators to conceive a baby. From there, they won a chance of survival and defeated the swordsmen who were already confident of victory. Now, wasn't this, the Taoism sect cultivators, repeating the same trick? Wasn't this the best opportunity for them to kill the spirit-swallowing bugs and escape? Almost without thinking, Heng Feng reached out his hand and took out the nascent soul talisman with difficulty from his storage bag. Then, he activated the Dharma power in his body with difficulty. Buzz, with a flash of brilliance, the nascent soul hand slowly expanded. In this confinement that was comparable to that of a pregnant baby, the nascent soul hand could still be activated. Since Heng Feng had such a thought, De Sun, Xiong Huasong, and the others naturally had the same idea. All the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall who had talismans activated their nascent soul hands. Although there were hundreds or even thousands of spirit-swallowing bugs, they were different from the Golden Core cultivators in this confinement phenomenon. They trembled very much, as if they were extremely afraid. The fluctuations of the pagoda in the sky were also disturbed by this confinement force. The spirit-swallowing bugs were no longer under control. They froze in midair, and the nascent soul hands grabbed them and crushed them to death. Damn it! What? Why is it a pregnant baby again? Outside the spirit-swallowing formation, LV Ruochang and the others were also affected by this confinement force. Their expressions changed greatly. LV Ruochang almost stomped his feet in midair and said hatefully, which Golden Core cultivator is pregnant? Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Taoist sect, there is no disciple in the later stage of Golden Core, right? Seeing that the confinement force was getting stronger, LV Ruochang was so angry that his whole body trembled. Boom! A huge explosion came from the spirit-swallowing formation in the distance. A burst of yellow brilliance shot up into the sky and shook the confinement force. Fan Mingyuan, Fan Jianyu. LV Ruochang saw this and his expression changed again. Inside the spirit-devouring formation, yellow light soared into the sky, and the area within a radius of several thousand feet was hit by a powerful wave of air. The restrictive force inside the formation was shattered by the explosion of the pagoda that Fan Kuei Yuan had turned into. The remaining hundreds of spirit-devouring bugs once again had blood-red light in their eyes, and they madly charged toward the nascent soul hands of Heng Feng and the others. This time, the spirit-swallowing bugs were even more powerful. In a moment, the nascent soul hands were devoured. The hope that the Taoist sect cultivators had just had was snuffed out again. Fan Jianyu. LV Ruochang looked up at the sky and said sorrowfully, "The warriors of the sword region will never forget your contributions." Then, he urged the sword light under his feet to fly slowly in the confinement force. He said coldly, "Even if there is a Golden Core cultivator in the later stage of Golden Core, so what? Not to mention this spirit-swallowing formation, even my final killing move is not something that a pregnant Tian Zhao can defeat. However, before LV Ruochang could fly more than 10 feet, strong hurricanes were set off in the space enveloped by the confinement force. The center of these hurricanes was a small virtual point. As these hurricanes grew stronger, the virtual point gradually revealed a shiny silver-white light spot. Once this light spot appeared, it immediately condensed and grew larger. In a moment, it grew to the size of a thumb, then a fist, and finally a dipper. This dipper was surrounded by a huge whirlpool. The golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the whirlpool was constantly gathering, forming many pearls. The golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire square sword formation was swept away and turned into these crystals. For a moment, the radiance of the magic tools and magic treasures on the battlefield dimmed, and the sword light gradually disappeared. Some cultivators who had exhausted their magic power couldn't even stand steadily in the air, and actually fell from the sky. Of course, this situation only stagnated for a moment. Gusts of wind swept up in the formation again. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and sword chi in other parts of the sword tomb surged toward the formation again. This. LV Ruochang was stunned. Hung Teng was even more stunned. But while Hung Teng was stunned, he was also pleasantly surprised. This was because the spirit-swallowing bugs attacking the nascent soul hands were obviously attracted by the vast amount of golden spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They did not care about the hands of the nascent soul and the golden core cultivators. Thousands of spirit-swallowing bugs, whether real or fake, rushed toward the huge crystal. The spirit-swallowing formation was no longer effective. This does not seem to be a pregnant senior brother at the peak of the later stage of golden core. A pregnant senior brother shouldn't have crystals. Hung Teng almost stretched out a hand from his throat. Only pure spirit tide can form a nascent soul, right? But, if it is not a pregnant senior brother, how can there be such a huge crystal? Perhaps this senior brother's nascent soul is different from that of ordinary cultivators? This could only be Hung Teng's guess. Quick! After LV Ruochang recovered from his shock, he did not have time to care about the abnormality of the pregnant senior brother. He cried out to the group of third-grade illusory swordsmen, "Let's hurry and find the location of this senior brother's nascent soul before he is pregnant. From the looks of it, he is not far away. Maybe we can take the opportunity to kill him." But, what about the golden core cultivators in the spirit-swallowing formation? Ruoling was a little weak, but she still asked, "It is very difficult to kill a nascent soul. Why don't we take the opportunity to kill the rest of the Dao sect disciples?" LV Ruochang said confidently, "I have a soul-killing formation outside the spirit-swallowing formation. Even if there is a pregnant senior brother." As he spoke, a rumbling sound of thunder rang out from the sky above the sword catacomb. Within 100 miles of the sky, the rolling dark clouds surged rapidly, and faintly discernible golden threads danced in the dark clouds. A vast killing intent, through the power of imprisonment, filled the space between heaven and earth. LV Ruochang sensed the killing intent of this heavenly thunder. How could he not know that this was the nemesis of spirit warriors? A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he was practically dispirited in midair. "Junior sister LV." Ruoling was shocked and hurriedly flew forward to support LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang's eyes were lifeless, like a dead fish. He stared straight at the sky and muttered, "In the sword catacomb where lightning does not occur, when will there be heavenly thunder? This cultivator who is pregnant in the sword catacomb, who is this expert? Alas, since LV Husheng was born. Could it be that this is what she said? That I was too clever in my calculations, and in the end, I ruined Qingqing's life? LV Ruochang was sad. Could it be that I can only fail at the last minute? This is predestined. Chapter 2687. Just as LV Ruochang expected, outside the spirit-devouring formation, the rolling fog was still moving forward slowly and steadily, although it was affected by the confinement force. Although the palace-guarding bug and Yi could not fly in the air, they had already landed on the ground, but they were still crawling forward step by step. However, sooner or later, they would meet the Taoist sect cultivators, and these cultivators would be killed by Yi's soul-destroying formation. Heng Xiao and the others were ready for the final battle. However, when the heavenly thunder broke through the confinement formation, Yi's face changed greatly. Others did not know, but he saw clearly through the soul-destroying formation. All the vengeful souls were struggling painfully in the heavenly thunder, and many of them had turned into white smoke and disappeared. More powerful vengeful souls, attracted by the soul-destroying formation, were fleeing in panic. Yi looked at the sky, and he was also confused. But just as he was confused, the heavenly thunder in the sky became more intense. The golden light was shining, and it slowly gathered in a place in the west. Oh no! In the golden light, the heavenly thunder became more and more powerful. Yi's soul-destroying formation trembled in fear, and the green light around it gradually dimmed. Yi complained secretly and hurriedly recited the soul incantation, and the soul-destroying formation shrank rapidly. When the soul-destroying formation was restored, Yi looked at the 40,000 vengeful souls of the Sword Mountain and the 4 sword schools reluctantly. He wanted to activate the soul-destroying formation to collect them, but these vengeful souls were trapped in a quagmire under the heavenly thunder. No matter how Yi activated the soul-destroying formation, he could not take any vengeful souls away from the heavenly thunder. Without the vengeful souls, how could Yi dare to face the golden core cultivators? Yi's figure slowly disappeared as he prepared to leave. However, Yi's figure flickered several times, but he just couldn't disappear. Under the might of the heavenly lightning, his soul cultivation movement technique was also affected. Heng Xiao and the others were killing the spirit-devouring bugs while observing Yi. They saw Yi collect the soul-destroying formation, and his figure flickered several times, and then he turned around and left. How could they not know that he had given up the soul-destroying formation? Overjoyed, he hurriedly circulated his true essence to fight against the binding force while killing the swordsman. Relying on the strength of a single person to break Lu Ruochang's plan of several years, relying on the strength of a single person to save hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators from certain death. Other than Xiaohua, who was preparing to condense his core in the Brahma Gold Palace, in this Dawn Rain continent, who else could it be? However, Xiaohua's situation was not as simple as Heng Xiao and LV Ruochang thought. Xiaohua originally wanted to rely on his advanced celestial phenomenon restriction to kill Yutong, but just as he was about to make a move, a tearing pain suddenly appeared in his lower dantian, as if his entire dantian was about to be torn apart. When his divine sense sank into his lower dantian, he was unconsciously scared out of his wits. He saw a light purple thing slowly rotating between his 2 lightning cores. A huge suction force came from this light purple thing. This suction force rushed into his qi refining and foundation establishment meridians. This situation was originally recorded in Zhen Qing's experience of condensing one's core. Other than the 2 lightning cores, everything else was roughly the same. However, what caused Xiaohua to turn pale with fright was the suction force generated by the core condensation. This suction force was divided into 2, each containing the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao in these 2 suction forces was different according to the Tao of Yin and Yang. One was Yang, the other was Yin. They were separately sucked into his 2 meridians. If it was an ordinary cultivator who condensed their core, the Yin and Yang suction forces would be completely balanced. Because of the different Yin and Yang attributes, the solidified true essence absorbed would produce a fusion of Yin and Yang, which would allow the true essence to condense into a golden core in the dantian. But at this moment, the the suction force in Xiao Hua's 2 meridians was completely different. The suction force in the qi refining meridians was more than 40% greater than the suction force in the foundation establishment meridians. This enormous suction force twisted Xiao Hua's lower dantian. This kind of heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain was more severe than any kind of needle pricking. Moreover, this suction force had already penetrated deep into his meridians. The unbalanced power twisted all the meridians in Xiao Hua's body. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hua understood. If it was an ordinary core condensation, then he would have taken the dry separation pill. The dry separation pill could accelerate the solidification of the true essence flowing within the meridians. This solidified true essence would be sent into the light purple area by the suction force, and the golden core that countless foundation establishment cultivators yearned for day and night would condense there. However, would Xiao Hua dare to take the dry separation pill now? His 2 suction forces were completely unbalanced. Not to mention whether or not it would affect the 2 meridians, even the amount of true essence used to condense the golden core would be different because of the difference in the yin and yang suction forces. And with different amounts of yin and yang true essence, could it condense into a complete golden core? Xiao Hua could almost think of the answer with his heel. It was absolutely impossible. The only result of doing this was that the yang true essence would be greater than the yin true essence, resulting in the asymmetry of the golden core. This golden core could only collapse, and he could only die. There was not a moment when Xiao Hua didn't want to cultivate to the golden core realm, but now, he had truly condensed his golden core, yet he was incomparably regretful. This young master, why did I have to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining that day? Why didn't this young master think of the difference between the yin and yang suction forces? Xiao Hua was incomparably remorseful. Martial Uncle Zhen Qing, why didn't you write an extra sentence in the jade slip? However, all of Xiao Hua's remorse, all of his complaints, how could they change reality? On the Dawn Rain continent, no one had ever cultivated a cultivation method after the 12th layer of qi refining. This kind of conformist matter was bound to have a cause and effect. If it wasn't for the fact that the meridians refined by the 12th layer of qi refining were exactly the same as the meridians refined by the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, how could this qi refining cultivation method only have the 12th layer? And not the 11th or the 13th layer? Perhaps many years ago, there were people who cultivated to the 11th or 13th layer. Perhaps they also failed or even died when condensing their golden core at this time. Perhaps these lessons were passed down by word of mouth many years ago, or even recorded in a taboo. However, after so many years, cultivators had already forgotten about it. Everyone thought that the 12th layer of qi refining was a matter of course, but who would really think about why it was precisely the 12th layer? Even if Xiao Hua asked Master Wu Xian to answer, Wu Xian might not necessarily be able to say anything. Instead, he would probably fly into a rage and berate Xiao Hua, forcing Xiao Hua to cultivate peacefully. However, Xiao Hua had the memories of cultivating to the 18th layer of qi refining, yet he wouldn't ask Wu Xian for advice. Furthermore, Zhen Qing's jade slip also didn't have any records of the balance between yin and yang. Most importantly, in order to find his own origin, Xiao Hua chose to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining without hesitation. All of these were enough to lead to today's tragedy. Of course, before these tragedies, Xiao Hua once again tasted the countless benefits of cultivating to the 18th layer of qi refining. His true essence was a lot more vigorous than ordinary cultivators, and he had the advantage in fights. His divine sense was also far stronger than others, and his cultivation speed was also far faster than others. Unfortunately, everything had a price. Although many times, this price was their life, there would always be people who would risk everything to do it. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through it. Xiao Hua was truly at his wits' end. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, I thought others were idiots, and I had already seen through it. But unfortunately, I was the idiot, and others had already seen through it. This 13th layer of qi refining cultivation method was placed in the Imperial Thunder sect, yet no one cultivated it. I don't believe that with so many capable people, not a single one of them could see through it. Even if they didn't know about the meridians in the entire body, how could they not know if a foundation establishment master explained it to them? Why didn't they cultivate it? Wasn't it because of the balance between yin and yang? Wasn't it because the qi refining cultivation method on Xiaoyu continent only had the 12th layer? Perhaps there were also people who tried, but all of them fell, but, in the end, I'm different from them. I seem to remember that this qi refining cultivation method originally had the 18th layer. In order to find my origin, I could only it seems. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved, and a bright light flashed in his mind. Since the current suction force is different, the root of the difference lies in the two meridians. Since this young master knows about the meridians in the entire body, why can't this young master create a meridian that is similar to the meridians in qi refining after the foundation establishment meridians? Xiaohua immediately thought of the meridians in the entire body that he saw when he was dual cultivating with Fairy Hongxia. But Xiaohua hesitated again. I don't have a method to refine the meridians in the future. That's right, different meridians, different cultivation stages, require different refining methods. Xiaoyu continent doesn't have a so-called universal cultivation method, and even the water attribute and fire attribute physiques cultivation methods are different. Although Xiaohua knew the location of the meridians, without the corresponding refining method, it was also useless. It seemed that he had reached the end of his rope again. Xiaohua was somewhat impatient, but within his dantian, the two lightning cores were still revolving, emitting hissing lightning. That light purple thing slightly swayed, and the suction force within was still increasing. This is really going to kill me. Xiaohua really wanted to stop condensing his core right now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would really be able to stop. On Xiaoyu continent, cultivators who were stuck at this stage were as numerous as carps crossing the river. One more Xiaohua didn't count as anything. But what was worse was that the two lightning cores were constantly revolving, emitting lightning. Xiaohua was simply powerless to stop it, and the suction force that was tearing his dantian only became stronger, not stronger. Xiaohua himself didn't know whether or not his dantian would be torn apart by this suction force in the end. Xiaohua's primordial spirit, which was comprehending the primordial spirit sword controlling technique, didn't have time to continue comprehending, and hurriedly flipped through the many cultivation methods that he had comprehended before. Earth attribute, water attribute, fire attribute, qi refining, foundation establishment, gold core. Xiaohua had collected a lot of cultivation methods, and the meridians involved were also not few. But unfortunately, there wasn't a foundation establishment cultivation method that required meridians. Suddenly, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. Create a cultivation method. Chapter 2688. A self-created cultivation technique? Thinking of this outrageous idea, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Every cultivation method was a summary of their own cultivation process by a senior with an extremely profound cultivation base, exploring a path that no one had ever set foot on before from the height they stood on. And these seniors were at least nascent soul cultivators, right? So much so that the cultivation techniques created by the senior experts, after their creation, had gone through many years of analysis and modification by many capable people before they finally took shape and could be practiced by low-level cultivators. Xiaohua's current cultivation base was only at the late foundation establishment stage, yet he still wanted to create a cultivation technique for foundation establishment cultivators. This was simply an impossible matter. Normally, even if Xiaohua was beaten to death, he still wouldn't think in this direction. Even if he was really asked to do so, he definitely wouldn't do it. Perhaps he would only smile lightly and say, "Let's leave this matter to those with outstanding talent to worry about. It's better for us commoners to tuck our tails between our legs." But at this moment, the situation was so dangerous. At the juncture of life and death, how could there be any elegance? Perhaps only in this kind of critical moment could a person's potential be stimulated, allowing them to see divine abilities that they normally couldn't see. Seeing the suction force tearing at his dantian and distorting it, Xiaofan stepped into a desperate situation. The idea of creating a cultivation technique gave him a glimmer of hope. With only a slight hesitation, Xiaofan stepped into a domain that he had never thought of before. I've previously practiced the dragon transformation art, so I'm extremely familiar with the meridians in my body. In terms of the path of discovering the meridians, it's 100 times better than those masters who don't know the meridians. In addition, the key at this time is to balance the yin and yang suction forces. It's not necessary to cultivate from the early foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. I only need to open up my meridians. It's not necessary to refine my true essence. Also, I have many cultivation techniques here. Even if I don't know how to create a cultivation technique, it's not necessarily impossible to succeed as long as I follow along. Furthermore, I usually practice the dragonization art as well. The tenacity of my meridians is incomparable to that of others. When I'm developing and refining my meridians, I can correct any abnormalities as soon as I notice them. There might not be any mistakes. Lastly, there is an extremely large amount of metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sword tomb, and there is also an extremely abundant amount of sword qi. Furthermore, I obtained the secret art of transforming sword qi into true yuan from the Yu family, so I don't have to worry about absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The more Xiaofan thought about it, the more he felt that there was a glimmer of hope in front of him. Immediately, his heart was filled with incomparable faith. In this world, there will always be a first cultivation technique. This first cultivation technique might not necessarily be the work of a nascent soul or spirit-severing stage senior. Since there was someone who could make such an earth-shattering move and create a cultivation world in this world. If that's the case, why can't this young master step on the shoulders of the predecessors and create a simple foundation building technique? With such determination, and in this extremely dangerous place, Xiaofan actually made an astonishing move. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes with difficulty, enduring the heart-wrenching pain. The cultivation techniques that he had seen before flashed through his mind, and he tried to find some incantations to refine his meridians. At the same time, the dragonization art also stopped under the control of the other Yuan spirit. That Yuan spirit also gathered at the new meridians and carefully examined the effects of the incantations. At the same time, Xiaofan controlled Si Yinding to open a gap in the Buddhist gold formation, allowing the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sword qi of the sword tomb to pour in. The heavenly infusion technique in his body was activated again, and the metal attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sword qi quickly poured into his body, rushing into the meridians that Xiaofan was preparing to open. As he tried the incantations one by one, strands of true qi were refined, and strands of true essence were produced with great difficulty. Needless to say, almost all of the existing incantations were useless. Xiaofan slowly tried to modify individual details according to the meridian's perception. Once the meridians were smooth, the refinement of true qi would immediately proceed. If the details were not satisfied, Xiaofan would have no choice but to figure out a new incantation according to the previous incantations, and then use this incantation to refine the spiritual energy. Time passed slowly like this. In this irreversible time, Xiaofan was racing against time, trying to create a new cultivation technique before the gravitational imbalance collapsed, and to balance the power. Fortunately, Xiaohua's Yuan spirit was very strong, and in this short period of time, he was able to pay attention to many details. When the first strand of true qi was produced in the new meridians, Xiaohua's heart had already calmed down, and the originally extremely unbearable tearing also gradually weakened. Looking at the Buddhist gold formation where Xiaohua was, a huge vortex was slowly forming. Xiaohua was evolving a cultivation technique from the early stage of foundation establishment to the late stage of foundation establishment, and the amount of spiritual energy required was enormous. Although there were large crystals in the range of several hundred li, those crystals were the celestial phenomenon of core condensation, and would not be affected by Xiaohua's cultivation at this time. Kacha, in the high sky, fine golden heavenly lightning was suspended, from time to time rolling and brewing, but it did not fall for a long time. In the sword tomb where 10,000 lightning bolts were not born, the rich gold qi that had accumulated for many years was slowly being defeated by the might of the heavenly lightning. Countless vengeful spirits were fleeing in the midst of the heavenly lightning, trying their best to escape from the shroud of the heavenly lightning. However, this heavenly lightning had an endless suction force, and although it was extremely far away from the vengeful spirits, those vengeful spirits were unable to escape. This was the gold qi that had been defeated by the heavenly lightning, and a huge amount of sword qi was slowly flowing in the sword tomb. The vortex above the Buddhist gold formation was so large that a lot of spirit qi and sword qi inevitably fell into it, and as more and more spirit qi and sword qi flowed in, it formed a torrent that entered the sea. How could Xiaohua know that he was already changing the current situation of the sword tomb? He was only immersed in the tranquility of creating a cultivation technique. The huge amount of spirit qi and sword qi was absorbed into his body by the immortal body-filling technique. The spirit qi flowed into his meridians, and the sword qi was once again transformed into spirit qi by the falling gold mountain secret technique. Following the spirit qi, it flowed into his meridians, and within his meridians, this spirit qi was just in time for Xiaohua to try out the newly created cultivation technique chant. It was absolutely impossible to practice the entire cultivation technique before the suction force tore his dantian and body apart. But under Xiaohua's attempts, new meridians were gradually being opened, and the yin-yang suction force also had a place to go. The huge difference between the yin and yang suction forces was gradually being changed. Moreover, this change was extremely slow in the beginning, but later on, it became faster and faster. This was the same as when Xiaohua was creating a cultivation technique. In the beginning, it was admittedly unfamiliar and at a loss. But with failure and success, he gradually grasped the knack of it, and the speed at which the cultivation technique chant was being produced became faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps several hours, perhaps several days, when Xiaohua finally practiced the last chant, Xiaohua calmly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence and incomparable calmness. He slightly sensed it and let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he was lucky. In fact, when Xiaohua was creating the cultivation technique, he had neglected another crucial point, and that was that the 12th layer of qi refining was equivalent to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Xiaohua's 18th layer of qi refining was only 6 layers more than the 12th layer of qi refining. If he were to create the meridians of the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, then, wouldn't the yin-yang suction force be greater than the yin-yang suction force? Wouldn't that cause another imbalance? This problem was also something that Xiaohua realized in the middle of creating the cultivation technique. But at that time, how could Xiaohua retreat? He could only brace himself and force his way through. Perhaps it was the effect of the Phoenix Jade Talisman, or perhaps Xiaohua only focused on opening his meridians and did not thoroughly refine his true essence. This time, a balance was formed. Naturally, in this balance, there was no longer any pain, only a trace of fetters, like a fishbone in his throat. After all, Xiaohua's newly opened meridians were not completely opened. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself, "This cultivation technique should be my Fortune Gate's first foundation establishment cultivation technique. Even, it's a rare cultivation technique for the metal element physique. However, after the joy, Xiaohua was bewildered again. In fact, it had only been a few days since the beginning of the creation of the cultivation method. In such a short period of time, how could it be so smooth? Even if he was really talented and could create his own cultivation technique, how could opening meridians and refining his true essence be something that could be done in a short period of time? Xiaohua was prepared to risk his life to delay the core condensation process for several weeks or even several months. To be able to succeed in a few days was definitely not what he had imagined. Could it be, my meridians don't need to be expanded? Only need to be able to refine my true essence? Could it be that when I cultivate the dragon transformation art? Xiaohua couldn't help but have some doubts. Forget it, this is a good thing, and now is not the time to investigate. I'll think about it when I don't need to open my meridians. Thinking of this, Xiaohua activated his newly created cultivation technique. Streams of majestic true essence condensed into true essence and rushed towards the final barrier. Boom! A faint muffled sound rang out, as if a wall had been pushed down. The two attractive forces in Xiaohua's dantian suddenly became incomparably balanced, and the true essence in Xiaohua's meridians became still at the same time. The two attractive forces of yin and yang blended together like water and milk, and all the large crystals in the cage involuntarily trembled. Xiaohua understood that this was the best time to condense the core as mentioned in the Zhen Qing Jade Slip. Without thinking, he slapped his hand and took out a dozen dry separation pills from the space and was about to put them into his mouth. But at this time, a vigorous sword qi rushed into his body, and the already stopped heaven and man body bestowment technique was once again attacked by a large amount of metal element heaven and earth spiritual energy. Xiaohua's body involuntarily trembled. Chapter 2689. Oh. Ah. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His divine sense swept over, and he was immediately frightened by the huge vortex above his head. Without thinking, he hurriedly urged the seeing cauldron to close the gap in the Brahma gold array. However, the almost endless sword qi and spiritual energy followed the previous trajectory and directly poured in. Xiaohua simply couldn't close the Brahma gold array under the impact of the sword qi that was stronger than a waterfall. He couldn't even stop the sword qi from rushing into his body. The endless stream of sword qi and metal qi was like a torrential river and sea. Xiaohua's back was covered in cold sweat. It was really one wave after another. Each wave was higher than the one before. If Xiaohua was careless, he would fall in this wave. Withdraw! Xiaohua shook his hand and took out the yin-yang sword gourd that was previously stored in the space. He urged the sword gourd to move. The endless metal qi, sword qi, and sword qi continuously rushed into the sword gourd. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sword gourd emitted a green and red brilliance. Xiaohua understood that the yin-yang sword gourd couldn't absorb anymore, so he hurriedly put the sword gourd back into the space. Forget it, this young master. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was once again forced into a corner, once again tied to a pirate ship. First drink poison to quench thirst, then we'll talk. For a moment, Xiaohua could only activate the dragon transformation art, agitating all the meridians in his body. The two sets of yin and yang meridians heart sutras were displayed. The heavenly infusion technique drew in an endless stream of heaven and earth spirit energy, refining the true energy in his meridians and forming true essence. Rumble. As Xiaohua urged the dragon transformation art, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. It seemed to be in Xiaohua's ears, but it also seemed to be in Xiaohua's body. The power of heavenly thunder was born from the surroundings, slowly imprisoning Xiaohua. Ah! Lightning tribulation again. Xiaohua felt the familiar feeling of lightning tribulation when he first entered the Foundation establishment realm. He couldn't help but be shocked and deeply bitterly smile. Forget it, it's like this anyway. Then let's do it together. Thinking of this, Xiaohua simply ignored the lightning tribulation. He only focused on the sword qi that was poured in. As for the sword qi that was poured in, Xiaohua didn't dare to use a secret technique to convert it into true qi. However, he had long since comprehended and modified the Falling Gold Mountain secret technique, which allowed him to directly transform the sword qi into sword origin. Since there was a steady stream of sword essence being produced, Xiaohua very naturally flipped through the sword techniques for sword cultivation. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 flying swords, cheerfully flying around Xiaohua. Starting from the most basic part, he started cultivating bit by bit. The strands of sword essence condensed by Xiaohua rushed out of the sword technique in his hand, as if chasing after the 2 flying swords. They formed circle after circle of mysterious sword essence around Xiaohua's body. Inside the sword tomb, with Xiaohua's Buddhist gold great array as the center, the sword qi and spirit qi formed a hurricane. This hurricane was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, surging towards Xiaohua. As time passed, this hurricane grew larger and larger, and the area it affected also increased. At the edge of the sword catacomb, as if it had sensed the phenomenon of Xiaohua condensing his core, all of the purple jasmine flowers bloomed. Among the bright purple petals, a blood-colored fruit was revealed. This blood-colored fruit was so bright that it reflected the rising sun outside the dense dark clouds, emitting a faint light. Outside the sword tomb, the scattered cultivators of the Dao sect and the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom, as well as the disciples of the cultivation clans who had come to the vicinity of the sword tomb in search of opportunities, were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon. All of them had shock on their faces as they looked at the faintly visible lightning flashing above the sword tomb. They knew that something important must have happened for there to be a strange phenomenon in the sword tomb that was devoid of lightning. Perhaps, it's time for the cultivation war to come to an end. Everyone had this thought, but the Dao sect cultivators who were trapped in the 4 directions sword formation did not think so. Even the sword region swordsmen who set up the formation did not think so. LV Ruochang and the other 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen had already arrived near the spirit-devouring great array. They had already reorganized the Huan country's swordsmen into a new great array. However, because the spirit qi of heaven and earth in the sword tomb was confined by the phenomenon of Xiaohua condensing his golden core, although the spirit qi of heaven and earth outside the range of the golden core was constantly flowing into the sword formation, this spirit qi of heaven and earth was once again sucked in by the suction vortex formed by Xiaohua earlier. Therefore, there was not much spirit qi in the sword formation for the swordsmen and cultivators to use. LV Ruochang and the other sword cultivators wanted to attack, but they were powerless. The swordsmen could not use their flying swords to attack the cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators wanted to escape, but they were surrounded by the swordsmen and were powerless to do so. Moreover, LV Ruochang and the other 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen were injured. Although Heng Ming and the other middle-stage gold core cultivators were weaker than them, they had spirit talismans in their hands. Although the spirit talismans were not as powerful as before in the hands of Heng Ming and the others, they were more than enough to protect themselves. Therefore, the sword cultivators and cultivators were temporarily in a stalemate, each looking forward to the situation turning around. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Although it was only a few days, it was an earth-shaking change for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sword principle cultivation had been there for a long time. He had been comprehending the sword playing the world for a long time, but he had not had the opportunity to advance further. As for the flying sword technique of the Huan country's sword cultivators, Xiaohua had been comprehending it since he obtained Li Xiubai and Immortal Bright Sword's jade slips. The Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter were excellent proof. It could be said that Xiaohua's comprehension and cultivation of sword principle had reached a very high level. However, because Xiaohua did not have time, he did not condense sword essence. After arriving at Sentry City, he knew that the Dao sect had a unique method of detecting sword essence, so he did not dare to act rashly. But now, he had obtained the Changbai sect's secret technique and the secret technique to directly transform sword qi into sword essence. At this time, it was really a matter of course for him to cultivate the flying sword principle. To put it simply, Xiaohua's sword path cultivation was like a pond. It had been dug out long ago, but no water had been let in, so it couldn't form a beautiful scenery. Now, after a long drought, the rain came from the sky and filled the pond with water. The pond was like a bright pearl, a beautiful scene indeed. Seeing that the vital essence in his body was becoming more condensed and pure, and the sword essence was flowing smoothly in his body like a river of stars, Xiaohua's mouth unconsciously hung a smile. Of course, at the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. Xiaohua did not know that his physical body was formed from the flesh and blood of the demonic phoenix, and this flesh and blood had been infiltrated by the chaotic qi. He only knew that his physical body was strange, and that all magic treasures could not fuse with his body, which was very different from other cultivators. However, the sword essence of this sword cultivator could circulate in his body and outside his meridians, which surprised him a little. Unexpectedly, he also discovered that although the sword origin was flowing freely in his body, it seemed to have some connection with the location of his middle dantian. However, Xiaohua's middle dantian was sealed. He could only make some guesses based on the trajectory of the sword origin. However, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flying dream executioner and mountain splitter, there was a bitter smile on his face. Although these two flying swords flew according to the trajectory of the sword essence outside his body, they could only fly outside and could not fuse with his body. There was extreme helplessness in his joy. Maybe it's because of this. Xiaohua muttered in his heart, this young master's sword essence is so tough that it has already reached the illusory sword realm, but sword intent has not appeared. Since there is no sword intent, then this young master does not need to temper at all, which is why I can rush to such a realm in such a short time. This kind of secret technique to absorb sword qi, presumably the sword cultivators of the Huan country also know. But why don't they have so many illusory swords? I'm afraid it's the same as the Dao sect's cultivation. It has to be done step by step. The cultivation of a sword cultivator, on one hand, strengthens the primordial spirit brand in the sword spirit, and on the other hand, tempers one's own sword intent. This refining of sword essence is actually inferior. With only sword essence and no sword intent, one cannot enter the illusory sword or even transform it into a sword. I'm afraid, no one will simply absorb sword qi in the sword tomb like this young master. Of course, this young master is also helpless. If I don't absorb sword qi, won't this young master be swollen to death by this sword qi? Xiaohua immediately found an excuse for himself. However, after reaching this point, this young master has once again reached the end. This sword qi, fragmented sword intent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are still endlessly pouring in. Although the sword origin looks incomparably pure, there is no sword intent of my own within it. All sorts of mottled and fragmented sword origin fill it. How can I enter the sword transformation stage? Looking at the situation around him and the situation of the Buddhist gold formation, Xiaohua was at his wits' end again. Things did not go as he expected, that there would be a mistake in the process of refining sword essence. The sword qi that was pouring in and wanted to destroy him would unexpectedly stop. Everything was the same as before, moving according to the trajectory. The inertia of this trajectory was so great that it was like a celestial phenomenon. Even the power of the heavenly lightning had imprisoned him, making it impossible for him to stop even if he wanted to. This young master's death is probably coming. Xiaohua was a little sad. This sword tomb is not only the grave of thousands of flying swords, but also the grave of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators. This young master is also going to turn into a purple flower. Thinking of the meaning of the sword tomb, Xiaofan naturally thought of the enlightenment he had when he first arrived at the sword tomb. These flying swords were broken here and laid to rest here. This is the final destination of their bravery in the past. Just like the countless brave swordsmen and cultivators, no matter what reason they fought, they did their duty and did what they should do. Their corpses are laid to rest here, so this place should be respected by all living beings, not destroyed and harassed. Yes, these broken swords have already understood this life. Let this sword tomb be famous throughout the world. Although this young master's name is not known by others, whether it is the terrifying phoenix or that fleeting nameless, I'm afraid that my name will go down in history. Even the phenomenon of this young master condensing his den in the sword tomb today will spread out. This young master is also a person whose name will shake the world, and also a sword that will rather break than bend. Chapter 2690. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart was filled with determination. That unbending tenacity was also transmitted to the sword essence. Clang! Clang! Two loud sword cries came from the Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter. The two flying swords shook violently. Green and red sword lights were unusually dazzling. Even the sword essence inside and outside of Xiaohua's body was violently boiling. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he suddenly laughed towards the sky. Ha 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 ha, that laughter was extremely joyous and bold. The ancient said that if you hear it in the morning, you will die at night. This life is enough. I didn't think that I would comprehend sword intent in this desperate situation. Sword intent, sword intent, it is the intent of flying swords. What is a flying sword? Sword. 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 Swords are flying swords. Only swords are true sword intent. There are many sword intents among sword cultivators. Whether it's mountains, flowing water, flying flowers, snowflakes, giant wolves, or even flying phoenixes, they all use all things in the world to explain the essence of flying swords. They all use all things in the world to explain the true meaning of flying swords. Could it be a deviation? Could it be that they are neglecting the essentials? They have really forgotten that only swords would rather break than bend. A sword that stands between heaven and earth with benevolence, heart, truth, and emotions. A sword that does not fear evil, does not fear evil, does not fear wind, does not fear rain, is the true sword intent. Along with Xiaohua's lamentation, even ghost cultivator Huang Yi's tens of thousands of years of grief and comprehension were integrated into his comprehension. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter slowly stopped following Xiaohua's comprehension. A fist-sized heart slowly emerged from the sword light. Then, this heart-shaped sword light suddenly expanded, transforming into a small sword several feet long. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter merged into the heart sword. Moreover, the heart sword slowly expanded, and the refined sword essence rushed into it. As the heart sword expanded, the sword intent actually penetrated the confinement of Xiaohua's core and the lightning tribulation's confinement outside of the Buddhist gold great array. Wang wang wang, waves of sword cries came from Xiaohua's body, outside of his body, and even outside of the Buddhist gold great array. It was as if 10,000 swords were bowing down. All the broken swords and sword intents were bowing in front of this sword within the sword. Good. Xiaohua's body also began to flicker with sword light. Within the sword light, Xiaohua's body also began to show signs of transforming into a sword. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed, and thought to himself, if I can transform into a sword, I should be able to escape the confinement of this phenomenon. Rumble, there was a muffled sound of thunder, and the power of heavenly thunder suddenly rose. Although the sword light around Xiaohua's body didn't dissipate, his body returned to its original state, and he didn't even touch a hair that had transformed into a sword. What can I do? Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. I'm afraid it's still because the sword intent and sword spirit can't fuse into the sword heart. Actually, Xiaohua was still wrong. Not to mention that he was currently in the middle of condensing his core, the celestial phenomenon was shackled, and the lightning tribulation was also hanging in the sky. How could it easily allow him to escape? After all, his body was forged from the flesh and blood of a demonic phoenix, and he had the bloodline of an earth dragon. How could he easily transform into a sword like the others? It's still not right. Xiaohua quickly had another idea. If my cultivation is not high enough, how can I perceive the concept of transforming sword? How can I touch the edge of transforming into a sword? That's right, within this Slayer dream, is a split primordial spirit. It's not a projection of the primordial spirit. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this sword spirit is originally this young master himself, and I don't need to cultivate my primordial spirit like an ordinary swordsman. This young master only needs to strengthen his primordial spirit according to the sword spirit molding method, and it will be very easy to fuse with the sword intent, and very easy to form the sword heart. Damn it, Li Xiaobai, Reverend Bright Sword, you two are really too powerful. Thinking of this Xiao suddenly understood the importance of the two's orthodoxy, and suddenly understood why the two didn't want to fight. With this kind of wonderful secret technique, as long as one carefully comprehended it, it would be easier for them to transform into a sword than an ordinary swordsman. Wouldn't the comprehension and research of such a secret skill be more attractive to the two of them than fame and reputation? More than that. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Slayer Dream and Mountain Splitter's heart sword, he murmured again. The heart sword emitted a faint radiance. This radiance was not only green and red, but it was of all kinds of colors. The modeled sword intent within the sword origin had now rushed into the heart sword and transformed into nourishment for the heart sword intent. The sword intent that had rushed into Xiaohua's body along with the sword light was also attracted by the sword within the sword. Like a myriad of streams returning to their origin, the flying sword slowly expanded, and the dream executioner and mountain splitter actually faintly showed signs of fusing with it. Wasn't this the sign of the sword spirit and sword intent fusing into one? The sword light flashed, and sword chi soared to the sky. Xiaohua's heart sword intent was just at the initial stage, growing like a newborn calf, unexpectedly showing signs of breaking through the restriction. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this. The sword intent was growing strong, wasn't that his hope of breaking through the restriction? However, this joy only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The endless sword intent crazily poured in, and the growth of the heart sword had already exceeded Xiaohua's control. The primordial spirit of the dream executioner felt as if it was floating, as if it was infinitely expanding. Xiaohua could only smile bitterly again. He understood in his heart that he had succeeded in condensing the sword intent, and the sword heart had also taken an embryonic form. However, he had already walked far enough on the path of sword cultivation, and the previous decades of accumulation had been completely exhausted. If the sword intent continued to grow, it would already be out of his control. It might even cause another incessant expansion. Not to mention the Slayer Dream and Mountain Splitter, even everything from before would turn into flowing water. He could only take the sword intent back into his body while he could still control it. It's really like holding a gourd and a ladle floating up. He almost reached out his hand to hold his head. Is this good? Xiaohua was almost racking his brains. That's right, the tranquil deer sword intent. Xiaohua immediately thought of Reverend Brightsword's flying sword that he had obtained from the valley. Xiaohua had previously thought of taking the tranquil deer sword intent for himself, but since he didn't have any sword essence, he could only treat this as a delusion. The tranquil deer sword intent had only been used once to kill Qin Jian, and had never been used again. Perhaps, it could be used here? Thinking of this, Xiaohua quickly took out Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. The moment the flying sword appeared in the air, it immediately let out a sharp sword hum, and at the same time, it let out a resplendent sword light. The sword light was like breathing, and the sword hum was like a challenge. The tranquil deer walked out from the flying sword with the sword light, and its originally tranquil eyes were now filled with a trace of irritation. Meh! The tranquil deer let out a soft cry, and its body shone brightly. As expected, an extremely large amount of sword chi separated from it and flowed into the tranquil deer sword intent, and the tranquil deer's body gradually expanded. Roar! After half a cup of tea's time, the tranquil deer sword intent let out an angry roar, and actually turned into a white tiger, and roared at the heart sword. Clang! Xiaohua's heart sword intent was not afraid of this at all. With a sword hum, the sound shook the surroundings, scaring the white tiger so much that it trembled slightly. However, the sword origin of the white tiger did not retreat even half a step. Looking at the heart sword and the white tiger confronting each other, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He let Reverend Bright sword intent share the burden of the heart sword intent, and not let them fight each other. Quiet as a tranquil deer, moving as a fierce tiger. Reverend Bright sword intent is actually of these two types. It's one level higher than Qin Jian and the others. Xiaohua sighed, and put away Reverend Bright sword's flying sword. The tranquil deer sword intent also helplessly fell into the flying sword. It's not enough to cause trouble. Forget it, I'll just put away the sword intent. Just as Xiaohua activated the sword origin and was about to put away the sword intent, he was a little unwilling. His heart moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand, and patted his forehead. The 7 sword pellets refined in the Buddha fire were all taken out. The moment the 7 sword pellets jumped out, they immediately rushed into the heart sword intent, and the sword intent poured into the broken sword pellet like a sweet spring. Good, Xiaohua smiled again, let's count it as another way to make up for it. No matter what the outcome is today, this sword pellet can still be repaired. Just as Xiaohua thought, within the sword intent of the sword within the sword light, sword chi, and sword intent were all incomparably pure. It was the best supplement to repair the sword pellet. Of course, this was also the beauty of Xiaohua's 9 sword pellets coming from the same source. If it were other sword pellets, this kind of repair would only be incompatible and would conflict with each other. However, Xiaohua's sword intent was formed from Dream Execution and Mountain Splitter, and the 9 sword pellets complemented each other. Seeing the cracks on the 7 sword pellets healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Xiaohua was delighted, but he was also a little scared. He had repaired the sword pellets for so many years, but he couldn't succeed. Looking at this situation, in a short day or even half a day, these 7 sword pellets would probably be completely repaired. From this, it could be seen that, the sword chi that poured into the heart sword intent was enormous. If he couldn't control this sword chi, couldn't stop this sword chi from pouring in, then his end would be terrifying. Not only was the sword chi pouring in, at the side of the celestial body empowerment technique, the gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still pouring in. Xiaohua's newly created cultivation technique was still operating at all times. Fortunately, the meridians had just opened, and there was no true essence inside. If Xiaohua wanted to make up for the homework of the foundation establishment stage, he was afraid that it would take several years, or even more than 10 years. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about that place for the time being. Sure enough, in less than half a day's time, the 7 sword pellets were repaired one by one according to the order from big to small. All of them were incomparably round and flawless. If it was any other time, Xiaohua would have already used the sword nurturing technique to project the primordial spirit of dream execution onto these 7 sword pellets. But these 7 sword pellets had just been repaired, and the sword intent began to increase again. Xiaohua didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly put the sword pellets back into the Buddha fire, and also put away the sword intent. However, just as the sword pellets fell into the small battle inside the Buddha fire, Xiaohua was stunned. That damaged small battle inside the Buddha fire didn't give off the same green-red brilliance as the sword pellets. Even after several decades, there wasn't any change at all, like a pine tree biting down on a mountain without letting go. Chapter 2691. This small bucket must be a rare treasure. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he took out the sword pill and the small bucket together. Maybe it has some use? Xiaohua had taken out a small bucket. It was completely different from when he had taken out Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword and the 7 sword pellets. Everything he had done before had been intentional, and Xiaohua knew that they would definitely be of some use. But this small bucket. Xiaohua was purely trying his luck, purely trying it out. He didn't hold any hope. Who would have thought that the flowers planted with the intention would not bloom, but the willow unintentionally would grow? After the small dipper was taken out, there was no reaction at first, but when Xiaohua raised the small dipper above his head, it was precisely when the sword energy, sword intent, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured in. Buzz! A faint, almost inaudible sound came from the small bucket, and all the sword chi, sword intent, and spiritual energy of heaven and earth fell into it, not leaving a single trace behind. Ah! There's no mistake. Xiaohua almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. It's that simple? How could it be so simple? Who knows, in a while, this small bucket will burst. This young master had better hurry and leave. Xiaohua almost didn't think, and was about to stand up. Unfortunately, he only moved a little. The celestial phenomenon of condensing the core could be ignored. At worst, Xiaohua wouldn't condense his core, but the confinement of the heavenly thunder didn't stop because Xiaohua didn't condense his core. Instead, because of Xiaohua's movement, Xiaohua was firmly pressed down, and Xiaohua couldn't even move. Isn't this forcing me? Xiaohua naturally thought of that day during the lightning tribulation, when he couldn't struggle at all. I can only face the tribulation. Xiaohua made a fuss for a long time, and in the end, he still had no choice but to clap his hands, and take out the 9 dry pills again. Into his mouth. The dry pills were indeed miraculous. As soon as he took them, along with the overflowing medicinal liquid, the true essence in his meridian solidified, and this solidification appeared in both his yin and yang meridians at the same time. The 2 solidified true essences, under the effect of 2 balanced suction forces, flowed along his meridians, and headed towards the light purple object in his dantian. Oh! It's actually at the same time? Xiaohua frowned. He was afraid that there wasn't much true essence in the yang meridians, so he hurriedly moved the small bucket hanging above his head to the side, wanting to let some of the heaven and earth spiritual chi flow down. It was a pity that no matter how Xiaohua moved, all of the metal attribute heaven and earth spirit chi fell into the small bucket. Not a single strand fell out. Damn it, why are you even more stingy than this young master? Xiaohua was somewhat displeased, but at this moment, a hurricane appeared around Xiaohua's body. Countless large crystals followed the hurricane and rushed towards Xiaohua. This young master has been fooled by this sword tomb. Xiaohua almost scolded himself. He had condensed his own core, and the surrounding astronomical phenomena were all prepared for him to condense his core. How could he lack the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? After scolding himself, Xiaohua did not dare to hesitate. The crystals were pouring in too quickly, and even the dragon transformation art was unable to deal with it. He had no choice but to use both the heavenly body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art to quickly refine the crystals and send them into his meridians. Xiaohua even took a break from his busy schedule. Not only did he send the 7 sword orbs in the small bucket into the sword intent of the heart sword, he also took out the yin-yang sword gourd and sent it into the sword intent of the heart sword. The astronomical phenomena were indeed astronomical phenomena. Those large crystals looked very shocking, but they were the purest spiritual energy. When they approached Xiao Hua's body, they immediately shrank rapidly, as if there was a Sumeru array around Xiao Hua's body. They were all absorbed into Xiao Hua's meridians by the heavenly body bestowment technique. Under the dragon transformation art and the mental cultivation method, these crystals were easily refined. Under the effect of the dry pill, they condensed into a solid state and fell into the suction force of the dantian. They followed the meridians and entered the dantian. However, there were so many crystals, and the speed at which they poured in was so fast that Xiao Hua was really tired to deal with them. Hiss, hiss. The yin-yang thunder pill that had been revolving in his dantian once again emitted electric light. The condensed true essence and crystals all fell into the electric light. At the beginning, that light purple object was only a cluster of illusory light. As the true essence and crystals fell in, that illusory light gradually solidified. This solidification was similar to when Xiao Hua was refining pills. Strange runes appeared on it, and these runes flickered with the electric light, constantly overflowing. Immediately afterwards, the purple object trembled slightly. A black and white brilliance flashed, and a needle-shaped sphere visible to the naked eye appeared out of thin air. Rumble, following the emergence of this needle-shaped sphere, Xiao Hua's entire body trembled. The brewing heavenly thunder in the sky once again let out a sound, and all the spiritual energy that poured into Xiao Hua's body once again sped up. It's condensing the pill. Xiao Hua had a kind of realization in his heart. However, at this time, his mind was already clear. He didn't think about the lightning tribulation, nor did he care about the sword intent pouring in. Like a machine, according to his own feelings, he sent 9 dry pills into the air to maintain the solidification of his true essence. The dragon transformation art also didn't have any scruples. Ignoring the almost oppressive sound of thunder, it operated at an extremely fast speed, tempering his true essence. One day and night quickly passed. Xiao Hua had taken no less than 600 dry pills, and he was practically taking them non-stop. However, the true essence that was pouring into his body and the true essence still showed no signs of stopping. Is there a mistake? Although Xiao Hua wanted to keep his mind clear, at this time, he couldn't help but jump up and down. When I was building my foundation, I took 360 foundation establishment pills. Now that I've condensed my true essence, don't tell me I have to take 720 dry pills. Looking at the golden core in Xiao Hua's dantian, it was now the size of a fist. Electric light lingered on it, and the 2 thunder cores on the left and right sides slowly rotated, occasionally sending lightning into the golden core. I'm afraid it has something to do with these 2 thunder cores. Xiao Hua inwardly muttered to himself. Because he already knew from Zhen Qing's jade strip that late-stage foundation establishment cultivators condensing their golden core was different from qi refining cultivators. There was a process of condensing the golden core, and it was also based on the cultivator's cultivation base. The size of the golden core was determined by the cultivator's true essence, and it took time. A short period of several days, a long period of several months, and even several years. For him to be able to condense his golden core into such a large and perfect size in one day and night, it was definitely unusual. These thunder cores were the most important. But, I'm afraid I don't have many dry pills left. Xiao Hua took a rough look, and secretly complained, if it's 720 pills, it's barely enough. This Yuqingtian storage pouch actually had 100 or 200 pills. They were his Yu family's many years of accumulation, and they were prepared to leave them for his disciples. I'm afraid these 700 pills won't be enough. That would be terrible. Where should I go to find more pills at this time? As the saying goes, fortune doesn't come in pairs, and misfortune doesn't come alone. Xiao Hua was just thinking about the dry pills when the deafening sound of thunder fell down. Isn't this forcing me into a dead end again? Xiao Hua already wanted to cry in his heart, but no tears came out. He really didn't understand. It was just a foundation establishment stage, just a core condensation stage. What kind of bullshit thunder tribulation was this? In Zhen Qing's jade slip, there was no record of this at all. Fortunately, Xiaohua had already experienced the baptism of thunder tribulation under the altar in the Flame Forest Swamp, so he could be considered to have some experience. He hurriedly calmed his mind, and slowly released his divine sense. Like a thief walking on tiptoe, he probed the sky outside the Buddhist gold grate array. However, his divine sense had only just reached a height of several feet when a strange voice unexpectedly sounded in his mind. This voice was somewhat distant, and also somewhat vague. Who? Xiaohua was startled. This was the most critical moment for him, so how could there be any mishaps? After Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, he pondered for a moment, and felt that this voice didn't seem to belong to Little Yellow. Then who else could it be? That's right, Little White. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and hurriedly entered the mysterious dark clouds. However, at this time, the mysterious dark clouds were different from usual. The entire dark clouds were no longer flowing like before, and were almost completely stagnant. The sole strands that could easily enter and exit the dark clouds seemed to be imprisoned by thousands of times, extremely obscure. What's going on? Xiaohua had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly entered the heaven ring of aura. As soon as he entered the heaven ring of aura, an incomparably suffocating feeling rushed into his mind. Xiaohua, is there a thunder tribulation outside? Little White didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak, and hurriedly asked. Yes, yes. Xiaohua was actually a bit hesitant. Little White wasn't like Little Yellow, and couldn't be considered to understand too much. He still had some things that he didn't want Little White to know. Quickly send me out. Little White urged. What? You want to undergo thunder tribulation? Xiaohua was shocked. You're just a soul body, how can you withstand the baptism of heavenly thunder? Moreover, if your soul has condensed, you can, but right now, you're extremely weak. There's no need for the entire thunder tribulation, right? Just a trace of heavenly thunder tribulation can turn you into ashes, right? I've gone through thunder tribulation before. I still have some experience with this thunder tribulation. Little White knew that time was pressing, and couldn't explain too much. He said concisely, my own thunder tribulation definitely won't appear at this time. This thunder tribulation isn't my thunder tribulation, you and I are just spectators. Even if we're affected by the thunder tribulation, we definitely won't suffer too much damage. In addition, the thunder tribulation is a death tribulation, but this death tribulation also breeds life. Haven't you heard of it? Thunder gives birth to all things, and this heavenly thunder is the most fertile. Everything in the world is born from the power of thunder. Oh right, if you want to refine this trace of your primordial spirit into an avatar, it's best to let it go out and undergo thunder tribulation. This is essential. What? This trace of my primordial spirit? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old is he? Won't he be turned into ashes in the thunder tribulation? Listen to me. Little White said, even if this thunder tribulation destroys this trace of your primordial spirit, your mind will only be damaged. What if it succeeds? The mystery in the future, even I can't explain it clearly. Chapter 2692. Alright. Seeing Little White so anxious, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his soul thread, and with great difficulty, he sent Little White Dragon's soul out of the heavenly ring. The confinement of the lightning tribulation was really powerful, it directly penetrated Xiaohua's soul. To be able to send Little White Dragon out of the heavenly ring, he definitely spent a lot of effort. However, before Little White Dragon came out of the heavenly ring, it said something that almost made Xiaohua collapse. Besides, you were affected by someone else's lightning tribulation. When I come out, I can also guide you on how to avoid the tribulation. I can guarantee your safety. Damn it, this is my lightning tribulation. Xiaohua almost wanted to roar. However, there was no need for Xiaohua to say anything. As soon as Little White came out of the heavenly ring, it was immediately restrained by the heavenly lightning. Looking at the surrounding situation, how could it not know that this was Xiaohua's own lightning tribulation? Little White was extremely shocked. It really couldn't understand how Xiaohua, a cultivator from the human realm, could have a demon beast's lightning tribulation. Its entire soul swam a few times in the air with difficulty. It looked at Xiaohua and originally wanted to ask, but seeing that the lightning tribulation was about to arrive, where was the time to dawdle? However, when it saw tiny dough in the air, its body began to tremble. Roar! The little white dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a dragon's roar. Its entire body soared into the air and began to slowly swim around tiny dough. Little White flew up. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Little White's words were a kind of temptation. After the primordial spirit was divided, the growth was slow. If it was really like what Little White said, the primordial spirit could become an independent body, then it was worth a try. Let's do it. How many tribulations can there be in life? Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Several primordial spirits that could come out were all sent out by him. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't dare to leave these primordial spirits under the lightning tribulation. That was no different from a naked woman standing in front of a pervert. After Xiaohua sent these primordial spirits into the heart sword, he released all the soul threads in the heavenly ring. Even the Buddha's Sarira was sent out by Xiaohua. Xiaohua really didn't care about the consequences of taking advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. He released his divine sense once more, probing the air. Alas, fortunately, Little White Dragon is already so excited that it is wholeheartedly preparing to face the tribulation. If it sees that Xiaohua actually has so many primordial spirits, I'm afraid, it might fall from the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it couldn't get any lower. Although Xiaohua's spiritual force couldn't completely see through the dark clouds, it was obvious that the range of the dark clouds had already exceeded the size of the last time Xiaohua built his foundation. Moreover, the black clouds had a dark red color. The dark red color constantly flickered and rapidly surged, as if there was endless thunder water rolling within. Looking at the edge of the black clouds again, there were strands of heavenly lightning that were as thick as a thumb jumping around faintly. Occasionally, there were a few strands of lightning that actually had a kind of bright golden color. This golden color was clearly different from the first lightning tribulation Xiaohua encountered. Kacha! A sound of thunder flashed from where Xiaohua's spiritual force was probing. It was as if the building was overturned, and a series of sounds spread in all directions, stretching for more than 100 li, that incomparably oppressive, incomparably solemn, and even incomparably terrifying heavenly lightnings might had already enveloped the entire Buddhist gold great array, and within 100 li of this might was within this might. Alas, today's lightning tribulation seems to have come a bit early. After Xiaohua's spiritual force probed out, he immediately withdrew it, fearing that he would be hit by the lightning tribulation. When he built his foundation for the first time, the lightning tribulation descended following the completion of his foundation. Although Xiaohua was somewhat caught unprepared, it wasn't to the point of being flustered. But now? There was still a small amount of true essence in his meridians that hadn't solidified. The golden core in his dantian was admittedly the size of a fist, but in reality, it wasn't complete. Now that the lightning tribulation struck down, what do you think Xiaohua should deal with first? Feeling that the heavenly lightning's might was even fiercer than the previous heavenly lightning's might, the remaining true essence in Xiaohua's body began to gradually solidify, and could no longer freely flow. Moreover, with a rumbling sound, a burst of silent thunder resounded in his heart, and a burst of indescribable fear emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua understood that the lightning tribulation had already begun. Immediately, everything around him and even within his body couldn't move. He could only rely on his physical body to welcome the lightning tribulation. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly quivered. Damn it, my true essence has already solidified, why can't this young master take advantage of this moment to condense his golden core? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and no longer cared about the number of 9, he took out the remaining dry distance pills, and threw them all into his mouth. Kacha! A series of oppressive sounds of heavenly thunder resounded, and a thread of lightning, as thick as a thumb, sparkled with golden light, was born from the dark clouds, and directly fell down. When that lightning fell on the Buddhist gold great array, it suddenly sprinkled down, and unexpectedly turned into a golden lightning net. That Buddhist gold great array was like snow that met with boiling water, and instantly disappeared. The lightning net fell down, and a part of it fell on Xiao Hua's body, and another part fell on Xiao Hua's soul, and even more fell on Xiao Hua's body. Ah, that kind of indescribable pain was born in Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua really wanted to throw his primordial spirit into space to avoid this kind of discomfort, but at this time, his primordial spirit was firmly controlled within his body, and it was simply impossible for him to move. Moreover, after this kind of indescribable pain, an even more intense pain drowned Xiao Hua like a tide. Needless to say, this pain came from the primordial spirit within the heart sword. Although Xiao Hua's willpower was firm, in front of this kind of pain that was 10 times more painful, he was still on the verge of fainting. Damn it, little white dragon. Xiao Hua really regretted that he was too soft, too greedy. Last time, when this young master faced the lightning tribulation, I still had the phoenix celestial body to resist it, but this time. Xiao Hua was in pain, and he unconsciously thought of the celestial body he lost. At this moment, his body was filled with golden lightning, and his body was instantly torn apart. However, at the same time, the 132 million tiny dots flickered with lightning, flickering in and out of existence. Occasionally, they would undergo nirvanic rebirth, and the fleshly body would instantly heal. Naturally, the lightning tribulation this time was the same as before. Not only did it penetrate his body, it also penetrated deep into his meridians. His already orange bones were covered with lightning, and those lightning threads quickly swam above Xiao Hua's bones. Not only was the majority of the blood threads that were torn out of his body absorbed by his bones, but the lightning threads also penetrated into his bones, and the orange color on his bones increased. The blood threads that didn't have time to be absorbed by his bones slowly fell, entering his meridians and dantian. Within his meridians, under the operation of the dragon transformation art, the meridians that were also torn apart by the lightning were constantly being reconstructed, as if a crazy dragon was waiting to be reborn. Within his meridians, the true origin that had yet to solidify quickly solidified under the effect of the heaven separation pill. Moreover, because of the lingering lightning, these true origin condensed into lumps and rushed into his dantian under the push of the lightning. But the strange thing was, these lumps were different from the true origin that was sucked into the gold core before. They couldn't fuse with the gold core from before, but instead closely followed the male and female lightning cores, circling around the fist-sized gold core. As for the lightning threads that followed the meridians into his dantian, they were once again attracted by the male and female lightning cores and rushed into them. Boom boom, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and the male and female lightning cores were actually smashed into pieces. However, at this time, there was a little bit of blood in his dantian, and those blood threads were not afraid of the lightning. The blood threads penetrated into the lightning core, and at the same time, the lightning core rotated and slowly solidified. The dragon transformation art within Xiao Hua's meridians was like a coiling dragon, and under the small battle in midair, the soul of the little white dragon was a real coiling dragon. But when the lightning came down, the little white dragon's soul was immediately destroyed by the terrifying lightning tribulation as soon as it came in contact with the lightning threads. However, the remaining little white dragon, which was only the size of a little finger, was once again surrounded by lightning threads, and seemed to have more vitality. The entire soul emitted a strange fluctuation, and threads of silver light seeped out from the small battle, landing on the little white dragon's soul, and the soul actually solidified within the lightning threads. Looking at the Buddha's Sarira, it was also somewhat different from the lightning tribulation from before. The entire Sarira was also first shattered by the incomparably sharp lightning, and then slowly regenerated on the lotus seat of the Buddha's Sarira, solidifying bit by bit. The regenerated Buddha's Sarira was clearly repaired in many places, and the color of the Buddha's Sarira was also much brighter. Next to the Buddha's Sarira, the sword intent of the heart sword also flashed with lightning. This lightning scattered the heart sword in an instant, but after the heart sword was scattered, the benevolent heart did not disappear, and a faint heart-shaped sword image flashed with lightning, enveloping the dream executor, mountain splitter, and the 7 sword orbs. Even the 2 flying swords and the 7 sword orbs were also surrounded by lightning. Xiaohua's pitiful primordial spirit and the soul threads that stretched out from the heaven ring disappeared in an instant under the lightning tribulation, almost like the sunlight shining through the darkness. However, at the place where the primordial spirit disappeared, an extremely faint, almost undetectable fluctuation suddenly appeared the moment the primordial spirit disappeared. This fluctuation followed the flickering of the lightning threads to the place where the soul threads disappeared, and then followed the traces of the soul threads into the Law Eye's soul mark, and rushed into the mysterious dark cloud. The mysterious dark cloud's location changed even more. The entire dark cloud trembled violently, and countless lightning flashed within, rumbling loudly. It was almost comparable to the lightning tribulation that wreaked havoc on the sword tomb. The fluctuation that entered the mysterious dark cloud rushed inside, and the entire dark cloud swelled. Then, lightning flashed in all directions, and the fluctuation returned with the lightning. After passing through the soul threads flashed with brilliance and gradually took shape. After passing through the soul marks in the Law Eye's soul marks also trembled rapidly, and with this trembling, the Law Eye on Xiaohua's left hand also responded. However, Xiaohua did not notice this change at this time. When the fluctuation returned to the place where the primordial spirit disappeared in the heart sword, the fluctuation became even calmer. A dot of black and white appeared from the fluctuation, and with the appearance of the black and white, lightning immediately rushed over, unceasingly attacking the newly born primordial spirit. Lightning birthed all things, it was indeed so. Chapter 2693. Looking at the benevolent heart again, it only slightly surged a few times, just like a heartbeat. Then, within the flickering lightning, it slowly formed the sword intent of the heart sword. Within the sword intent, in addition to the sword light, there was also lightning. Xiaohua really felt like a year. Although this lightning tribulation did not cause any threat to his life, that kind of stinging pain and itchiness made Xiaohua feel like death was better than living. Xiaohua's divine sense could not leave his body, so he naturally could not see the situation of the small bucket above his head. Although he already knew that the small bucket was a strange object, he still underestimated the power of this small bucket. The mottled sword chi, the broken sword intent, and the extremely tyrannical gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth fell into the small bucket like a whale swallowing water. The small bucket's body actually did not change at all. Only under the lightning of the 3 gold lightning tribulation did the lightning threads that fell into the small bucket have a slight reaction. Moreover, the small bucket's damaged areas had some small repairs. Following the repair of the small bucket under the lightning tribulation, there was actually some extremely pure gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth leaking out from the small bucket's damaged areas. This gold attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth was different from the silver-white color that entered the little white dragon's soul. It directly poured into the top of Xiao Hua's head. And when this spiritual energy entered Xiao Hua's body, part of it entered his flesh, part of it entered his meridians, and even part of it rushed into his dantian. In his dantian, there was still the solid true essence and lightning revolving around the golden core, but there were more and more solid objects. This solid true essence was like an even smaller golden core, like a small sphere revolving around the golden core, according to a mysterious orbit. This orbit was actually somewhat similar to the heavenly Tao starry sky. The small bucket's gold qi rushed into his dantian, part of it adhered to the golden core, part of it adhered to other solid objects, and there was more and more. The remaining part of it wandered around the golden core and solid true essence. After an unknown amount of time, the movement in Xiao Hua's body became smaller, and the pain and all kinds of other feelings slowly lessened. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief, and secretly said, "It's finally over." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua prepared to take a look at the situation of his core condensation. But just as he was using inner sight, he didn't see anything clearly. Ka-cha-cha. A golden thread of lightning that was a bit thicker than before struck down again. "Still, do you want me to live?" Xiao Hua's body was being suppressed to death, and he was practically roaring in his heart. That's right. Since there was a second heavenly thunder, who knew if there would be a third? Who knew if there would be a fourth? Xiao Hua's flesh and blood had been torn to shreds. His recovery speed was already somewhat unable to keep up with the tearing speed. His meridians were also in a heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain. Who knows whether or not the next few bolts of heavenly lightning would directly take Xiao Hua's life. Reincarnation after reincarnation, what was the point of suffering for millions of years? Xiao Hua endured another wave of pain, as if he was thinking of Huang Yi's bone-deep sorrow. The pitiful Xiao Hua was using the body of a cultivator to resist the third gold lightning tribulation of a demonic beast. He was probably the most miserable person on the Dawn Rain continent. However, he was not the only one in the Sword Catacomb who was in such a miserable state. Spirit-devouring Great Formation could no longer be called Spirit-devouring Great Formation. Under the disturbance of Xiao Hua's core condensation celestial phenomenon, those spirit-devouring bugs that didn't care whether they were real or fake all pounced on the pure crystal, and most of the real spirit-devouring bugs were killed by the Jindan cultivator's talismans. When the pagoda exploded, those spirit-devouring bugs were even more out of control. No matter how many sword cultivators urged them, those spirit-devouring bugs ignored them. LV Ruochang and the others had no choice but to rush to the sword formation, preparing to use the sword formation formed by the swordsmen to fight against the cultivators. However, under the influence of Xiao Hua, there was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this sword formation. No matter whether it was the swordsmen or the cultivators, they had no way to borrow strength and had to fall into a helpless stalemate. They all wanted to wait for the celestial phenomenon to end before making a decision. However, the development of the matter once again exceeded the expectations of the middle-stage Jindan cultivators and the third-grade illusory swordsmen. When the terrifying gold nature spiritual qi of heaven and earth was instantly absorbed by Xiao Hua, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that came from afar didn't stop in the sword formation. Instead, it formed a bigger hurricane and rolled to the west. Not only that, LV Ruochang and the others were extremely sensitive to the fact that not only the gold nature spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like this, but the sword qi and the broken sword rain were also swept away. What the hell is going on? LV Ruochang really didn't understand. She only knew that the sword qi and sword essence in this sword tomb had no special benefits for the breeding and tempering of flying swords. What did a cultivator need these things for when he was pregnant? A few days later, things once again shocked LV Ruochang and the others. It was once again far beyond what they had seen and heard. In the sword tomb where there was no lightning, thunder rolled in the sky. Although there was the heavenly thunder, it didn't affect the sword chi and spiritual chi in the sword tomb. In the end, the dark clouds pressed down. Although the heavenly thunder didn't strike down in a large area, only 3 thunder tribulations, under the dark clouds, more spiritual chi, more sword chi, and more sword essence were disturbed. The whole sword tomb was already unstable. After tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, it was gradually collapsing. This was not the most important thing. What was worse was that under the heavenly thunder, there was a strange small battle. That small battle was used by Xiaofan to resist the spiritual qi and sword qi pouring in. At this time, the small battle had changed from passive to active. It continuously absorbed the spiritual qi, sword qi, and sword essence disturbed by the heavenly thunder, adding fuel to the fire. As a result, everything in the sword tomb was affected. The remaining magic array and sword array around the Buddhist gold array were the first to be affected. Traces of spiritual qi and sword qi were sucked out gradually until the entire sword array and magic array collapsed and was sucked into the suction force. Then came the 10-direction annihilation array, which swept away all the spiritual qi and sword qi within dozens of miles. Then came the 4-direction sword array, and the magic array and sword array outside the 4-direction sword array. In the end, the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb rushed into the air. The sky was filled with purple, mixed with spots of blood red mottled, and rushed to the center of the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, the wind was also raging. All the swordsmen and cultivators were fleeing in panic. Even outside the sword tomb, the situation was like this. What could LV Ruochang, whose magic array was already destroyed, do? Although the momentum absorbed by the small battle was very large, it was still ineffective against cultivators and swordsmen. However, in this fierce wind, LV Ruochang was like a defeated hen. Her face was pale, and she looked at the countless sword intents rolling up various celestial phenomena in the air in a daze, making the final performance. LV Jianyu. Ruo Ling was also greatly disappointed. She whispered, "We are not lucky, but it's nothing." No. LV Ruochang bit his lips and waved his hand. Even if there is such a strong celestial phenomenon, but this is definitely not something that a pregnant cultivator can have. Let's get ready. Once the celestial phenomenon ends, we will immediately surround and kill the cultivators. I don't believe that just these hundreds of thousands of cultivators can't be killed by our hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. Yes, we understand. When the surrounding swordsmen saw LV Ruochang's persistence, they could only force themselves to answer. At this point in the battle between cultivators, the result, was it really that important? Kacha, when the third heavenly lightning came down like a lightning net, Xiaofan wanted to howl miserably. The power of the heavenly lightning was getting fiercer and fiercer each time. Not to mention Xiaohua's pain, the few traces of blood that seeped out were now slowly dripping down along the surface of his body. However, it was also thanks to Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Not only did he painstakingly cultivate the bone tempering technique, he also painstakingly cultivated the body tempering technique. Furthermore, he also had the dragon transformation art circulating at all times. I can't let the fourth heavenly lightning come. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and endured the changes in his body. He prayed in his heart, after this heavenly lightning tribulation, I will definitely put more effort in these aspects in the future. When I become pregnant, the heavenly lightning tribulation will be even more shocking. Although Xiaohua suffered a lot, he also benefited a lot. Not to mention that his physical body, meridians, and bones improved greatly under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Even the Buddha's relic was reconstructed under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Except for the part that Xiaohua didn't cultivate, the rest were all solid. However, the strange thing was that there were countless vengeful spirits in the sword tomb. These vengeful spirits were also absorbed by Xiao Dou, and not a single one was left out. Xiaofan originally wanted to expiate a few of them and improve the cultivation of the Buddha's relic, but his wishful thinking was in vain. After the heavenly lightning tribulation, little white dragon's soul was really too small. It couldn't be compared to before the heavenly lightning tribulation, but the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. However, the sword intent that Xiaofan placed outside was not affected by Xiaodou. Even when the 3 gold heavenly lightning tribulation struck it, the heart sword didn't show any signs of collapse. Instead, it became stronger under the heavenly lightning tribulation. Not only was there lightning on the surface, there were also countless tiny electric sparks flowing inside. This electric sparks not only flowed through the flying sword, sword pill, primordial spirit, and soul strands, but also seeped into the yin-yang sword gourd. The heart sword intent was like this, but it wasn't much. Xiaohua's Jindan had changed even more. Now, Xiaohua's Jindan was already the size of 2 fists. Moreover, the 2 thunder pills and the solid true essence from before were already gone. It was completely a complete Jindan. However, under the silver brilliance of this Jindan, the first Jindan that was condensed was already intact. The mysterious runes on the surface were naturally formed. The solid true essence from before had now turned into countless silver granules. These silver granules had traces of lightning on the surface. They were like stars revolving around the Jindan in the middle. The 2 thunder pills from before were now much bigger. From time to time, lightning would still be produced from them and fly towards the Jindan in the middle. Chapter 2694. The strangest thing was that between the golden core, lightning core, and granules, there were a lot of silver things. These things were like clouds, in the shape of silk. They were scattered all over the gaps without any pattern. The lightning threads could easily pass through them without being affected at all. This kind of strange golden core. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. He would definitely be happy and angry at Xiaohua for making things so complicated. Even the condensation of the golden core was a mess. It was unprecedentedly bizarre. Not to mention the condensation of the golden core, when Xiaohua was building his foundation, he created a gimmick of the 18th level of qi condensation, delaying the date of building his foundation for many years. Only now, when he truly condensed his golden core, did the hidden danger of the 18th level of qi condensation reveal itself. It was really because he encountered a special environment like the sword tomb that he was able to pass through this hidden danger. It was really unknown what kind of earth-shattering thing Xiaohua would do when he was pregnant with a golden core like this. Yes, it really was an earth-shattering thing. When Xiaohua passed the 3rd tribulation lightning, his body, which had suffered very little damage, seemed to have been cut into pieces by 1,000 blades. The surface layer was dripping with blood. Most of the blood threads were absorbed back into his body when his body healed after the lightning tribulation. However, there were still some blood threads that dripped down, directly passing through the remnants of the Buddhist gold great array and seeping into the ground of the sword tomb. However, at this time, the sword tomb, could it still be called a sword tomb? Roar, a dragon roar came from the little white dragon's mouth. This roar was extremely loud, and it actually had the momentum to shake the surroundings. It was very obvious that it was completely different from before the lightning tribulation. Xiaohua, quickly send me back. I want to meditate, don't disturb me. Carefully savor the harvest of the lightning tribulation. After the dragon roar, the little white dragon cried out weakly. Okay. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he muttered in his heart, it's already like this, and you're still trying to show off. What are you shouting for? Thinking of this, Xiaohua sent out his soul strands to entangle the little white dragon. Xiaohua originally thought that his soul strands, which had undergone the lightning tribulation, would be able to easily send the little white dragon into the heavenly ring. In the end, the little white dragon's soul had become much heavier. He still had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to complete this task. Naturally, when Xiaohua sent the little white dragon into the heavenly ring, the several primordial spirits within the heart sword all returned to their original positions. Following which, Xiaohua followed the little white dragon's instructions and began to carefully comprehend it. Xiaohua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged high up in the sky. The Buddhist golden array had been broken and his figure had long since been revealed. However, he didn't move. While he was carefully comprehending the feeling of condensing his core and the thunder tribulation, he was also inspecting his body, meridians, bones, and other changes. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy, but at the same time, he was frowning slightly. Strange, where did the 2 lightning cores in my dantian go? Could it be that because of the lightning tribulation, it fused with this young master's golden core? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. But if that's the case, then what about this young master's lightning drawing technique? Thinking of this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and used the lightning drawing technique. At this time, above Xiaohua's head, although the thunder tribulation had already passed, the dark clouds didn't dissipate so quickly. If it were any other time, once Xiaohua's spell was cast, 10,000 bolts of lightning would have already descended. But this time, his thunder drawing technique actually failed. Damn it, there really is a problem. Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. Looking at the slowly dissipating dark clouds, he was unhappy. This young master's meridians seem to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The tempering of my bones has also reached 99%. Even the strength of my body has greatly changed after the lightning tribulation. But, this young master is a terrifying phoenix. Without the lightning drawing technique, this young master can only be a bald man. Alas, this golden core seems to be not small. It's even bigger than the golden core cultivators that this young master killed before. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's body suddenly bloomed with golden light. It was the protective golden light of ordinary golden core cultivators. Go! Xiaohua waved his hand and a fireball flew out. Boom! With a loud sound, flames soared into the sky within a range of several dozen zhang. He! Xiaohua's heart was filled with a trace of joy. The method of controlling true essence of a jindan is indeed very different from that of a foundation building. Not only is the magic power several times stronger, even the speed is also much faster. Moreover, with this golden core, even in a situation where there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I can still use great magic. What is this? As far as Xiaohua's eyes could see, there were actually more than a dozen fist-sized spirit-swallowing bugs flying around. One of them rushed towards the place where Xiaohua's fireball was just now, the others were wandering around nearby, and there were even 2 that rushed towards Xiaohua. These are spirit-swallowing bugs. Xiaohua's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He had seen spirit-swallowing bugs in the sword slip before. Why are there spirit-swallowing bugs here? Oh, I reckon that Xiao Dou sucked them here. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his Daoist robe, and the space of several zhang was imprisoned. These spirit-swallowing bugs couldn't move at all. Xiaohua then put them all into his sword pouch. The heaven and earth sleeve technique has also improved. This is... Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy again. He released his divine sense, wanting to see if there was anything else that he had missed. However, when he released his divine sense, he saw the purple jasmine flowers sweeping through the sky and the specks of blood spots in the purple sea. He couldn't help but be shocked. Aren't the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb? Could it be? Could it be? Xiaohua almost jumped up from the ground where he was sitting cross-legged. He looked at Xiao Dou above his head in disbelief. Since Xiao Dou had undergone the thunder tribulation, there had been no pure gold spiritual chi of heaven and earth left behind. Moreover, the damaged part seemed to have been repaired now. Could it be, this thing? Xiaofan thought and hurriedly released his divine sense. When his divine sense really saw the situation outside the Buddhist gold formation, he opened his mouth even wider. Yes, above the dark clouds, the sun had already appeared. The golden sunlight was sprinkling down, and it looked like the wind was blowing. It was noon. The sword formation, the magic formation, the accumulated sword essence, had long disappeared. How is this possible? The sword tomb is thousands of miles wide. Xiaohua's mind raced. Although he already knew that since the purple jasmine flowers at the edge of the sword tomb had been sucked here by Xiaodou, and the unique gloominess of the sword tomb had disappeared, this fact already proved that Xiaohua's guess was true. However, he still denied this guess in his heart. After all, this was really too big. Thinking about this, Xiaohua probed again and released his divine sense. His divine sense was no longer restricted by the sword tomb, and in an instant, it stretched out for nearly 100 miles. Oh! Why are there so many Dao sect cultivators here? When Xiaohua's divine sense swept past the previous location of the 10-direction annihilation formation, he was surprised to find that there were actually many Dao sect disciples here. These disciples were wearing the robes of various sects and looked panicked. When did my Dao sect disciples come to the sword tomb? Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. But, why haven't I seen the sword cultivators of the Huan country? Xiaohua's divine sense immediately attracted the attention of the Dao sect disciples. Many disciples released their divine senses and swept toward Xiaohua's direction. However, these disciples' divine senses only swept out 100 feet before they were immediately awakened and hurriedly withdrew their divine senses. Wasn't the divine sense coming from the direction of the pregnant Dao sect master? Wasn't it calm now because the pregnant Dao sect master had successfully stepped into the nascent soul stage and released her divine sense? Which disciple didn't want to live and look for trouble? There are disciples from various sects, and there are even disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua was increasingly baffled. Could it be that my Dao sect disciples are fighting with sword cultivators in the sword tomb? He was completely confused. Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, but he didn't see any traces of a great battle. At this time, all the traces had long been swept clean by Xiaodou, so how could he still find any clues? Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense was released for a distance of over 200 miles, and Xiaohua finally saw some Dao sect disciples fleeing in panic. This is bad. Sure enough, the battle has started. Xiaohua suddenly realized. This young master's wife is still there. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's body flourished with sword light. The heart sword standing in midair let out a sword cry and transformed into 2 flying swords, 7 sword pills, and a sword gourd. At the same time that the sword origin returned to his body, Xiaohua also stored the dream executioner, mountain splitter, and the 7 sword pills into his Buddhist fire. As for the sword gourd, it was stored into the space. After that, Xiaohua activated the seeing cauldron once more and retrieved the damaged Brahma gold grand array. At the eye of the array, 6 fist-sized metal essence orbs were revealed. The Brahma gold grand array was built on the foundation of these 5 metal essence orbs. If it was in the past, Xiaohua would definitely be happy, but at this time, he only glanced at it and stored it into the space. After Xiaohua stored away the Buddha Sarira, his gaze once again fell on the mysterious Xiaodou. The Xiaodou was still absorbing spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but this spiritual energy was no longer the same as before. It seemed that because it had absorbed enough, or because other than the sword intent, sword energy, and metal essence of heaven and earth in the sword tomb, other spiritual energy of heaven and earth was useless to the Xiaodou, so the Xiaodou's absorption of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much weaker, far less shocking than before. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Although the momentum had been greatly reduced, the vortex still existed. Xiao Hua was afraid that he would once again fall into the same dangerous situation as before. If so, wouldn't Xiao Hua be looking for trouble for himself? However, if he didn't store away this Xiao Dou, how could Xiao Hua be willing? Even if Xiao Hua didn't know the power of this Xiao Dou, since it had fallen into his hands, he was unwilling to throw it away. Now that he knew that this object was extraordinary, Xiao Hua was even more unwilling to throw it away. Io, not good. It seems like there are disciples of the Huanhua sect. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense had been outside all this time. When he saw that there were actually disciples of the Huanhua sect being chased by swordsmen, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He clenched his teeth and urged the Imperial Thunder Travel to fly towards the Xiao Dou. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a thunderstorm was suddenly heard. It was even louder than the previous Imperial Thunder Travel. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.